Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. One day you get out. Mama said, I want me to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on them. I don't know what I did. I don't know.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. One day you get out. Mama said, I want me to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on them.
Bọ́lọ́jọ́ ṣe gbé ṣeré.
Ọmọ ẹkún òní, ọmọ ẹkún òní.
Bọ́lọ́jọ́ ṣe gbé ṣeré.
Ẹ̀rù ìyá rẹ̀ bá ní.
Bọ́lọ́jọ́ ṣe gbé ṣeré.
Ọmọ ẹkún òní, ọmọ ẹkún òní.
Bọ́lọ́jọ́ ṣe gbé ṣeré.
Ẹ̀rù ìyá rẹ̀ bá ní.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà bẹ̀rẹ̀ fẹ́.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn fàtórí àní.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn bá ìlà sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan.
Mandele yàrá náà kó wọn fàtórí àní.
Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ dúró. Ẹgbẹ́ mi wọ́n ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ṣé ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ṣé ti ń bọ̀ dán? Ẹ sábà tó mi.
And there it is. Good day to you. Good day to you. Good to have you. Good to be in your company. I hope you're having a glorious day, or hope you have had a glorious day, whatever time zone you are. So good to be in your company. And a special greeting to our Muslim audience. Barika de fasting. So let me just apologize. I will get the greeting right at some point. But Barika de fasting. So barricade the fasting. So before we kick off anything, let me signpost you in the direction of the session coming up at this Sunday. You know, Dupsy is back, of course, with a bang. So an excellent session just at this Sunday past, and even bigger session to come Sunday coming. So the question Dupsy will be asking on Sunday, as an African parent, would you let your rich son marry a single mother? So that's that Tony question right there. So start formulating your opinion. As you start to form your opinion, click on this link that I'm sending into the comment section. I'll go bookmark that session because it's going to be a banger. Dupsy, of course, never holds back. So the session on Sunday, as an African parent, would you let your rich son marry a single mother? So that's the question Dupsy will be asking. You come provide the answer on Sunday. So come provide the answer on Sunday. Good Lord. This camera shows it shows all my gremlins. All right. So there it is. So all that. So do all that. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio and all of that. So you know the protocol. As I often tell you, the law compels you to click on the like button. If you are not already doing that, then you are flouting law. So that knock on your door could well be the authorities coming to query why you're not clicking on the like button. So stay on the right side of law by clicking on that like button. This thing makes me look so funny. So stay on the right side of the law by clicking on that like button. And of course, make sure you're subscribed already if you haven't done that so far. So click on like and subscribe, that long-winded thing. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, so that invites you to come and join us. If you want to come and participate, then just click on this hyperlink right here that I'm sending into the comment section now. So click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your ticket to ride. Up you pop into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all that. So as ever, I'm having to use two systems because one has packed up, but one is not yet giving me the full functionality that I need. But let's do this. So let's do that. So we'll kick it off with this. Sanwo-Olu, we need true federating states. There are many anomalies in our country. So what's quite led Sanwo-Olu to that? So let's go through that first. All right. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, governor of Lagos State. But let's do that again. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, governor of Lagos State, says there is a need to have true federating states in the country. Sanwo-Olu spoke on Monday during a national constitutional dialogue in honor of our late Ben Nwabweze, Pioneer Secretary General of Ohaneze Ndigbo. The dialogue took place at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Victoria Island, Lagos. So the dialogue are lawful procedures for actualizing People's Constitution for Nigeria was organized by the Patriots, a pan-Nigerian group of eminent national leaders of thought. Let me do that entirely all over again. I'm not quite liking the flow of that. So again, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, governor of Lagos State, says there is a need to have true federating states in the country. Sanwo-Olu spoke on Monday during a national constitutional dialogue in honor of late Ben Nwabweze, Pioneer Secretary General of Ohaneze Ndigbo. The dialogue took place at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Victoria Island, in Lagos. Nwabweze died on October the 28th, 2023, at the age of 92 in Anambra State. So that's a great age, by the way. Do you want to live that long is really the question when you are totally incapacitated in all known ways. The dialogue, Lawful Procedures for Actualizing a People's Constitution for Nigeria, was organized by the Patriots, a pan-Nigerian group of eminent national leaders of thought. The event was attended by many political stakeholders, including Ayo Adebanjo, leader of Afenifere. So he's no longer the leader of Afenifere, as we all know. Mike Ozokome, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Olabode George, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party PDP, and some former governors. So he's in enemy territory, really. All of those people are categorically against his space. Bode George against his space, Ayo Banjo against his space, and Michael Zokome, certainly without equivocation, against that's Sanwo-Olu's space. Speakers at the dialogue spoke on the anomalies of the 1999 Constitution as amended and the need for a new constitution. Sanwo-Olu said it is an anomaly for a federating agency to control the water body at the Ozumba Mbadiwe axis of Victoria Island in the state. So, of course, it is an anomaly for, but is it an anomaly though? Because if there are water bodies that are extends into international spaces, then that surely should be at the federal purview, because that comes under national security of some sort. So I'm not quite sure if I agree with that. Sanwo-Olu said it is an anomaly for a federal agency to control the water body at Ozumba Mbadiwe axis of Victoria Island in the state. The Lagos State governor said the National Assembly can create an avenue for Nigerians to come together to amend the constitution. How well we do, how well do we see? So it's just yes. I'm going to take it from the top again. Apologies for that. You know, sometimes when the flow of the reading breaks, it puts me off. So I'll speed through it this time. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, governor of Lagos State, said there's a need for true federating states in the country. Sanwo-Olu spoke on Monday during a national constitutional dialogue in honor of late Ben Nwabweze, Pioneer Secretary General Ohaneze Ndigbo. The dialogue took place at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Victoria Island, Lagos. Nwabweze died on October the 28th, 2023, at the age of 92 in Anambra State. The dialogue, Lawful Procedures for Actualizing a People's Constitution for Nigeria, was organized by the Patriots, a pan-Nigerian group of eminent national leaders of thought. The event was attended by many political stakeholders, including Ayo Adebanjo, leader of Afenifere, Mike Ozokome, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Olabode George, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and some former governors. Speakers at the dialogue spoke on the anomalies of the 1999 Constitution as amended and the need for a new constitution. Sanwo-Olu said it is an anomaly for a federal agency to control the water body at Ozumba Mbadiwe axis of Victoria Island in the state. The Lagos State governor said the National Assembly can create an avenue for Nigerians to come together to amend the constitution. How well do we see the anomalies that we have in our country? Why would we have a federal agency come to control the waterfront of Ozumba Mbadiwe, the Lagos State governor asked? Why would we have a federal agency 1,000 kilometers away come and see the needs of my people, right on Ozumba Mbadiwe? So I'm not quite sure if that is the right example to use, because that is self-defeating sort of example. These are some of the things we need to tell all and say. Indeed, we need to have a true federating state. He also lamented how some former state officials moved to the federal level to start fighting against the cause of decentralization of power. So there it is. So that's Sanwo-Olu's submission on that space. Yes, we don't practice true federalism in Nigeria, as you know. We practice some sort of cack-handed hybrid, whatever. nothing at all that pretends to be true federalism. So let me take you on from there to this. Let me take you on from there to this. Actually, I'll just do the readout and leave that on the screen. Scores killed as angry soldiers raise houses in Bayelsa over Okwama massacre. So that reprisal that we much feared now seems to be in full motion. Let me actually put that on the screen. Yes, let me put that on the screen. So, yes, troops of the Nigerian army have stormed Ogbomotoru community in southern Ijo local government area of Bayelsa State, raising houses and allegedly killing about 11 people. The action is sequel to last week's killing of 16 soldiers and officers at Okuma community in Delta State. Soldiers in 5 gunboats reportedly invaded the community, raising houses suspected to be the hideout of a militant leader said to be involved in the killing of the military men who were on a rescue mission in the Delta. So if it's a targeted sort of raising down, you might have some sort of sympathy with that. You might still argue against it. So just so long as it's not a blanket collective punishment. Right. Correspondents report that an army commander, 2 majors, so he goes on to give us the details. The chief of defense staff, General Christopher Musa, had ordered an immediate investigation and arrest of the culprits. Days after the order, it was gathered that some residents of Okwama community fled to neighboring Ugeli for fear of reprisal by the soldiers. The soldiers had, during the weekend, burnt several houses in Okwama before storming neighboring communities in Bayelsa in pursuit of those involved in the killing. According to, so yes, everybody be like Ayo, and let me look up and be seeing super chats flashing on the screen. So well done, Ayo. To correspondence, a source said immediately the troops, according to correspondence, a source said immediately the troops stormed the Bayelsa community. They opened fire on some residents, relaxing at the jetty before proceeding to set ablaze 3 houses suspected to be hideouts of the militant leader. The said community, all right, let's just leave that there. So that's that reprisal that we feared, but taking place now. Let's go on from there to this. All right, let's go on from there to this. Actually, I'm going to do this. Bear with me one moment. I'm going to blank myself out because I'm reading from some 2 computers. It's a bit of putting a bit self-conscious that I'm looking across all the time. So let's go on from there to this one. Let's go on from there to this one, and then we do the readout on this one. So this is now Wike telling us the level of budget that he would need to put Abuja right. Wike plans to borrow 500 billion naira to finance 2024 budget. The Minister of the FCT, Yemsen Wike, has asked the House of Representatives to approve a 500 billion naira loan to finance the 1 point. So it's actually a borrowing. So that's not the totality, by the way. Wike plans to borrow 500 billion naira to finance 2024 budget. Minister of FCC, Yemsen Wike, has asked the House of Representatives to approve a 500 billion naira loan to finance the 1.147 trillion naira 2024 budget of the territory. Wike appeared before the House of Representatives on FCT, that should be in FCT, on Monday to defend his budget. In his speech, the former River State governor is proposing to borrow 500 billion naira from commercial banks to finance capital projects. During the defense, a lawmaker from Niger State, Saidu Abdullahi, raised concerns over the planned borrowing, stating that the proposed 500 billion naira loan will cost more from commercial banks. So it's not actually disapproving of the actual borrowing itself. It's just the cost of the borrowing that seems to rankle him. The lawmaker urged the minister to explore other options like the capital market. Speaking on raising the revenue profile of the FCT, the minister promised to improve the land allocation system through the certificate of occupancy. So yes, there used to be this agency in Abuja called AGIS, AGIS, which you could just, I actually registered on it trying to grab a bit of land in Abuja, but it never worked. I wonder if it's still on. And the last time I checked the FCT website, that AGIS wasn't there anymore. The lawmaker urged the minister to explore other options like the capital market. Speaking on raising the revenue profile of the FCT, the minister promised to improve land allocation system through the new certificate of occupancy. Speaking on the land allocation system, the minister alleged that some civil servants are conniving with unscrupulous elements to defraud the government. The breakdown of the budget showed that capital expenditure will go up 700. So this is how a budget should actually read. The capital expenditure will go up is going to be 726 billion naira. So that tells you then that the bulk of the spend will be in actual physical structures rather than recurring expenses, whilst 280 billion naira is for overhead and 140 billion naira goes for personnel cost. So that seems to be altogether to me a well-structured budget. So a well-structured budget. Let's go on from there to this one. This one might as well be a bit repetitive of what we've already just gone through. Oh no, this is not. These are actually the people taken down in Bayelsa State. Rest in peace, our fallen heroes. So the names now. So this is the repercussions of what's to come. Lieutenant Colonel A. Ali, so that's the colonel right there, and then Major S.D. Shafar, and then Major D.E. Obi, Captain U. Zachary, Sergeant Yahaya Saudu. So it's a very, very northern Captain Yahaya Dambaba, Captain Kabiru Bashir. Was it Taizon that was telling us that most of the compliments of actually, let me switch the camera on. Don't be put off if I'm looking in this direction. I'm reading from a different screen. Was it Saizon that was telling us that most of the compliments of military personnel in the Niger Delta are actually northerners? So yes, so just really to give them their full props, let's just we read through all the names. So yes, Ten Balus Haruna, Lieutenant Colonel Okpeyemi. So there's one Yoruba man. So I've spotted one Yoruba man and one Igbo man so far out of the 16. And then Captain, is it Corporal? It's not Captain, but Corporal. So these are corporals. These are it's like a derisory term calling people foot soldiers. But yes, Corporal Okpeyemi, Corporal Bello Anas, Corporal Haman Peter, and I can't see the rest of their names. So yes, let's see. Let me expand that a bit. It's just really fallen heroes, so give them their full props. Let's see. And then we have an Abdullahi. We have Francis. We have Abubakar Ali. We have Adamu, and then we have Adamu Ibrahim, and then yes, that's Abdullahi as well. So pretty much a northern army, a northern force is people taken down. So let me shrink that back. The Nigerian military has debunked claims that it has. So now that readout now that they went to savage that community, they are now refuting it. The Nigerian military has debunked claims that it has carried out reprisal attack on Akuma community in Delta State. Some members of the community had on Thursday. So they goes on to tell us. Right. The director of Defense Media Operations, Edward Buba, a major general, in a statement on Monday, said the community was already deserted even before troops arrived there. Buba advised those peddling fake news of reprisal attacks on the community to desist from dishonoring the fallen heroes. He said it behooves on the community leaders, elders, and the people of Delta to identify the perpetrators of the murder so that they could be brought to account for the heinous crime. The defense spokesperson said as long as the dispute between the Okwama and Okoloba communities remain, it implies that there could be untoward activities not initiated by the military. Overall, there is no doubt that there is an extremely sad Overall, there is no doubt that this is an extremely sad development. What's happening? I hope you can still hear me. This one is playing up. Yes. Overall, there is no doubt that this is an extremely sad development and untoward activity by members of the Okuma community against the troops that were there to protect them. We urge the public to resist the temptation of allowing any videos of the incident of the killed personnel to go viral. So apparently there's a video circulating about just that gruesome murder. It will be a dishonor to the fallen heroes to allow such ugly videos of their demise to go viral. Above all, as the military mourns, it remains ever determined to ensure safety and security of citizens across the country. Mr. Buba said it was tragic, senseless, and barbaric to have killed the officers and soldiers in such an unspeakable manner. According to him, whilst the armed forces mourn the loss of the gallant troops, there will be measured responses and injurious consequences for the perpetrators. So look at that. There will be measured responses and injurious consequences. So what is injurious consequences other than to say that they are going to go on a killing spree? It is not the army is not a law court, so it is not their determination to determine what the consequence of that action should be. Their only role, even if it's their role, which I don't think it is their role, is to apprehend. So apprehension is their only contribution to resolving this matter at hand. According to him, yes, according to him, whilst the armed forces mourn the loss of the gallant troops, there will be measured responses and injurious consequences for the perpetrators. He consoled their families, colleagues, and beloved ones over the tragic incident. Mr. Buba reminded Nigerians that the armed forces consist of citizens from every nook and cranny of the nation who had taken an oath of allegiance to put themselves in harm's way to defend the country. So yes, we often forget that actually that these people now it's a tankless task being a military personnel, a tankless task. So a tankless task being military personnel. Let's go on from there to this one. This one is just a bit of data. This is right. This is depravity across 4 pillars of the southwest. So the poorest areas of the southwest. So the pillars: health, education, living standard, work, and shock. So the worst place most deprived to least deprived. So in terms of nutrition, the most deprived space in the southeast for nutrition, Ogun State, followed by Osun, Oyo, Ekiti, Lagos, and then Ondo. So they are not at all deprived in Ondo, is what that tells us. Food insecurity, is it Ogun State again? Is this not Babati's state? Ogun State, Oyo State, Osun State, Lagos, Ekiti, and Ondo. So food insecurity, I think Ondo might well, it's turning out to be the best place to live in Yoruba land. Uh, Time to healthcare. So sort of the availability of healthcare per capita, the population. Still Ogun State, the worst state now in Yoruba land. Or your state, my own home state, not far from there. Osun State is keeping its third position. Ekiti, Lagos, Ondo still the best place. School attendance, Ogun State is the worst again. How are they doing this? Most deprived to least deprived. So number one will be the worst. Number five will be the best. School attendance, the worst attendee is Ogun State, followed by Oyo State, Osun State, Ondo State, Lagos State, and Ekiti. So the Ekitis, we know them for their plenty of spaces in the room. By the way, anybody that wants to join, just hop on. Ekiti holds that space for education. School lag. I don't know quite what that lag means, but it's Ogun State, Osun State, etc., etc. Water, Ogun State again, still the worst. Ekiti, the best. Water reliability, Ekiti, the worst. Ogun, second. Ondo, the best. Sanitation, Ogun, the worst. Lagos, the best. Ondo, second. Housing materials, Ogun, still the worst. Lagos, the best. Ekiti, right there. Cooking fuel, Ogun still the worst. Ogun State is the worst state in Yoruba land. Ogun State still the worst. Lagos State's the best. Cooking fuel. Assets, Ogun State still the worst. Lagos State's the best. Unemployment, Lagos State's the worst. Ondo State's the best. Underemployment, Ekiti State's the worst. Ondo State's the best. Security shock, Osun State's the worst. Ondo State's the best. Overall, multidimensionally poor. No surprises, Ogun State, the worst state in Yoruba land. Ondo State, the best state in Yoruba land. So there it is. That's an interesting little bit of data there. So all roads lead to Ondo State. Maybe I should go and buy land there. My wife is from there. I should really have land there anyway. So I'm going to ensure that I go and maybe I'll try and do that actually. Yes, I'll do that. So let me bring you this one now. This is the headline piece. This is the headline piece right there. So Prince Daddy joins Ayo in that space. So we still want that space lighting up in multicolors of supercharts. Also, let's go now to the headline piece. No one knows Nigeria's real population. Deputy Speaker Kalu. So when somebody of this seniority speaks, then you have to take it seriously. This news comes as no surprise to anyone, by the way. This is what we've always known and suspected, and of course, been affirmed by the senior within the space. No one knows Nigeria's real population. Deputy Speaker Kalu. Right. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, hold on. Okay, that's better. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has lamented the absence of accurate population data to plan Nigeria. The Deputy Speaker charged the newly inaugurated commissioners on the board of the National Population Commission to ensure that the next census will give the actual statistics of Nigeria's population. He said that knowing the figures was essential to economic planning and the spread of infrastructure across the country. Kalu gave the charge at the inaugural dinner of the Federal Commissioner representing Abia State at the MPC board, Chief Emmanuel Eke, over the weekend in Abuja. So, yes, Eke was amongst the 17 appointees. Oh, hold on. It's all just getting funky around here. So I hope it's not going to end up being one of those messed up sessions. Yes, Eka was amongst the 17 appointees inaugurated by President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday at the presidential villa in Abuja. the deputy leader, the deputy speaker, said that it was not right to continue to hazard a guess about the country's population each time the issue arises, stressing that it was time the narrative is changed for good. Kadu was quoted in a statement by his chief press secretary as saying that Nigeria cannot keep claiming that we are the giant of Africa when we don't have an accurate statistics of our actual number as a nation. We don't know our number. It is embarrassing. Each time they ask you of your population, you say about. When are we going to drop this about that descriptive thing to our number? You people should make it exact. When we call Ogun State, you tell us the number. When we call Abia, you tell us the number. Tell numbers in Southeast. You give us total number in Southeast. You give us total number in Southwest, etc., etc. You give us so that we can plan, because economic planning without actual knowledge of the population is a waste of time. Because you might plan for a few, and the infrastructure will be overused by the much that you did not capture. So there it is. Now that mysterious figure then of the actual population of Nigeria still continues to remain a mystery. So that continues to remain a mystery. Hold on. Did you like my new intro music, by the way? What's the name of that music again? That was Bolojo music. That's what they call that. That's Bolojo music. So that was a lady called Zainab, and that was Bolojo music, or Bolojo music, or yes, Bolojo. So yes, all right, that's sufficient enough of that to be getting on with. Let me just I'm trying to recalibrate myself. My laptop shut down, and then they shut down something else. So yeah, let me play you the Kegite music, and then we kick it off. I think I need to realign myself. So I'll play you there are only 2 people in the studio at the moment. So we'll start off with them, and hopefully as the session goes on, the room continues to populate. But first, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Ṣọ́bí master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Right, there it is. Ikuko Niru Agbesheme, that have nothing to do with us. Actually, there are a couple more stories that I want to bring you before I bring the panelists on. Like I said, still two people there. If anybody wants to jump on, jump on. Let me bring you, it's been a while since we did a Peter Obi thing. So let's do a bit of Peter Obi now. So here is Peter Obi, still hustling hard for that political space. There you can see him there. I'm not sure if he's breaking fast with whoever it is in the north. So there is our Ogologbadwe, what is it that enigmatic often calls him? There he is doing the graduate stuff. So that's Peter Obi, as we know and love him. All right.
We fought for Peter. This man, we fought for. We support him 100%. And we support this man 100%. You understand? And we pray for him to come back 2027. Inshallah, he's going to win this. Inshallah, because we need people like him, people that can help the youth to come through.
As much as we like to mock this guy, these are the off-season heavy liftings that he has to do. So now he goes to breakfast with these people now. They've met this guy, they've seen on television all of the time. They've pressed flesh with him and they've broken bread with him. So he's won them over now. So these is just one by one, isn't he? Picking them off.
We are suffering in this country. We don't have job.
Somebody is saying that's in Nasarawa State.
Breakfast with you. What does it mean to you?
We are very happy. And we are welcome here. We welcome here to our mosque here. This international market. You understand? So we welcome him and we thank him for coming. A wonderful visit to us. So thank you very much. Thank you.
So there it is right there. So politics is really played in the off season. That's just the truth of it. Politics is politics is played in the off season, and here is Peter Obi now telling us what. There's Peter Obi telling us what he's going to do there, as if we don't already know. I wonder if he will say we cannot continue like this. That's his usual catchphrase. Come on now, don't freeze on me. Let me refresh this. It seems to be stuck in a lag somewhat. Okay, I think we've got it.
Just be able to
all right. So that's it. I'm not even going to mock him for that because that's exactly what he should be doing. So he's doing exactly what he should be doing. So let me take you to this one. This is an international flavor, but pertinent to the Nigerian space. Saudi Aramco CEO says energy transition is failing. World should abandon fantasy of phasing out oil. And I think this is the reports that are a lot of, especially that electric car phase. It looks as though in fact that's just been abandoned right, left, and center. Now, Saudi Aramco CEO Amin Nasser said the current energy transition strategy is failing. Oh, okay, let's come here. Yes. Saudi Aramco CEO Amin Nasser said on Monday that the energy transition is failing and policymakers should abandon the fantasy of phasing out oil and gas as demand for fossil fuel is expected to continue to grow in the coming years. in the real world, the current transition strategy is visibly failing on most fronts as it collides with 5 hard realities, Nasil said during a panel interview with XYZ by S&P Global Energy Conference in Houston. I hope, yes, I hope it doesn't hide behind it. Okay, it doesn't hide behind the paywall. Oh, okay, that's good. Right. A transition strategy reset is urgently needed, and my proposal is this. We should abandon the fantasy of phasing out oil and gas and instead invest in them adequately, reflecting realistic demand assumptions, the CEO said to applause from the audience. The Paris-based International Energy Agency forecast last year that peak oil, gas, and coal demand will come in 2030. So the demand is not actually reducing; is anticipated to increase. So a lot of people that are saying, "Oh, this Dangote." You remember when Dangote was building his refinery, and all of these empty heads will come on this platform to say, "Oh, the guy doesn't know that fossil fuel is being phased. Fossil fuel will never be phased out. The world depends on it. Even there, not just in terms of the functions of locomotion and just all the functions that it does. Economies actually also depend on it. So there is nothing that is phasing out our fossil fuel. The Paris-based International Energy Agency forecast last year that peak oil, gas, and coal demand will come in 2030. Nasil said demand is unlikely to peak anytime soon, let alone by that year. Nasil suggested that the IEA is focusing on demand in the United States and Europe and needs to focus on the developing world as well. So yes, you know, this narrative of electric cars, etc., that doesn't expand beyond Western spaces. It doesn't really. Nasil said alternative energy sources have been unable to displace hydrocarbons at scale, despite the world investing more than 9.5 trillion over the past 2 decades. Wind and solar currently supply less than 4% of the world's energy, while total electric vehicle penetration is less than 3%. And meanwhile, the share of hydrocarbons in global energy mix has barely fallen in the 21st century from 83% to 80%, Nasil said. Global demand has increased by 100 million barrels of oil equivalent per day during the same period and will reach an all-time high this year. So anyway, gas has grown 70% since the start of the century, Nasil said. The transition from coal to gas is responsible for 2/3 of the reduction in carbon emission in the United States. This is hardly the future picture some have been painting, Nasil said. If even they are starting to acknowledge the importance of oil and gas security, developing nations in the global south, meanwhile, will drive oil and gas demand as prosperity rises in those nations, which represent more than 85% of the world's population, the CEO said. These nations receive less than 5% of the investment targeting the renewable energy. Nasil said the world should focus more on reducing emission from oil and gas in addition to renewable. The CEO said efficiency improvements alone over the past 15 years has reduced global energy demand by almost 90 million barrels per day oil equivalent. Wind and solar, meanwhile, have substituted only 15 million barrels over the same period. So, anyway, it's a complex thing, but I'm sure you're getting the understanding of it. So let me just give you this paragraph again. It says, Nasil said the world should focus more on reducing emission from oil and gas in addition to renewable. So rather than abandon oil in its totality, he's saying that it is more to clean the oil rather than to abandon it. Now, listen to these figures. The CEO said efficiency improvements alone in the past 15 years has reduced global energy demand by almost 90 million barrels per day, oil equivalent. So, in terms of having cleaner fuel, having emission management, and all of this stuff, it has, and that also it also impacts on the efficiency of how you run your vehicles and all of that. So, all of that has led to a reduction of about 90 million barrels. So, the world is consuming 90 million barrels of petrol less for reasons of efficiency and cleaner petrol and all that. So contrast that with this. It says wind and solar, meanwhile, which is meant to be an alternate source to phase out fossil fuel and coal. So it says wind and solar, meanwhile, has substituted only 19 million barrels, only 15 million barrels over the same period. So efficiency, a more efficient usage of oil has led to a reduction in consumption by 90 million barrels as opposed to alternative sources of energy, which has only led to a 15 million barrel reduction. So that just tells you then that the fossil fuel is not going anywhere. That's just the long and short of that. So that's the long and short of that. So let's bring on the panelists and then we kick it off. So we've got Ajan Lekoko joining us. Good to see you, Ajan Lekoko. And we've got Thomas. So good to see you, Thomas. So it's the core crew to kick it off. So who wants to kick it off? Who wants to start it off?
I'll start it off, one man.
How are you? I'm good. Good to see you, Thomas.
Good to see you. Yeah. All right. Let's run it. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Let me kick it off with let me actually kick it off with this Peter Obi clip, who has been is been traversing the northern spaces, trying to play that long yard politics that a lot of people feel he necessarily has to do. So let me mute it. So he's been traversing the northern spaces, trying to play that long yard politics, which a lot of people necessarily feel he has to play. But what are you making of his moves? And is this what he should be doing?
Oh, good evening. Good afternoon. For wherever you are. This is afternoon here. This is still morning. It is 11:16 a.m. In Melbourne, in Australia. I greet you as a listener. One man, what I think is this guy is medicine after death. What he's doing now, is it necessarily? It's necessary for coming election. But this is what we criticized Peter Obi on the last election. That what is your tentacles? What is your spread in the north? One man sitting with children using the same spoon, it doesn't amount to any political big weight in the north. I don't think so. That is a mundane political strategy to me. Because
did you not hear the feedback though? They were all excited to see him, and he seemed to have won a few hearts in the course of that visit.
How many are there in that congregation? One man, we are less than 100, 200, max 300. So which tentacle is that? What is the message? How many people got the message? How many people talking now? Do you know they are deceiving him? That just one Seriki will just say, just go, just let him have what did he need? He need the camera. Yeah, let's give him the camera. So really, I don't think this amounts to nothing in the north. If he's doing this now, that means he's preparing for 2027. Some people said it's not going to come. I said Peter Obi will come at 2027. If Labour give him ticket or not, he will find a tool like Labour Party to give him the vehicle to 2027 election. PDP, I don't think so. Labour Party, I don't think so. But there will be a party that will say, don't worry, just come. Let's use you as you use Labour Party. And I said, Peter Obi use Labour Party. So this is total nonsense to me, one man. You remember we always condemn all these sitting down with the almanjere, eating rice, some frying corn sometimes ago. I don't remember the one is frying corn, sitting with the poor. That doesn't amount to nothing to me, one man. I just find it.
Thomas, I mean, it's cynical politics. Of course, Peter Obi has no business there outside of politics. He's not a Muslim. He's not a northerner. So I don't think there's any real debate as to why he is there. He's there really for reasons of politics. But the question is, why not? This is what Tinubu did himself when he was schmoozing all of these northerners to get himself into power. So he's only really following a template that he knows works.
But do you see Tinubu?
I get
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yes, Baba. Yes. Yeah. Come in.
So yeah, look, one man, this wrong timing. This holy month of Ramadan is not a time to play politics. I don't know what he's trying to achieve. If he's trying to use this time to spread his his political ambition, in the future for 2027. I think politics is not the right time now. It should have allowed the Ramadan season to pass before.
No, Ajale Koko, I think a lot of people will argue that this is the right time. So remember, he's laboring under the church take your the yes daddy tape. You know, he's laboring under that, so he has to correct that, and is also going there to felicitate with the Muslims at an important phase of their religion. So he is respectful, is wearing the proper hat, saying the right words, and conforming to the culture, trying to. I think it's the perfect time for him to be doing that. That's the opportunity, because they will. You know how they revered religion in the north.
I mean, what are you talking about?
Hold on,
what are you talking about?
Can you let me?
Somebody, hold on. We've seen this play out. Okay.
Let me land.
Okay. Right. Okay. Go on.
Let me land. Not in the month of Ramadan. You don't play politics. You don't mix the month of Ramadan with politics. Muslim doesn't.
You don't mix religion with politics. When did that start? I thought they were Siamese twins, religion and
one man. The holy month of Ramadan is not meant for politics. I am telling you, it is not in the holy month of Ramadan. You can do it another time, any time in the year, not in the month of Ramadan. The month of Ramadan is strictly to submit yourself to Almighty Allah, not the game of politics. You cannot even see the northerner doing that.
Can you point what was wrong with what he did? What was wrong that he went to felicitate with them? Is that the issue?
Felicitate.
Or was it campaigning with it? Is that what the issue was?
Felicitate.
Mm-hmm. So what's the issue? What's your beef with that?
A politician felicitating during the time of Ramadan
particularly a politician that is known, that is pursuing a presidential ambition. Where is Atiku? Do you see Atiku running anywhere there? No. It's a time for, sober reflection. Everybody must submit himself. Do it according to the scripture says. And what the scripture says is that, you see, do your fasting.
You want me? You want me to go and dig you? You want me to go and dig you old videos of Tinubu going to meet the Islamic during the election period?
Go and dig it. If
want me to go and dig it out?
Hold on. If Tinubu is appearing in Ramadan lecture, that is a different.
So what's different? What's different? What's different about it?
Okay, the difference is that, look, him carrying food, eating food with them, doing this. What I'm saying is that he has plenty of time after this season to do that, not in the holy month of Ramadan. Respect them, leave them alone to observe this Ramadan season. Let them. I mean,
but Ajale Koko, they seem excited to have him there. They were happy.
But what this guy was telling you is, Thomas was telling you earlier. I think Thomas got it right. It is not the only month of Ramadan that you have to, do anything that we connote, political game or connote, politics. No. You just, I'm not saying that it shouldn't play politics or do it, but what I'm saying, in the holy month of Ramadan, leave it to the Muslim, let them do it. Just 30 days. We need 300, out of 360, he can do it anytime after that 30 days. Maybe he doesn't have an advisor or somebody did not advise him well. His advisor, particularly his vice president or something, should have said, Oga.
Ajale Koko, he said he take advice from a madman. So this is the madman.
I have to say I disagree with you. I have to say that that's the perfect opportunity for him.
Because you are not a Muslim, you don't know.
I know. I know religion and politics.
Even a Muslim, you can never see Muslim campaigning or talking politics in the mosque. Just unlike the way you see the Christian, they're mounting and jumping up and down in the church, talking politics. Oh, this is the best candidate. You can do this. You can never. It's never going to happen to talk politics in the mosque.
This your analysis, Ajale Koko. I'm just so surprised that. Well, I'm not surprised because sometimes I know the way you go sometimes. But the point is this. I don't see anything wrong in. In fact, I've asked you several questions. All you were just saying is that, because the month of Ramadan is a holy month and you should respect them. I've never seen any of his action that disrespect the Muslims in this regard. In fact, he's felicitating with them, he's celebrating with them. That's another word for it. He went to see them. That, I understand you guys. We're going through a difficult period, and he went to see one of their emirs. What other thing do you expect a politician not to do? He has not said, he has not infringed. He has not denigrated their celebration. He has never said they were fasting for just anything. He has never denigrated their religion. He only went there and he asked to see the emir, and he had an audience with the emir, and he spoke to them that this is what we're going through currently right now. It will be better. You people fast, pray, ask Allah to change the situation of Nigeria. So what other thing do you expect him to say besides that? Rather than what you just want to see everything about this guy, you want to spin it and make it look like he's not doing anything right. He's just doing something for whatever political. We all know what politics is in Nigeria. I for one, don't get me wrong, I'm with you on one area that we should, religion and maybe you're not on that with me, but I'm just saying religion and politics should not mix. But we know how, even here in this country, we know how it runs. We see how Trump is campaigning on religion. Even Biden himself, even though he tries to campaign on the secular whatever, but he's oftentimes he appeals to his Catholic base. Usually talk about his being a Catholic. So we know how these shenanigans go. in politics. So it's name the country today, even in Russia, Putin is in bed with the Orthodox Church. So now what are we talking about? So politics.
Rational mind. How are you, my brother? I understand where you're coming from. Also, I want to understand the premise Ajale Koko is coming from as well. Peter Obi doesn't have anything doing there. What is he doing there? Even if we saw Tinubu, we can still call Tinubu some sly. Tinubu is a Muslim. You can't stop him not to go to his Muslim brothers and sisters. We can still even give Tinubu cut some slack for him.
But he can invite Christian governors to his whatever Ramadan fast. He can invite Christian governors there, and they went there, Abi. And if they say they wouldn't go there because they're not Muslim, like you're trying to make the case here now.
What I'm telling you, Muslim, Tinubu is a Muslim.
Okay, but I'm saying the governors.
Fine, they agree to go. That is their own cup of tea.
So if he asks to talk to them and they agree to give him the audience, what is the problem with that? These are real staunch Muslims. I mean, by their standard in the northern part of Nigeria, and Emir and other caddies and whatever they call them, they're all there, and then they gave him an audience. So what other thing are you looking for?
But Rational, are you telling me now that Peter Obi is not playing politics in that video?
Listen.
Hold on, please, brother. Hold on. What Ajale Koko is telling you is that please respect that it's just 30 days. If Peter Obi didn't wait there for photos and propaganda and want to start another religion.
What is the propaganda there? Can you give us an example of the propaganda there? You said propaganda. Now what's that?
It is propaganda and photo shoots. What is he doing there?
Rational mind.
Overflog matters here. Sometimes there's certain things that are not really necessary for us. Just comment on them and just leave it at that.
Can I make a quick comment?
Let me say this. In this month of Ramadan, in the north and in every part of Nigeria,
of the world, sir, Ajale Koko, just be at world at large.
Never hold political meeting. In this month of Ramadan, no political meeting.
But you look at all the political meeting,
right? Hold on now.
No, I'm interjecting you because you cannot be saying something that are not factually correct.
No, and just we want to learn from it. Let us.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, please. Sorry.
All political meeting suspended. No political meeting. And what does that tell you? That tell you that this holy month of Ramadan is not missed. It's not the time for politics. We don't play politics. It's time, to observe
the sober reflection. Yeah.
Yes, to observe this Ramadan season wholeheartedly and focus on it. Time for prayer, time to listen to lecture, time to really be close to God, to Almighty Allah. That is what the Ramadan mission meant.
And after that, you go back to sin, right?
What do you mean by sin?
No, you see,
we are talking about
religion. You people are promoting religion, like you make it sound like it's some kind of.
God,
are we not religious people?
What man? Are we contrarian?
All right. One voice, but I think rational mind may be right.
He's not right.
No, he's wrong. He's wrong. One man. He's wrong. Totally wrong.
Your mom is Your mom is, is it that the wali?
Is the prophetess.
Making case.
I respect Muslim. I respect them. I have Muslim in my family.
Overflog matter in it. That's just what I'm saying. Overflogging it. It's not necessary for us to be talking about this thing like the way people.
What he's doing? If he's playing politics, just disrespect.
The politics is playing. Celebrate.
No. Nisuru. Politics will play. But hold on, Ajale Koko. But rational mind, politics will play. I don't think there's any real debate around
give me now. What is that?
But it's the sort of politics that he should be playing. is what I agree with. Is the sort of, because he has to do this now. He has to, in this down season, this is where he has to do the heavy lifting.
Mama, this is the wrong time.
Hold on. It's in this no, it's not the wrong time now. It's associating with the religion and the culture all in one move. So,
I say it's a wrong strategy.
It's the wrong time.
We are telling you,
Man.
one man, you don't miss politics. No political activities in the north at this time. Political meeting, political activities
Suspended.
So say you.
Even in Yoruba is already suspended.
No, don't be saying that. You people don't be saying.
Even in Southwest, it's already suspended. No political activity for 30 days.
Hold on. We need to understand something here. Even in Saudi, where they have where this no. If I can be, you want me to put on my Muslim.
Rational mind. Ajali Koko, I will not deceive you. Peter Obi continuously telling us that it lacks the thinking and watching time of doing things. Ajali Koko, I am a Christian. You know that. This season of Ramadan, I respect the Muslim. Ajali Koko, I have the family members, Muslims, punk Muslim. We bear the same name, Ajali Koko. We have to leave religion out of politics this time around. Give the Muslim their respect. Ajali Koko, look at this guy now, using the same spoon. I will say this guy is not paying politics. I wonder why he said a madman has been advising him. Is it the same madman that advised him to be using the same spoon to...
That's not even hygienic. That's not even hygienic. The jam in his mouth.
Yeah, but that's no. That's the culture. That's the culture.
No, spread the jam now.
All right.
The jam in his mouth is spreading all over.
All right. I have to say I agree with Peter Obi, but I think Prince Daddy
one man, Prince want to come in. Prince Daddy.
Yeah. So Prince Daddy come in, and then after that we move on. Prince.
Yeah, hello, woman. Hello, everyone.
Hello, how are you, my brother?
Good. How are you doing, Thomas?
Good.
I was going to agree with Ajali Koko, actually. See, Peter Obi could have acknowledged the Ramadan season, and maybe putting something in the newspaper or sending them well wishes on X or other platforms. But this politics is plain right now. I don't think it's kosher. It's not the right thing. There's, just like Ajali Koko said, plenty of time during the year to play politics. And just like Thomas said, Tinubu is a Muslim. His wife is a Christian. So he has that leeway to traverse between the two religions, okay, and celebrate with them. But this Peter Big guy, it lacks sensitivity to anything. It's not that brilliant when it comes to all this.
Tinubu does not lack sensitivity. When he's handing out a flag, APC flag to somebody today in Aso Rock, and he's fasting, right? And you people just have this double standard, hypocritical. You people just come here and act this two-faced kind of analysis. Come on, let's cut this guy slack. Who does not do it? That's the question. Who does not do it? You want me to go and dig you all?
Everybody does. If you listen to me, rational mind, if you have put out an ad in a newspaper, a nice, beautiful ad,
no, you don't tell them. This is the thing. You people don't tell people how to become opposition, how to do their things. You do you.
Okay.
Do you.
Then he can do his opposition the way he wants to do it. That is fine. I guess he's just critiquing,
Can I interject?
Not criticizing, but offering an opinion on what he's doing, which is fine. But again, in the holy month of Ramadan, not a Muslim, but there's a way you go about things. It lacks sensitivity. It doesn't have it. This guy does not have this political quality to sense what is going on in the country. And by the way, nobody trusts Peter B. Anyways. He can do all the shenanigans, the short callers, the people that are going to make
Can
the
I
decision for the
interject?
Northerners.
Can I interject?
All right, have that interjection, Emmanuel, and then after that we move on.
Yeah, I actually came to correct impression here. So one man, I think I'll blame you for this. He did not read what actually happened there. He just pull a video and show your audience what to see. You would have read what Peter Obi went there to do. So if you have read the news, you would have seen.
Can you please tell us what he went there to do, my brother?
Hold on, Thomas. Karen.
During the campaign season, he told those emir in Lafia that he's going to build a borehole, some area that they complain about 4 of them. So he has started that project. So he went there to supervise the work. So first of all, he met the emir in the palace.
During Ramadan.
One man, let me finish. So he went there because they call him for the supervision. So he first of all went to the emir, the palace. After the palace, they took him to the place where he was, the borehole was, the project was going on. So the emir now took him to where they are breaking their fast. It's a series of events that went there. He didn't just go there to start doing what you just posted. He went there to say thank you for voting for me. Let me also check the project that I promised these people. About 4 of borehole he was building there for these people. He doesn't know. He didn't just go there to start playing politics. I don't know. One man, he will just pull something. The one that suits you, that is what you always put out, but you will never read the whole story to your audience, and that's how they're now flying with it. So that's the only thing I came here to do.
Well, Emmanuel, thanks for that submission. Maybe I should withdraw some of the things that I said and put the blame on rational mind, because I guess I apologize to Peter B, because now it makes a lot of sense based on his narrative. So to rational mind thinking that it's okay, it shows that Peter B himself doesn't think it's okay. It just happens to be there during the Ramadan celebration of season.
Why blame me? Am I the one brought the topic up? It's not the one.
No, because you always want to support blindly. When we calm things down. Well, thanks to Manuel.
Why Ramadan time? Why is it Ramadan time?
Well, based on the narrative by Manuel, it makes perfect sense.
It doesn't.
They invited him to go there.
It doesn't even make sense. It's still not making sense. Please, Daddy.
Thomas,
don't withdraw that word. Don't withdraw it.
They invited him to go there.
Thomas, let me answer. I mean, one I know you want to move.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So why would you blame me? I came in here just as you came in here. I heard what's his name, Thomas and Ajale Koko making point that no, you should not go there. It's Ramadan. That's why I came in, just like you came in. And then I was arguing based on what I saw, what I heard them speaking. And now you're putting all the old blame on me. Instead of you to blame one man that brought the topic in the first place and never really gave us the substance of the topic. Even though I've seen videos, I've watched the videos. But the real crux of what took him there, like it was explained by Emmanuel, I didn't get that. I didn't know it was maybe because of borehole, whatever. I just felt maybe because it's Ramadan, what's his name? Tinubu invited some governors.
No, right now you take all the blame. See, if you had stood with Ajale Koko, that would have been better on his position.
You cannot blame me. It's up to you if you want to blame
me. I blame you. I don't blame one man. I don't blame Peter B. I blame you.
Let's move on, one man. Let's move on.
So in the night time, if we go and visit inspection of borehole in the night, when it's
what are you
don't
saying?
know what he's doing.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with what
in the morning.
Peter Obi did now. What did he do?
It is the evening time, towards the time to break the fasting. That is when he
Nigerian politicians go to Holy Ghost service now. Don't Nigerian politicians go to Holy Ghost Congress to do politics?
Ajale Koko, he have no intention to go to where they are breaking fast. He was taken there. He has never had intention to do that.
He was
taken there.
Let me just conclude, one man. And let's one man, you are talking about moving on. This is a big topic, one man. We are not moving on. We have
Yes,
to condemn this. Yeah.
yeah, maybe in the after hours you can revisit it. But let me take you to
Yeah, let me conclude before you move on. Yeah.
Thomas will
all right,
never
sorry.
move on. Thomas like it. Allow him.
all right, all right,
Yeah,
Thomas. back.
thank you so much. I like it. Yeah.
About
One man, if somebody tell you to put your hand inside the fire, let me use myself. So let me don't use. If somebody tell me to put my hand inside the fire, and I did put my hands inside the fire, that means I'm a fool. If anybody invited Peter Obi this time, this holy time of Ramadan, as a sensitive person that I think Peter Obi claim he is, he should have said, don't worry, guys, I will come and visit, but let it be at the end of Ramadan time. He can still visit those balls. Those balls are not running away. He can still visit them after Ramadan. We have to respect the holy time of fasting, as I expected the Muslims to respect holy time of Lent. So Peter Obi is not a sensitive person.
Thomas,
He doesn't.
Thomas, can I
No,
interject, please?
no. I want to move on after Thomas's. It's
I
meant
know,
to be just.
but I have to say something. I just want to say something.
It's just meant to be a little opener, something. Not.
I want to make it a very short question. I want to ask
right.
Thomas. Thomas, what I want to ask you is very short and direct, please. If he had visited after Ramadan, wouldn't you have also find something faulty with that and complain about it? I ask you a simple question.
No, I will not.
So, okay, if it's not, tell me anything Peter Obi has done that you really said that he did well, if not to criticize him, no matter what he does.
Yes, life is critical. You have people that will criticize
tell me
you.
one single thing he has done in you, within you. I remember you said he cannot even get 1 million votes. Now he got 6-point-something million votes. Now,
yes, but is he the president of Nigeria?
That you really say that he did well.
Yes, one thing I think Peter Obi did well in the last election, he awakened many. Can I finish? You asked the question.
Go ahead.
Can I answer you? Yeah.
Go ahead.
What one thing I think Peter Obi did in that election, he awakened the middle class and the youth to come out and vote. That's the only thing I think Peter Obi does. At least one. That is in my brain. But this time of Ramadan, yes. Do you want to say something, or you need to conclude?
No, you already answered my question. So let me conclude it, and then you can go on. That is all I want to say. Now, the thing is that it's a shame, because see what these politicians have done to all of us. You know, these people, they don't provide nothing for us. No electricity, no nothing. Look at what they have done for us. Every day we come here fighting about P2B this, Tinubu this. And we're supposed to be educated people and being led by this. Look at what sentiments happen to all of us. You understand? It's a shame. This man went there. If it was Tinubu that had invited Christians during this time to eat, he wouldn't find anything wrong with those Christians coming to see them. Or if it was an APC Christian that is going there, APC chieftain, a top APC man, but is a Christian that went there, you wouldn't complain, Thomas. And none of you, Agbado boys, will never ever see anything wrong with that. It's a shame. Look at what these people has done to all of you, and you're supposed to be educated. This is just disheartening. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me conclude with that interjection so that we can move on. There's no shame anything. There's not a shame anywhere. And more so, point of correction, I am not Agbado man. So one man, conclusion, Peter Obi lack the sense of reasoning or view the atmosphere that this is not a comfortable time to do that. He can still inspect those boreholes at the end of fasting of Ramadan. I felicitate with our brothers. Yeah. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. So, Thomas, I'm going to take you to one more topic, and then because the room is starting to populate, then I'll do 8 minutes round with
one man. Why don't you go ahead? So, I still have my section later. So go ahead with the next person. Yeah.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So we do that 8 minutes with.
Sorry, one man. Can I make a suggestion? because
Yeah.
I heard this 5 minutes, 8 minutes. I don't think it's kind of works with the kind of organic platform you have. My suggestion is, can you give people just two topics to speak on?
All right. All right. I'll go with that. I'm just trying to strike the
Yeah,
balance.
because the
The-
thing is, if
you,
you give someone like Ajan Lekoko and Mecca, people that are very expansive, they will talk everything talkable, then people won't really have much to say later on.
yes.
So
All
that's
right.
why I'm suggesting like you just split the topics.
All right, let's do that. Let's do that. So we'll do that, and then we'll kick it off with rational mind. So we kick it off with rational mind. Rational mind. So your two topics. We're still the lingering still of what happened in Delta State. Firstly, the names of the people that died has been released. So just because these are just innocent bystanders in games bigger than them. But are the names, it reads like from Sokoto with love. It's A. Ali, C.D. Shafar, and then D.E. Obi, which is one from the east, and then U. Zakari, a northerner, Yahaya Saudu, and then there's Yahaya Dambaba, and then Kabir Bashir, and then Bulus Haruna, and then Opeyemi, and then Bello and Nas, and then Haman Peter, just really to give them their full props because these are people that died in service. And then there's a man Peter, and then the names fade out. So there's one Abdullahi, another Abdullahi, and then the rest just reads like Northerner. So these are the faces now no longer with us, but just how gruesome. You know, it was one thing to have killed them, which is in itself just unconscionable, but then to then harvest them and butcher them, it was just. And the army is even urging people not, because apparently these people videoed it, and the army is even inviting people not to let that those videos go viral for reasons of respecting the dead and honoring these soldiers. So that's one space. And then let me take you here as well. Scores killed as angry soldiers raise houses in Bayelsa over Okwama massacre. So it looks as though the army, they are very quick to respond, but that response, of course, the army denies, and they debunk then that to say that the space has actually emptied, and there was really nobody to butcher. But what are you making of this now innocentes that got caught in the crossfire?
Well, man, it's so sad that these ugly incidents happen. Nobody should die. Nobody should be made to go this gory events. It's a sad event, and you see, it just speaks to the time bomb that we have in that country that is waiting to explode. Um, I will said it many times that except we sit down, we renegotiate that country, we restructure that country, we're not going anywhere. That doesn't mean that restructuring is the panacea. Don't get me wrong, but at least some of the hills that we are experiencing in that country, at least if not 80% of it will be resolved. Um, but if we continue applying, approaching it the way we're going with it, well, it will just keep escalating, and at some point, I think the center will not be able to hold anymore. We need to go back to what really happened in these communities. According to the news out there, that's another thing. That's another angle I want to come from. It's very hard for me to really put a finger to it as to because this various kind of, I mean, the different news that we are hearing as to what transpired, what really, how did this whole thing get to the point of what we are talking about today, the death of those soldiers. Is that there are many conflicting reports out there. So it's very difficult for one to say exactly this is what it is. But I would just want to go with some of the ones like the one you just provided to us here. Is that you see, um, there's a dearth, when I mean dearth, there's a decline Should I say there's a decline? Nigeria,
worry, I go in Bodega now. We know what it is.
yeah,
Carry on.
it's I understand just for people like Kulata that don't boy when moving so bad.
All right. I want.
There's a debt. Talogun lọ́bẹ pẹ̀lú debt. Talogun lọ́bẹ.
Àwọn ìlàjẹ kàwé ju àwọn ìjẹ̀ṣà lọ.
Àtàwọn yìí wọ́n lọ, àwọn ẹ̀yẹ lọ́kìlọ́mọ̀, kí àwọn ìjẹ̀ṣà ilẹ̀ àwọn iléṣà kí wọ́n mọ̀.
Gbọ́ kò látà àwọn ìlàjẹ kàwé jù yìí lọ.
Ìlàjẹ wo ló kàwé? Àwọn tó wà lódò tó ń pọnmi.
Ìlàjẹ odò.
Anyway, so my point is this: you see, one man, if you hear the stories going out there as to what led to this, is that there's been these two communities that have been fighting each other, and the Nigerian army were not being neutral. It seems that they were taking sides in this whole communal clash between these two people. Woman, you see, I just don't know what to say as to this topic, because the little I just want to say is this: is that Tinubu needs just to handle this matter very well. I think he needs to set up.
No, but that space you are speaking to, it coheres, because when I heard about what happened, that was my immediate thought, that they couldn't have been peacemakers and be butchered in that way.
Yeah,
clearly
so,
they were partisan actors.
Yeah, exactly. But that is why I said it's very difficult for us, because the mainstream media didn't even say the way I've just said it now. There are some snippets of videos that are being done of people hiding in bushes across those areas, those regions, that are afraid of their lives. These people are being some undercover. What should I say? Undercover. Some journalists, investigative journalists, they were going underground to as far as even interviewing these people and like disguising them, maybe their voice and everything, to tell the world what actually transpired. But the mainstream media did not say this. Not even the Nigerian military even said this, that this is what happened. The guys, I mean, what they keep saying is that, oh, they went there on a peacekeeping mission to go and settle the thing. But then we're hearing that, no, there is something more than that. And apart from that, there is even another angle to it, another slant to this whole thing, is that there's a huge criminality going on in that area. That possibly these people that were these people that were killed,
oil bunkering and stuff like that.
Yeah, oil bunkering is part of it too. So you see, I just think Tinubu needs to address this. I mean, approach this matter with care, so that it doesn't escalate and it doesn't become something other. Because I just noticed that anytime when the Yoruba man is there, or so, shall I say Yoruba man, let's assume Tinubu is a Yoruba man, we usually see this kind of communal, this ethnic crisis going on in the south. I've seen that pattern. I read that with Obasanjo, and I see that also happening on that Jonathan too, to some extent. But my point is this: is that we will never hear the true story as long as we want to go by this mainstream media, and that's why it's very difficult, because everybody believes the mainstream media has been, oh, they have the truth, they have the substance of this whole. But no, there are some different things out there that you will never see on mainstream, and they never show it, because they want to maybe appear like the anti-Nigeria, because if they're telling Nigerians that, oh no, it's because there's criminality going on there that the military also are involved in. That criminality now will make it look like the military are not saying the truth. I mean, we've seen the military always give false narrative out there too. Recently, there was some narrative that the military was throwing out there, and it turns out to be like it was a lie. So if the Nigerian military also is engaging in propaganda, which APC is known to do, I mean, it tells you a lot you need to know. So my point is this: is that I would just want to be careful what I'm going to say. I just believe what I'm going to say is that nobody deserves to die, either civilian or the military. But it's so sad that these guys who lay down their life to defend that country, they had to go this way, and their family will miss them. I just believe, you see, we keep saying it. Tinubu needs to take the bull by the horn. Need to confront this matter. Let us call for a total restructuring, some kind of a national sovereign conference where every ethnic group will be represented, so that we can discuss this matter. I think that's because this Ijaw issue with the Urhobos, it has always been something there, but we've never seen it escalate to this point of what it gets to recently. The other one, the OD we heard about, was when Obasanjo sent there were some maybe communal clashes between themselves, and he sent them, and then we saw that one of the communities killed the police and killed the army. But this kind of what we're seeing right now, that some people are taking sides, and the Nigerian army also are complicit in it, like they said. Because from what I saw, another video I saw on another platform was that they said,
but that's an anecdote, though. What you're saying, it's not verified that
that's
they
what
are
I'm saying.
taking.
It's verified by who? Who's verifying
Yeah.
it now? That's the question. Who is verifying? You see, that's what I'm saying to you. We go by what the mainstream media are telling us, because they seem to be like they are the yardstick in determining what was that word they use now? What was that? Use that word now. Is it verified? What do you call it? Verified? What was that word they use now? So
I
people,
don't know. Yeah, talking
use the
about
word now, but that's why I'm just going. So we don't have to wait for the mainstream media to verify news for us. We've known that these people are also complicit in dishing out propaganda that they want the state wants us to hear, without wanting us to hear the whole true narrative of what really happened. In that clip there,
so if you are privy to the truth, can you tell us the truth? What actually happened there?
privy.
Since you are saying it, all you saying the
I'm not in the know
main
anymore.
propaganda.
But
Tell us the truth.
No, it's not talking about truth or not. I think it's talking about the preponderance of probabilities.
So that speaks volume of somebody who dwell much on propaganda. What you have been reported is the truth. Every other one is just an abstract. It's just Awawi.
So all the investigative journalists that were going on the ground and asking, doing their own fact finding, and we find out that
if they burn them well, let them come to the front of camera and tell what actually happened. The main issue is that soldiers were killed mercilessly. That is the main issue. It's not about, it's not like Lekki Toge where you have people reported being shot, right? So if there's any civilian being killed by the soldier, let them bring the body out.
I see.
So they don't have any reason why they should kill those people in that manner. That is the matter. Every other one, the oil bunkering, whatever you are referring to, is just a secondary issue. The fact that they kill those people for no reason, that is the main issue.
Yeah.
Speak to the point. Don't go and be, go into the corners and blame it to no.
You will not tell. No, I've never blamed Tinubu here. Have I blamed Tinubu?
It's just like when Fashola found the camera weeks after the toll gates incident. And the camera that recorded everything was still there. Weeks after.
All right. Let's manage the interjections.
Woman, please. See, for me, you see what Ade just said now. I just know the way we are going now in this time and age that we are living now is that we need the mainstream media to verify what is the truth. I mean, I kind of wonder then if we are to go by what the state is dishing out to us, they want us to know, and then we look at that as the only truth, all because Tinubu is there now, right? Now suddenly now the mainstream media is the or whatever they dish out to us from the channels that they use in dishing out. If anything contrary to that, it is a lie. I don't know where we're going now. That is why I just decided to want to stay out of this whole thing for some time, because it's so maddening that you will hear one report and hear another conflicting report here and there. It's just like, what are we trying to make of this? Because you know that there's propaganda somewhere. If somebody is saying there's another way, then there must be something wrong. So I just said the Nigerian military, they've been complicit in propaganda. They've been caught in lying in many instances of things that were not factually true. So how can you believe them in this matter now? And I didn't want me to believe that. Yeah, what they say that no.
They are saying they've not gone to savage the community, but
we're seeing videos. We're seeing videos of them burning.
We're seeing videos of our buildings being burned, and there are reports that 11 people dead so far.
Mm-hmm. And then that is making us to believe that no. Okay, now the question is this.
Hold on. Kulata, check your phone. Carry on.
So now those 11 people that were civilians that were killed, where are their bodies? Did you see any of their bodies? They will never show us. But there are some people who have been able to capture those things because they said it's gory. They can't show it to us, whatever. I don't know. I've not seen any, but that's what I heard. But my point is that, but did the mainstream media, did they report that 11 bodies? They'll never report that to you. They only show you maybe like on Arise Today. I only saw that the same video that most of us have seen of the gunboats on the creeks, and then you saw those houses burning. That's all we all saw. But what about those 11 bodies? They will never tell us about it. So, and now they want me to believe that because they did not tell us, if we hear some other place, it's a lie. Come on. You see, at this point, I don't
Rational
even know.
mind. Rational mind. Ruben Abati was trying to be smart by half. I think he was actually sounding stupid. He just said 28 people dead so far. So he did not make any, he did not like try to be clear, which are soldiers and which are civilians. But just to let you know, they made mention of it, but they weren't clear.
It's just because when we say this
It was
now,
being
say,
stupid.
where's the body? Like with the electric toll gate, where are the bodies? You see, one man, I see, I just for my own sanity, I just thought, can we go to another topic? Because I don't even know what to make of this topic anymore, because I know there are people covering up things here. There's much more than what we know about this topic of this. But it's so sad, like I said, I'm with Chade and other people on that thing that happened to those our servicemen. They gave their life to serve, to protect our country, and they should not be dealt with in that way. But you see, when they get orders from above, because they're just, ordinary low-ranking men, probably, they have to follow orders. They're in the army. But look at how they gave up their army, how they gave their life to this. They were just caught in this crossfire of being annihilated by the way they were annihilated. But the people who are really behind these things, who are profiting from these things, they've used them as a pawn. They've just used them as an instrument. Look at how they just use their stuff out of their life. So I think I'm telling this to our servicemen. If you know that you have your life to live under this Tinubu regime, just resign. Just don't start Nigeria, because Nigeria is not worth dying for. That country is not worth dying for. The way it is right now, it's not worth dying for. For me, if I have a brother serving or any friend, I will tell them, look, Nigeria is not worth dying for at this point. They'll just use you, and then they'll just drop you, and then your family will just suffer. Nothing will be given to them. So it's so sad that they go, but I think Tinubu needs to approach this matter with care and go to the very bottom of what is really matter. And this military force and whatever brutal force that they're using, I don't think it's going to solve it, because some people will still be feeling hurt. So you need to really see how you can douse this tension and reconcile these communities. If you have to bring all the chiefs, their heads in that community, bring them together, call them to a parley, and then talk to them and let them go back, and also involve the state government and the chairman of those areas. Let them sit down and see what was really what is at the bottom of all this thing. Not all this, they are set up one committee, and at the end of the day they sit under the carpet, they cover it, and we never hear anything anymore. And then only for us to wait for another 2-3 years again, another time bomb blow up again. So I don't know. Like I said, one man, for me, it's only just restructuring, or we just we just scrap that country called Nigeria. That's all. Give me another topic, please.
All right, let me take you to something that will not stress you so much. Our Saudi Aramco CEO says energy transition failing. World should abandon fantasy of phasing out oil. And there is some veracity to this, by the way, a rational mind. This narrative of electric cars, it has plateaued, and is even trying to starting to reverse this narrative of. And he brought out some quite telling statistics that tells us that all of these alternative sources, they don't really still, in over 2 decades, they've not really contributed more than a 3 to 4% shift from oil. And the anticipation from all of the experts in the industry is that the consumption of fossil fuel is going to increase to its highest heights by 2030. So what are you then making of this? Trying to move away from oil, but the taste of it being too sweet.
Woman, you see, this is how I'm going to approach this question you just asked me. Here in the city where I live here, and the other 2 states that I straddle between from time to time, I would say, like the state of California, I think they had a target that in the next, I think 2030, by 2030, almost like by the turn of this decade, they will totally stop fossil fuel from being for powering their vehicles. I think New York already passed that law too. Washington State too, they are also at very cusp of it, and also Oregon. So my point is this: is that I don't know where this Saudi Aramco's, but what I just want to say is this: the world's population is expanding. 5 billion humans. Now it's almost like if not almost 8, if not over 8 billion humans now on this earth. So there will be need for more commodities and stuff to be used. Yeah, as long as we continue having the population of the world increasing, there'll be demand for this fossil fuel will be demanded. But I want to say this: in recent times, in cities where I live here, we're seeing more and more electric cars. More and more electric cars.
Does the infrastructure in your city support it? Because the argument against electric cars is, one, it takes forever to charge, which is a nuisance. That's one. And then two, there is not sufficient enough charging ports, which is another nuisance. That's two. But the biggest thing is the weight of it on the national grid. You know, like for instance, if those states that you're saying are going to convert fully to electric cars, if they convert to electric cars, do they have sufficient enough to satisfy on the national grid?
You see, woman, this way you're asking this question. You see, we need to go to we need to analyze this whole energy issue clearly. Maybe the developing countries do not have the infrastructure to sustain it. But countries like where I live here, Canada, even in Europe recently that I went, I saw a lot of the EV cars. China is importing a lot of EV cars into America. And I think even Trump is saying that he's going to stop China from doing that. But then if you look at some decades ago, nobody even knew much about EV cars. But now they are building more and more infrastructures to support them. But if you talk about countries like Nigeria, yeah, maybe we don't have infrastructure. We still have to deal with the fossil fuel for now, just to be able to get by. Our vehicles have to be powered by fossil fuel. But then for me, I just think with time, because if you look at it, OPEC keep cutting quotas that they give to countries. Have you answered that question? Why is that? Some people can argue that America is selling crude oil. Yeah, they are selling. They are selling to countries like those, no doubt, developing countries. When they are foreign into the oil market now, it's also cutting the quotas that other countries should be having through OPEC. But apart from that too, for the fact that more and more people are going EV now, they are going more like electric cars, electric powered vehicles now. It tells you that aspect that people are supposed to be who are commonly probably using fossil fueled vehicle are now using. That's a chunk of it. So my point is this: the point I'm trying to make with this topic you're asking me, this question you're asking me, is that maybe with developing countries, not even China that is one of that has the hugest population. So most, if not at least a chunk of their vehicles now is also electric. So how about that? So I think Saudi Aramco needs to wake up and smell the coffee that the world is gradually evolving into that time whereby maybe in Western countries like developed countries. Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, but you know, the question we should ask the Aramco MD is that why is Saudi Arabia so much in a haste to diversify their economy?
That is it. They too are already going EV too now. I mean, they're already going. A lot of their. I heard from somebody there saying that they are already going. Electric now too. So if they are selling,
you realize that they are having opening their some of the emerging market like the entertainment, hospitality. They are trying to change that narrative so that they won't be caught off guard when this revolution of electric vehicle eventually gain ground, because they're going to be at the losing end. So they are trying to compete with the likes of Dubai, the UAE, so that at least they will have something to bank on. It's just a matter of time. So if you ask him that question, why is this host country, is so much in a haste to change the narrative and be like the Western world?
Yeah.
All right, Rasuname, before you respond to that, let me give you this let me give you this paragraph. I had it lined up just now. Let me give you this paragraph. Carry on, actually. When I get there, I'll let you know.
So yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Adi, well, on that. You see, for me, it's just you see this bobo that Saudi Arabia likes to sell to the other people. They've always, I think they're like snake in the green grass. They're like green mamba. They will be just like, okay, look at how they. I mean, let me.
All right. Sorry, that's mine. Let me give you two paragraphs. It says, right, developing nations in the global south, meanwhile, will drive oil and gas demand as prosperity rises in those nations, which represent more than 85% of the global population, the CEO said. These nations receive less than 5% of the investments targeting renewable energy, he said. He further said, the world should focus more on reducing emission from, there's some data coming that might change your mind. The world should focus more on reducing emissions from oil and gas in addition to renewables. The CEO said efficiency improvements alone over the past 15 years has reduced global energy demand by almost 90 million barrels per day, oil equivalent. So hold that as a data. Wind and solar, however, have substituted only 15 million barrels over the same period. So what that is telling you is that cleaner oil is more the direction rather than substituting oil, because the uptake for alternative energy is not at all affecting the demand for oil, but cleaner oil is affecting that the consumption of it. That's what it's saying.
Woman, I don't know if you've seen. See, this is why I don't know all these statistics we keep seeing out there, different statistics. I don't know if you're aware that some vehicle manufacturers in America now, they've cut down on manufacturing fuel-powered vehicles. They're concentrating more now on. I know, like that. If you like you said, that report said, he said, developing countries, they will be the only people that will be using these things. Those countries that are now we consider more as developed, like where you are living, probably where you're living there in the UK, and some of you that lives in some of the European Union, well-developed European Union countries, and some of us living here in Canada and America here. You understand that there's this huge chunk of vehicles here that are now electric powered. Now, if you talk about cleaner kind of oil, I don't know what kind of oil are you talking about? I mean, have they developed any kind of oil that would emit lesser CO2 into the atmosphere, or what? Is that what you're saying? Then you should be asking yourself a question: why is it that some big oil companies like Shell, ExxonMobil, why is that they're divesting their investment from oil? Why are they doing that? So a lot of them, they've cut down now. A lot of those big multinational companies or oil companies, they are almost, I mean, taking up, winding down their portfolio in oil and gas. I mean, oil. Let me say, gas, oil. So you see, for me, we just have to wait and see how this plays out. But for me, I think you see, this distraction in Nigeria is not really making our government to sit down to even make any plans. Because every time we come here, it's always we have to talk about Tinubu shenanigans and his criminal organization government that he has running that country. That our focus is always always and every it's guaranteed that every day we're going to be diverted from the main issues about human development in that country. We'll not talk about human development in that country. All we'll be talking about is Tinubu this, Tinubu that, the OB this, OB that, and Nigerian military this. And
why are you circling back to Tinubu? Why?
No,
why?
Tinubu. How did they get to Tinubu?
I'm saying we're not talking about the very substance of our development. How we look at Saudi Arabia. I mean, I'm not Saudi Arabia to be very, very snake in the green grass. These people, they will be telling the world one thing, and then they are busy doing something different. Do you know what they are doing in that country? I mean, those people, they think light years ahead, and then before you know it, and then we'll be caught unaware. You see, the point I'm trying to say here is this: that our government needs to sit down and start thinking about how to develop the country, how to make the country prosperous. You know, seize the opportunity that in some years' time now, oil might be gone. Nobody will be demanding. I mean, we've been hearing recently that Nigerian oil, people are not demanding for Nigerian oil much like before. Even the quota they give us, the 1 million point, 1.4 million oil that we're giving to be churning out from that country. We're not even meeting up. Let's forget that. Even though if we meet up, who's going to buy them? Who's going to buy those oil from us? America doesn't buy our oil anymore.
Rational.
One of our huge partners when it comes to oil, they're not buying our oil again because they have their own
rational
oil.
Mind.
All right, Maurice, let him land so I can come to you. I think, yeah.
Yeah. So my point is that woman. I know this topic. Everybody there is giving out different statistics as to what might happen. You said what? Go on, Maurice. Please, woman. Let me just land. Okay, go on, please, Maurice. Is that Maurice?
No. Hold on. Just land Rational Mind. Just so that we can move.
Yeah. So my point is this. Please, I beg your indulgence.
Yeah. Carry on.
So my point is this, woman, is that I just don't know.
Everyone interjects, and anytime I want to interject,
no. Can you hold on? Can you hold on? Can you? No,
woman, please. I beg you. Let Maurice just come in. Okay,
everyone. If you don't want me to, Maurice, I can go out.
It's up to you what you do. Can you hold on? Let Rational Mind land because he's been he's had the mic for long enough, and then after he lands, I'll come to you. So rather than in the interjection, you take the floor. So Rational Mind, bring it home.
All right. So woman. You see, we need to just read the signs. The signs are that many multinationals are divesting. A lot of people are not buying our oil anymore. Even those people that are OPEC keep cutting quotas that they give to each country. If we're giving 2.5 million barrels per day, they've cut it down to 1.6, 1.4, 1. This and that, and it goes up again, depending on how China factories or Asian factories they are producing will determine if they need our oil. But then it is certain that the quotas that these countries were having before, it's no longer what it used to be. But if it seems that there is still demand for oil, I think it's because the world population keeps increasing, especially in developing countries like in Africa and in some Southeast Asia, Southern Asian countries. The demand for it will be high because the infrastructure we talked about that some developed countries have, like America, Canada, and maybe some European countries, they do not have it there. And so they will still need oil to power some of their industries and their cars over there. But as they too start embracing this cleaner energy kind of, not oil, cleaner energy kind of energy, in terms of maybe like powering them through solar or through some kind of lithium battery or whatever, then it's going to mean that oil gradually will be less and less sales of oil. But the question is, what is our country doing? If not because of this issue that we're beset in that country with everyday politics of crap that we see every day. They're being distracted. They're not making any plans for the future. All they're thinking about is how to our what's it called? The central bank issue with Forex. That's what we're still dealing with right now. We're not even having to even move past that. So, woman, maybe when I get time again, we will come back to this topic or other topics. But for me, in conclusion, I think there is going to be a decline very, very fast in demand for oil. And I put it at that.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you. So that's the majestic Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. Up next, Maurice. But on our way to Maurice, let me signpost what's coming up next Sunday. Dupsy back with the bank, as we saw on Sunday, and she's not letting up Sunday coming as well. So the topic for Dupsy, the link to Dupsy's session in the comment section. Click on it, bookmark it. You don't want to miss Dupsy's session. I can tell you that for certain. As an African parent, would you let your rich son marry a single mother? So that is the moral maze that Dupsy is going to walk us through on Sunday. So as an African parent, yeah.
Do people pay for slot on your channel now?
How
because I'm thinking like Gypsy pay for a slot?
No. Well, we are experimenting with. I want to move the content away from the heavy hitting politics every single day. So one day Sunday we take a break from politics and just this. Yeah. So if you want to.
I'm thinking, why don't you open up a TV station? Then everybody will become slot. Obedience will pick up slot.
You said that in jest, but I'm actually open to having an obedient run a session. If you're willing to do it, then you can run Saturdays, and go wild with Unzobu
I'll
politics.
forget all this Paco panelists. It's okay.
And go wild with Unzobu. I'm actually actively looking for that because I think it's necessary for the balance.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So up next, Maurice. Maurice, you're up next. Maurice Baba, you see now we want to hear from him. You see, have you taken umbrage? Look at his vex now. Okay, don't worry, I'll give you sweets, Maurice. If you're on mute, I'll give you sweets.
Hello,
Maurice. There you are. So yeah, good to have you, Maurice. How are you?
No,
Maurice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Hello.
We can hear you. Can you hear me? We can.
Yes, I don't know what's wrong with my mic this evening. It just keep bickering. Yeah, I just don't know. Just don't know.
It's
well,
clear.
You can hear me now, right?
It's clear. Yeah, it's clear and lucid. So if you can hear me, then the conversation is taking place.
Okay. Your mic knows you are not going to tell the truth. That's why it's making a
they were just let him flow for a moment. Yeah. So Maurice, the floor is yours. Maurice.
No, Dewale is trying to walk up my face, but it's okay.
Because they know you are such a prickly little.
Maurice, you know what I said? I said the mic knows you are not going to tell the truth. That's why it's muting on you.
I don't know where we are now.
That's why I say you're trying to, but I get the banter.
Oh, all right, carry on. Yeah.
I get the banter. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Like I want to talk about the electric EV cars. You see, the thing is, I don't think oil will be phased out anytime soon. I don't think, contrary to what Rana Mind said, because if you check, in the world we have about 197 countries plus other territories, right? And among those 197 countries, you find out that the ones that are not yet developed are much more at numbers, the ones that are really developed. Even here in Norway, Norway is one of the people in Europe that I think they are very strong when it comes to electric vehicles and clean energy vehicles. You understand? Like here, the most common EV car here is Tesla. You see, and I don't think any country in Europe no country in Europe uses more Tesla than Norway. It's common here. It's like KK, this place. So, but the problem I have with EV cars is that, number one, you have two types of charging points. You have the one that they have the super point, the one, and they have them very few stations. And then you have the one that is always on the side street, maybe in front of your house. But that one it takes ages. People do charge overnight even. And if everybody's rushing to plug in their car, if you're late, that's it, you're screwed. Or you have to go to those super fast one. That one costs like 50 krona, to 45 krona to charge. So, but countries like in Africa, mostly Africa, Southeast Asia, and South America, and a lot of Caribbean countries where you don't have a steady power system, and the infrastructure, it's not just only electricity. Those charging points also, you need to get it, and also it takes a lot of effort on the national grid. So I think fossil fuel will still be around for decades and decades if not even in the next 100 years, we'll still be using it until it's going to take a while. And another thing is also EV cars. You find out that actually the car, like Tesla, let's say you can get a Tesla for 120,000 euros, dollars, which is about 1. Before it used to be 900,000 krona, but you can get like 1 million krona now. But you find out that the battery alone costs like here, as of 3 years ago, the battery alone costs close to 400,000 to 500,000. The battery, and
sorry,
lasts
sorry.
only 5 years. That means after 5
sorry,
years, you need to change that battery.
Can anyone hear me? Can you hear me, Thomas? Maurice?
Hello?
How much is that in real money? That 100,000, that 100,000 kronas. How much is that in real money?
Krona. As of this to now, before krona has come down in value a little bit, so like it's about 10.3 krona should be about $1 US, and the 11 point something krona is about what is changed. I exchanged it on Revolut to I wanted to send money home, so I exchanged euro for 11 point something krona for. But if you go to like Western Union, they can charge up to 12, 13 krona because of the service charge. They pay salaries and everything and rent. But if you go on Revolut, that's the best way to change it. But the best way, let's say now you're a tourist, you come here, you want to exchange your money, your pound to krona, the best place to change it is the ATM machine on the street. That gives you the right bank rate. But official bank rate is about 10 point something for dollar and 11 point something for euro, for €1. So let's say 1.1 million krona should be around close to 100,000 euros. So, and 1.1 million krona is a little more than $100,000. So, and that's the cost of, you get some Tesla there, but you have the SUV Teslas. You understand now?
All right,
so
carry on.
You have the SUV, but the problem is that the battery costs like almost half of the price of the car, and it can only last for 5 years. And after 5 years, you need to change those batteries. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? And the charging point is just, imagine now getting stuck in the middle of highway. Let's say you're driving from Oslo to Frankfurt, and you get stuck on Autobahn, especially in Denmark, where they have all those motorways that there's no charging point up there. You understand? So I prefer petrol cars that use petrol to EV cars. Why? Because of at least reliability. You know, you can always find a petrol station where you can go top up. And but when it comes to the only advantage EV cars have, that I don't know of where you guys are. I don't know now of UK, because I've not been living in UK for some time there now. So, but I know that here you get free parking wherever you park, because it's green energy. You don't pay, and there's a lot of tax exemptions.
It's the same here as well. You get the tax breaks.
Okay.
Netherlands, and even you don't get congestion charging. You know the ring fence London where you charge.
Yes, all those cameras that flash, you have to pay road tax and everything. You don't pay those things here in Norway. You know, it's free if you are driving EVM cars, but it has to be
all that is done to encourage people to switch. Maurice, can you hear me?
Yes.
One man, please.
Yeah.
I think your system is lagging. That is why we cannot interject you when we should be interjecting you. I don't know if you want to like.
Okay, go ahead. I'm following you.
Yeah. Okay. It's because your system is lagging. Anyway, so my question is this. I mean, what I just want to say is this. One man. The article, the second article that I just pasted in that comment, in that private chat, you will see. Now, Maurice, you continue. I just want to say this. the U.S.
Go ahead.
government, the U.S. government, and some states and some counties here, they have a policy. Like one of the counties where I work, is that they have more than half of their fleets are EV cars. I drive EV cars. I mean, EV county EV car for
Right.
work. So now you just look at that. Now, when even like if you go to some of these companies that loans, I mean, that rent out car rentals, some of their fleets, a chunk of their fleets now is also EV cars. Then they still have the regular fossil fuel cars. But my point is that what we're saying here is that it is gradually looking like at some point we're going to see a real huge decline in demand for oil, for petrol. For
that point is not coming anytime soon.
Yes,
not within
it's
the next
maybe the next 100 years.
Who are the highest users of now you talk about people who are emitting greenhouse gases. Who are the people who are the most the huge biggest?
China
and America and Europe. Now these people are going green now, in the sense that they are gradually transitioning into cleaner energy. So those countries
you know
like Nigeria,
you know that motor vehicles, they're just a tiny little subset of the use of fossil fuel. It is used in so many industries. It's not just about changing cars into electric. That wouldn't,
Right,
you know.
right.
So do you know that some city transportation now they're also using electric and gas. So like the city here I live here.
Of course, here in Europe. Here in Europe, especially Holland, Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Sweden, even in Germany, especially if you go like the part of Germany, the one close to German side that is closer to Switzerland, and the one back to Holland, like Düsseldorf, Duisburg, and Cologne. Those areas is all mostly electric buses, city buses they use. Now, but what I'm trying to say is that even China, talking about China, I had somebody mention China. I have a partner, a business guy I do business with, you know. I do international business from Pakistan. He just bought one SUV from China, and that SUV is he bought it for 800,000 krona. That was about 2 weeks ago, you know. And then when he came to my office this evening, I was talking with him. Then I didn't know that SUV he bought, he can use electric on it. He can switch to petrol. He can also switch to gas. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's hybrid now. That's hybrid. You're talking about hybrid.
Yes.
That's hybrid.
Yeah, you can switch. I know, but this one is like 3-in-1. This 3-in-1, but it's a very, very modern concept that because if you switch to the electric, you go there full percent, then even it's become green and whatever. So if this thing is going away, China is pushing out a lot of those cars, because that's why I'm saying petrol will be around maybe for the next 100, 200 years. I don't think any of us will witness when everybody will be using electric car, especially in Nigeria, where people, our leaders are thinking more of the next election than infrastructure.
Maurice, imagine it in Nigeria. You power up your petrol generator to charge your electric car. Imagine that as a concept. But take us to
imagine. Okay, one man.
Yeah.
That is
Can I
even
interject you, Maurice, for a second?
One man. That is even better. Imagine you charge your car with your generator, and then before you see welcome to Edo State, your car in that jungle, your battery will go down. What do you do there? You understand? Imagine in the middle between Ondo and
you surrender to Boko Haram. You surrender to Boko Haram. That's what you do.
No, I will call somebody like Ajele Kuku. May he come help me.
One man.
Yeah.
I think there's something we are messing up here. For now, the goal is not to completely eradicate fossil fuel. Even the environmentalists know the importance of these God-given natural resources. The goal is to reduce the impact of fossil fuel degradation on the mother health. So what they're trying to do is, if at all in the next 100 years, 80 years, 90 years, side by side you have the fossil fuel pairing with this renewable energy that could help with the reduction in the uh, carbon emission.
Footprint. Yeah.
Yes, so that we can have more cleaner heart, in such a way that, because we don't see the impact of how we pollute this heart. So at the end of the day, they realize that the impact of this carbon emissions, impact more of the ecosystem. So that is the reason why you see the race of trying to get this renewable energy to the point whereby we're able to have or subsidizing, or having alternative instead of just overly dependent. So that is the goal. Even the environmentalists will tell you they understand this, that you can't completely take away, fossil fuel, because, like you said, automobile is just one aspect of the industry using the fossil fuel. You have the industrial, you have the aviation, you have, So at the end of the day, and there's a competition, a huge competition between those countries that are actually, depend on the, exploration of oil and all that, and then you have the country. Even as a matter of fact, the state that I live at is a conservative state. They embrace this idea. I was even stunned. I was surprised. Tesla had to move to Texas. They moved the assembly to Texas. Now you see Tesla in the street of Texas. Every corner you turn, you see Tesla, which I found really hard. But that is where they found themselves. So the goal is not to completely eradicate, but just to reduce, the overall dependence on fossil fuel. But I think we are getting there. I said it on this platform one time. That is, a time will come. Countries like Nigeria will have nothing. Yeah. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Thank you.
Sorry, one man. I'm sorry, guys. I know we need to move on. But the thing we're not trying to analyze here is how is that impacting on our source of revenue in Nigeria? Because if the people that are buying our oil, mostly the European countries and America and Canada, if they are cutting down, there's no need, they are not seeing any need to buy our oil anymore. Who's going to buy our oil? Are we prepared for what is to come?
No. Rational mind. It actually impacts on us positively, because yes, as we've already discussed, the demand for oil is not really going anywhere anytime soon. But now this new demand for alternative energy, we also have lithium, which is one of the key components of that. So it actually expands our economy, the world gravitating towards a cleaner space, because one of the key components, in fact, several of the key components we also have.
But I know, you see, this is what you just said. Now, okay, let me not go that way. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. The lithium you're talking about, what have you ever seen any, have you seen any public accounts as to how much is being sold? Like we see, at least we know that OPEC gave us so amount of oil to sell. At least from there you can deduce and you can say, okay, plus or minus, this is the amount we must have gotten into our foreign exchange, into our coffers. How many of those ones have we seen with the lithium we have in Nigeria? So my question is this: how are we prepared to show that we're truly ready for what is to come? Because if these countries that are buying our oil, they are gradually not buying our oil anymore.
Rational mind.
Go on.
Yes, of course I have to go on. You're supposed to interject. This is my time you're taking, So can you still hear me, please?
Go on. I said go on. I'm listening. We're listening. We are listening. Go on.
Okay. Now, the thing I'm trying to say is that the rational mind, I get your point. Listen, when it comes to Nigeria, that the country is in a chaos, because I've been thinking, searching my mind, But the more I think and the more I search my mind, the less I seem to find any answer how the country will ever move forward. I mean, we are too divided and too individualistic. The only thing I see everybody's mind there now, they don't even hide it. Some people can steal, and then at least they are afraid, but this time they're not even afraid. This one will say, I took you gave me only 2 billion, or you took 5 billion, you took 500 million, and you gave me only 200 openly, and there's no accountability. Nothing happens. Everything is just. I think the best thing when we come to development and infrastructural development, it's like the best thing is to, if they can have a very clean agreement and go back to the way we are, really through federalism, develop at your own pace. People manage themselves, because this centralized something is not working, and I don't see any way we go any forward. Do you understand me? The place is too corrupt that even a little child of 11 or 10 or 11 playing football and I was watching them. An SUV drive by. He said, bros, you see this car? A little boy of 10. By the time I get to 18, I must drive it. He's telling his mates. You understand me? So he's not even thinking of how to go into school and getting a proper education. No. So I don't know how we're going to move forward. It breaks the heart because we live here. We don't live here. Let me tell you something. Only poor people live in Europe. And only poor people live in Europe, especially like Africans. Try to understand what I mean. Rich, all these people who are rich, they don't live here. They live back there in Africa, and they come here on holiday, come to Paris to shop. If everything is fine with all of us, we won't be here. Do you understand me? So, but now we are in a dilemma, because even if you have that money, you can't. I feel sorry for people from up north. But with all due respect, I also think, to be honest to you, I also think that the bane of our underdevelopment and lagging and all these things is because we are muddled up with the northern part of the country. With all due respect, I know somebody will say, but I think the northern part of the country is the reason where we're being dragged backwards. Because it's always the only thing they have to contribute now. I get them before, not the property. So the only thing they have now to contribute to hold the country to ransom. If you talk, they say we have the population if election comes. So that means that's the only thing you have. They're not contributing anything. There's gold in Samfara. The federal government is not even touching it. Why? Because Samfara said they say this gold belongs to us. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So the North is actually the reason we are being dragged backward. And you will see little countries like Togo, Niger Republic now will overtake us one time. Now that they can deal and sell their natural resources directly, and too much tribes, a country with more than 500 different languages, then how is it going to have progress? Then it's extremely difficult. If we can develop at your own pace, no matter what you have, that country, every state has something. But because of this oil money, then people became lazy. And that everybody's waiting for allocation. You see? So if we can go back to true federalism, just restructure the place. If they say not restructuring, but what beats me is that Tinubu himself was one of those who carried Blackard fighting over restructuring during the Abacha time. Now that he's in position, now he's dragging his feet. So how can we move forward? If there's, at least to move forward, we have to have sincerity, tell ourselves the truth. These people, they know the problem. But looting is the order of the day. Look at other people. God created all of us, even according to history. And Dr. Lupi, the one who discovered the oldest skull. We black people came before the white people. Every human came, we are the oldest, but now we are the one. These people are talking about going to the moon and everything. We are fighting about who have to share 2 billion and 3 billion. So instead of moving forward, we're thinking of next election. When are we going to be able to say, forget about even electric cars? to say that we're not even proud of our own product. If you make any product now, let's say now in Oshobo now, Osho State, a product, a factory there that makes it and put it made in Oshobo, a lot of Nigerians will not buy it. They will say, it's low quality. But once you see made in Japan or made in this, they buy it. How can we have progress when we're thinking like that? If you wear a shoe now made in Aba, they say, that local shoe Aba made. But the same Aba made, or shoe made in Ibadan, they will package it, send it to Ghana. Ghana will send it, then it has value. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I don't think the way everything is, I don't think in our lifespan, maybe by God's grace, our grandchildren may see, because the corrupt ones are breeding more corrupt ones. The ones following them are going to be worse. So may God help us. I yield the floor, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's a mighty Maurice. So we do it this way. We go Zita next. From Zita, we go to Kulata to Jewel of Nashville to Prince Daddy. So we do it in that order, and a bit more condensed. And we manage the interjection as well. Zita, you're up next. Zita.
One man, how you doing?
Sorry, woman, I don't carry pillow, so I go bed straight. You know, go reach short.
He go reach you now. It's the interjections that always slows these things down. But Zita, you're up next.
One man, actually, why I came in here this time of the day is because of that military.
All right. Okay. You've not had a submission. We spoke about it extensively yesterday, but
I am not satisfied with the extensiveness in which it was spoken. I am still struggling to wrap my head around what happened to those men. Information reaching me is that those redent even do the video. Now, I want to say something, because anytime I come to your platform, I listen to people, they always complain about the situation in Nigeria. And there, if I may say in quotes, try to show so much concern and so much empathy at what is happening in the country and how much they wish it to change. But from what I hear most times, I am not really too sure that's what they wanted. One man, can I ask you a question? And please help me if you have had an alternative answer or a debunk to what I want to ask. Is it really true that those villagers kidnapped somebody from another village?
Yes, they kidnapped the one of the sons of the leaders of a rival community, and then that rival community then because there's a military base based around that area that has a good relationship with the communities there. So they then went to the military to intercede, and then is in the process of that peacemaking is when this thing happened. But there's the speculation that the military were taking sides. And that was what led to what happened.
Okay. Those areas, Shell has location in those areas. I'm conversant with those areas. But let me say this. Since yesterday we've been speaking on this thing, nobody is seeing anything wrong in that word kidnap. You mean it is no longer a criminal act for somebody to go and kidnap another person? One man, at that point, the military has the power to invade that village and set that person up free. At that point. So when I hear people trying to give reasons why military officers of the Nigerian army should be treated the way they were treated, one man, let me say this on your platform. If Tinubu don't handle that matter very well, I'll be in forefront to campaign against him in 2027. I'm looking forward to what happened in Odi to happen in that community. You know why? In as much as I don't like what Obasanjo did in Odi, but when we sit down to put everything on the table, that was the last card. Because if he didn't do that, that place will be impassable today. You mean those rodents took the organs of military men to go and sacrifice to their gods? And people sit down here to look for reasons why it is convenient and justifiable for that thing to happen. And I ask, this campaign going around against military personnel, this campaign of abhor going about military personnel, that they do this, they do that, they do this. I hope one day those people carrying that campaign will not need their help. But I ask, if it is your brother that brought his life to serve a nation, even when he knows it is in his capacity to raid that village, to set that kidnappee free, he decides to go and speak to the elders. And he gets this. And I ask, will you be happy? By the way, people keep talking about innocent villagers. So for you to be a military personnel in Nigeria, you are no longer innocent. So those corners are not innocent. Nobody is talking about their lives.
The logic doesn't go here, what you're saying. The fact that they may or may not be innocent. So that's the first thing. But the thing really is the fact that they are innocent does not then mean that their loss then makes everybody else in that community guilty. So you know that all the perpetrators of this heinous crime would have been long gone from that community. So whoever they attack in that community almost certain to be an innocent person.
Woman, I have people in the military in Nigeria, and I know people in that village that work in Shell.
Madam Zita, can we interject you?
Let me finish, please. I have my facts. One man, that kidnap was not done by a group of people. It was a village thing because of the trouble they have among each other. It is not a personal, it's not like the normal kidnap in Nigeria that people go get somebody kidnapped. No. Actually, that kidnap was like, I don't know how to put it. If you don't succumb, this will happen to the guy. Nobody in that village that is not aware of that kidnap. And let me tell you something. When you ask for war, there is always casualties of war, according to the US military. And the most casualties are the civilians. And according to one of the generals in Nigeria that have gone to war, ascertained and won the war, he said, if you are living with criminals, and you know that place is a criminal dungeon, and you live there, there is no way you can prove to a military or law enforcement agent that you are innocent. So this idea that some villagers don't know or they are innocent is beginning to run coming. Because all of them know. And when the military came, they did not go to a particular boy or a man. They went to the elders. And for those trying to create reasons why military men should be treated this way, and I ask, if the military men are guilty, can you show us what they have done? It's not a mere speculation. Tell us, so time they did this. Look at the picture. But in this case, we didn't hear anything. The next thing we heard is that military men in Nigeria were dissected and their organs taken. And people sit down to make reasons why such a thing should happen. They no longer care about kidnapping. It doesn't make sense to anybody. So a community can go and kidnap somebody, and that's okay. Nobody is talking about that. And nobody is talking that It is even in the right of the military to invade that village and set that kidnapping free. Nobody is saying that. But what
it's not in the right of the military to do that. It's a police matter. It's a police matter.
That's what I'm saying.
Kidnapping is not a military matter.
Yeah, but when you get to a community where boys parade themselves with guns, you use the military.
No, it's still a police matter.
That's what I'm saying. Even in the United States, even here, if you get so bad, the military steps in. In that community, so bad. If they can be so bad for them to welcome the military, so bad for the military to go there to release any kidnapping in whatever way they want to. Nigerians are complaining about insecurity.
No, they can't do it in whatever they can't act extra judicially.
They can. They can't. When it comes to a criminal, one man kidnapping somebody is a criminal act.
Yes, but then you can't use criminality to resolve. I mean, they have to act within the ambit of the law. Otherwise, what's the purpose of the law?
If they are asked to release that boy, they will use every means possible to release that boy.
Yeah, within the ambit of the law. Yes, within the ambit of the law.
They will. So the argument in all of this is that the word that they kidnap somebody doesn't make any meaning to any of us again.
No, look, kidnapping happens every day in Nigeria. Is it every kidnapping that they call the military? It's a police matter. And whatever law enforcement is invited only to act within the prisms of law.
One man.
Not to go there and start shooting everybody.
Listen, if it is a community like that where police cannot operate, military is invited. But in this case, the military was not invited to come like act, which they can if they want to. They have the right to do that. If the military sees that somebody is kidnapped, they know about it, they can set the person free, one man, with any means possible. It's a criminal act. And if any law enforcement officer sees you committing crime, he has the right to disarm you in any way possible. I don't know if that law has changed anywhere in the world. But nobody is talking about that. Kidnapping somebody is a community. Going to another community to kidnap somebody is no longer a crime. They are innocent of it. And that's why my gallant soldiers should be dissected. One man, if your Tinubu does not handle that community, because I sit down here every day to wrap my head around the stories I'm hearing. Some of them are headless, you know that. They have retrieved some of their corpses. They don't have head. I hope you're aware of that. Those rodents took their head. And some Nigerians are busy trying to make excuses around it because they had law enforcement agents. And if anything happened to them, they run to them. But they want them to be treated this way. You mean the money Nigeria spent in training a corner? Did you see the names? Did you see their ranks? Nobody is seeing anything wrong in that. They're trying to find excuses here and there, reasons here and there, where military personnel in a country should be treated with. What I'm saying in essence is this news is all over the world. And what does it show about Nigerian military? These people are the government. And if the government of Nigeria should be treated this way, I don't know. But if I have an advice for Tinubu, that village should not exist. I don't care what anybody thinks. But that village should not exist. Thank you, woman.
All right, Regan. That opinion is.
I wanted to ask you one question in
Go on.
support of what Madam Sita has said. The question is, what do you think the federal government should do if the elders of that community refuse to give up those perpetrators? What do you think they should do?
I've already, yeah, go on now, Rational Mind.
You see, I understand the feeling behind this whole thing. And I've said that nobody deserves to die. Not our gallant, as our Nigerian would say, our gallant men. But however, you don't, two wrongs doesn't make it right. There's a wrong has been done in that our military men were killed. The Nigerian government.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Can you coordinate this space for about 5-10 minutes? You know the other Kulata next, Joel, then yes, Kulata next.
Is it done? Yeah. Is Madam Zita done?
No. Well, she'll let you know. Give me 5-10 minutes.
Okay, all right. So, for me, nobody deserves to die, like I said. But two wrong does not make it right. A wrong has been done on the part of these people who killed our men. But then that the Nigerian government will now go and destroy and annihilate their own citizen on their own soil. That will be hard of character for any government to do that. I just hope that Tinubu will approach this matter in a more with the sensitivity that it is that it requires. I know those guys, if not all of them, you can arrest at least those perpetrators, at least one of them, that will start linking up the other people that were all involved. Using military might or military force, brutal force, like we're already seeing videos, images coming out from there, will not solve it. Because after them, what next? I mean, that does not stop it. So you just have to, just act like you're not even looking for them. Look at how the U.S. government, how they were able to kill Osama bin Laden. They were like, they knew where he was. They just let everything just die down. He was so relaxed where he was until the day they struck. So I think they could do that. Just take it down. Our men has died. I mean, you know that these guys, they could.
Rational Mind, we don't keep criminal record in Nigeria. Even somebody we don't keep criminal record in Nigeria.
Whose problem is that? Whose problem is that? Is that the problem of the people or that of the government?
Somebody who just pies somebody, serve 3 years in jail, release, can take a flight tomorrow and travel out of the country.
Okay.
So
whose problem is that?
Hold on, let me land. Let me land.
Okay.
You see, two wrong doesn't make it right, okay? But you see, there's no way you will have people that will have the audacity, number one, to pie military officials. Not just pie them, but decided to do the unthinkable to their body. That right there is sending a message. So that means it's not an act of just an hour. They must have planned it for them to be able to successfully carry it out. Now, in every community, I don't care where you come from Nigeria, every villages in Nigeria, they know each other. They know who is who among them, especially in the south, southeast, southwest. Not like I don't know about northwest or northeast, but I know of the fact that we have a similar culture in those places that I mentioned. Anytime you see an outside among them, they know. Now, when you have people that carried out this act, and the community decided not, that's the reason why I asked one man, and the community decided not to give up the identity of this man, of these people. Now, the government have no choice, leave them no choice to do what they have to do to fish out this perpetrator. Now, in the course of this, would there be any collateral damage? Perhaps. But you see, it's something that we all need to be expecting, a reprisal attack, because number one, in as much as the community, what I've seen so far is that I've seen sympathizers, or should I even use that word for them, coming to the media to justify some of those actions by making reference to what had happened in the past. as if that justifies the action of these people, but not looking
What have
at
you seen?
the
What have you seen
barbaric.
coming? What have you,
Hey,
what have you seen?
I've seen some apologies coming to Arise News.
Where? What did they say? What did they say? What did they say?
They were saying that there should be no reprisal attack, and what happens in OD, what happened is that. But the thing is this, what happened in OD would not happen again. You know why? Because OD have learned their lesson.
Yeah, you see,
Sakambian have learned their lesson. You know,
Okay, and please, can I say something? I mean, I think the point is made.
That is the reason why, if the elders of that community, Zimbokuma, what is the name, chose not to give up, because you can't tell me they don't know who are those. Even if it's just one single person, they are claiming that some of them might be outsiders or just visiting the community. I don't care, but as long as it's just one person they can identify, that person will be able to fish out or point to at least that person will meet that punishment. But in as much as they keep mute and they don't point to one person that carried out those acts, whatever they see coming to them, they should be eyed. I am of the support of reprisal attacks.
Okay.
They chose not to act. But if they act, if they give up the identity of those people, there should be no reprisal. But if they decided not to act, then the federal government should go ahead. I mean, the military should go ahead and do what.
My brother, you're just going in circles. You made your point. You want to represent attack.
Hold on.
Can I just make a point? Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. You speak. Are you done? I mean, you done? You're giving your.
Yeah, I'm done for now.
Okay, all right. So now you go on, please.
All right. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from.
Now my turn now. Why draw the same morning afternoon?
No. Now interjection now and Kulata.
You can't agree.
Make your interjection. I don't agree now. My training that way I get now. I don't agree with you again.
You this Bushman. Continue, Jean.
Good day, sir. No wahala. And my brothers and sisters, it's quite unfortunate that we have citizens of this nation calling for a reprisal attack. It is quite unfortunate. And it keeps going to what I keep saying on this channel. When someone does not take responsibility for their actions, you tend to push your irresponsibility or the effects of your irresponsibility on the citizens. We have seen what happened in OD, and somebody is here trying to justify what happened in OD, where the actions of a few people, of actions of a few miscreants that are used by the same politicians during election, and none of them are talking about it. The lady, I don't want to mention her name so that I don't go back and forth with her. The lady making this statement today on this panel is quite unfortunate. If you go to Izombe, just some few months ago, this same thing happened. Why is it that when they kill a soldier, the whole village will go down? How many villages went down in the north? And by the way, what are they doing there? What are they doing there?
People come here talking shit.
Listen. Let me tell you something. Let me say this. Hold on, can I finish now? I can just interject now.
Morris.
What kind of rubbish is that?
Morris, please. Let him just land, please, because I have to go to Kulata, please.
The amount of people that you see here, how many of them? About 16 of them. One person from the east, one person from the north. Probably those are the people that hold touches for them. Every time in the south and the southeast, we keep seeing these people. And I'm talking about the northern Nigeria. It's about time you bring back people that come from those areas, or at least make it manageable. Make the numbers manageable. There should be more of people that come from those areas going there to help with the security of their places. That way they will be able to talk to people. These guys you see here, these are the people that go out there. Whenever you go to the south or the southeast, you see them every 1 month. You see a police checkpoint, you see an army checkpoint. What for? Is this the job of the army? The army, for crying out loud. Let me remind some of us here who tend to act like they're dumb. The army is meant to be used during war times. And for someone that came here and said that they send in the military in the United States, no, they don't send the military. They send the National Guard. In fact, before the National Guard, they are collateral. Remind me, this guy they said before, if it overwhelms the police, the other
My
SWAT
brother,
team.
this platform is this platform is
What
filled
kind
with
of nonsense?
hypocrites.
No.
Believe me, it's
Let's not do
just
that.
filled up.
Let's not do that. It's not a platform. It's the individuals like yourself. You're giving opportunity to
No,
come.
It's the individual. I'm talking about the individuals. I'm not talking about the platform. There ain't nothing wrong with the platform. But sometimes when I hear some individuals speak here, and because they came to America maybe 2 or 3 years ago, now they know everything about America. Come on now, let's just use our common sense. This lady that's talking, if I name even call her name, Madam Zita, in her backyard, in some base in her backyard, they always go there, and whenever they have any issue there, they go there and they murder people. They murder youth. They go to the village, they make actors. In fact, somebody was asking here, what is the name of the person? The name of the person is out. They know the person. In fact, it came out to be that this person that led this dastardly act had been in the radar of the army. They've been looking for him. So if that same people that we're looking for is the same people that the politicians are using during election to win election, and after election you abandon them, which was the same thing that happened in the OD case, what are you doing with the people? What is the fault of the people that you go in there and burn down their houses? Shame on anybody that is supporting this nonsense. I'll use my time, Kolata. After you, I'll continue.
Well, it's not your time. You get your time.
No, I say I need to Kolata. I need to Kolata. Then after that, then I can.
I just hold your name.
My brother, good day, sir. I hear you.
All right, then. Kulata, please. I don't know the topic we have today. How do you want to go about it?
What's the topic? Because I was in a meeting when one man was.
Kulata, you are in a meeting. We are not in a meeting, right? Yeah. One of the topics is you want to talk about.
Sorry, the topic is that both Rational Man, Druid of Nashville, and Morris, they are saying nothing. They are saying something without saying anything. That's just the topic. So you can comment on that.
Let them be obedient now. It's predictable.
Yeah. No. They are saying nothing. They are saying something without saying anything. Just you can comment on that one.
I said Tinubu should handle the matter with delicacy that it requires. That's what
okay. I've not spoken about this soldier matter at all.
Okay, please do.
At all.
You go on. Let's have your.
Well, my own take is it comes from it comes from very dispassion side, because first things first, what happened was a tragedy. There are no words to it. It's unimaginable. Decapitation. Who knows if they sacrificed for their gods? God knows what happened. Like, that's crazy. And the fact that people even had the balls enough to attack the military is mind blowing, because it speaks a lot about the state of insecurity in the country and the brazenness of these guys. As in, I think everybody has kind of like talked about the emotional side of it, but my standpoint, I don't think an innocent life should be lost because of some misguided actions. So I do not subscribe to any such thing as a communal punishment, because you're essentially going to attack people that may have not been involved. And if there's a shred of doubt that someone was involved, then that person doesn't deserve to be fined. It's just it. I mean, that's just it. Because, leveling a village because of gruesome act that happened there it should never be the answer to the problem. People know the guys they know the ringleader that did this. He lives in Bielsa. I think they've gone to attack his camp in Bielsa. They know the ringleader. They can go after them. Then they can go after anybody that's an accomplice. But you cannot just blindly yield justice without any trial, nothing. Just kind of like level the place. No. We can't do that. And there are also ramifications for that. First of all, from an economic standpoint, that place is near where we lift gas, right? You don't want that place to be resting for too long. And you don't want that to be tied. I mean, you don't want a future tragedy for, I mean, if you level the entire place, you don't want that to be tied to whatever future deals you may have to do there, because that's going to stain. It's going to stain your reputation. And if they start doing what they used to do before, which is kind of like destroying infrastructure, we've had enough of that already. So if I was a president, I'm going to be very, very careful about anything that's going to disrupt the future economic plans, because I have to look at the overall picture. But even without economic considerations, I just don't see it as being fair to go and level a village, except you can prove everybody, their baby, their unborn baby, their defenseless women were part of it. And of course, you cannot prove that. So if you cannot prove that without a reasonable doubt, then you should not level such a final judgment on people. I mean, final judgment. You do not even give them a chance to defend themselves. They can't, I mean, no, it can't be done. No matter how tragic the action is, I do not subscribe to that kind of treatment. I cannot, there's no way to rationalize it. I can't phantom it, because you just can't do it. And
it's a retrograde move, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really, it's a reverse back to Obasanjo days, which he, even in his quiet moments, will probably look on with regret. Because if there was any stain, one of the main stains on his administration was that OD thing.
I mean, we have to we have to let cooler heads prevail here. Because then when you also think about ramifications, then they will now start saying, oh, they can't trust us with some weaponry. They can't sell this to us. They can't sell that to us. Then we're stuck with the likes of dealing with Iran and dealing with North Korea. And yeah, I mean, also, I already spoke about the economic picture. It's not a good picture. So, you just can't, I can't, you can see that I literally cannot wrap my head around that kind of justice, because it's not justice. They know this guy. They know the ringleader. They mentioned his name. He's close to politicians, right? Deal with him. You have villagers that you feel they're accomplice. Lock them up. Interrogate them. At least try and do things the right way. Is it possible that you will not get everybody involved? Of course it's possible. That's the reality of life. There's injustice in this world. I mean, if you read any religious text, you'll know that that exists. But if you go after the main people, then go after them.
Are you not a pastor now? What are you trying to do?
I'm not a pastor. That's just my belief.
I know you see for the past few weeks now, you've been going like you've been going scripture at this day, spiritual at this day.
No, rational mind, because Kulata really changed. Or Kulata didn't really change.
I've not changed now.
No, you change.
I've not changed.
Do you want me? Kulata wants to make friends with.
Do you want me to start abusing Peter Obi because I'm prepared for him? All that sitting down, stooling down, eating with Amajiri. What's all that for? It won't get
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Don't worry about him. Don't worry. Kulata. Don't worry.
I just want to show you have not. Right? I want to show you have not changed. Governance is.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. See. Don't talk too much, because in 2027, we're taking power in 2027, so that we can give you some contracts. Don't worry about these people.
I'll get to topic number 2, but I honestly speaking, I don't believe in that kind of jungle justice. You can't be doing that. Now imagine the world runs like that. Imagine, like, something happens, then you take a nuclear warhead and strike just like that.
Kulata, what should the widows of those soldiers be saying now?
It's unfortunate. Unfortunately, when you have a soldier, that's part of the what's it called? What's the Oyinbo for that thing? Though, is it career? What's it called?
It comes to
job.
Job, how they call it again?
What's
I
that
mean,
called that thing again?
Hazard.
Job is part of the hazard of the job. That's just
occupational
the truth.
hazard. Occupational hazard.
Occupational hazard is occupational hazard. I'm sorry for kind of like saying it like this, but that's the reality. That's the reality. If you go to an oil rig, if something happens to you on an oil rig, it's an occupational hazard. If you're a soldier, if you're a policeman, that's why when you people that serve, you have to treat them specially because they're literally sacrificing their life for
Colata,
this.
you are equating all the rig accidents to this act.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm just talking about professions. At the end of the day, serving your country in a military uniform is a choice you made, and there are risks that comes with those choices. But it's not supposed to be like happening in Nigeria in the case of soldiers. That should be something happening in the battlefront. But when our insecurity is this bad that we have to use soldiers for internal conflict, then I mean stuff like this can happen. And for those saying that, oh, there's not been military attack, and I mean soldiers leveling stuff. Soldiers have leveled villages in Bono, in is it Zaki Biam or whatever that place is called. They've done that too. So Udi is not the only time. It's unfair to say they don't go to the north and level the place. But is it right? I personally don't think it's right. But I can understand people that feel the way they feel. But as if I'm going to be a leader, I will have to be rational about my decisions. I'm not going to let my economic plans go down because we lost some people. No matter the situation, I'm not going to let that happen. And I'm also not going to stifle my ability to buy weaponry that I need to prosecute additional things. It's just unfortunate, but A, go after the perpetrators in as much as you can find them. Don't risk like ending the lives of innocent people that may be innocent. A 5-year-old, a 5-year-old will not be involved in this, no matter what anybody tells me.
What about the military as a constituency? How does Tinubu navigate that? Because of course they are looking to him to back them up as so that they can. Yeah.
Their moral will be low right now. Their moral will be low. He has to look for ways to really boost their moral. He has to, and to boost their moral, I don't know. Honestly speaking, as ridiculous as pedestrian as this may sound, we do need more people in the military.
Kolata, I do not support. Kolata, I do not support anything that happened. Kolata, I do not support whatever that happened to the military men. I do not in any way support it. But at the same time, the same energy we're using now to say this, that's why I find it a little bit not insincerity in the whole thing. But the same military leveled so many places. Innocent people killed them just because they have an argument with somebody.
Yeah, but
they go and level
we're beyond all this fire for fire stuff now.
I don't see the same energy we are using now. And the ones who are crying, cry me a river, crying the whole time. How you have a military family.
You cannot say that.
Kulata, can I respond?
Yes. And leveled everybody. And the people who are coming here crying.
I don't really care what name people call me, but let me say this. In response to all you have said, I trust my military.
You trust the Nigerian military?
Yes.
You stand alone in that.
To Kulata, please.
Let me
I don't
talk.
want us to go to and fro on this. I'm just responding to Kulata. Please. I trust my Nigerian military, and I trust the military all over the world. You see that village? My military will respond adequately. Thank you, Kulata.
Well, they should respond adequately.
That's a useless military. Useless military.
But the response should be based on the measure of what the perpetrators did, not one-time, random, indiscriminate, severe attacks. If like I said, there's nothing you're going to tell me that you'll tell me a 5-year-old or even a 12-year-old, because they don't have full function of their brains. You can't tell me that they were involved. Their brains is still growing. So why should they be meted with vengeance? Because all we're saying here is just pure vengeance. They should not. We should ask for justice, not vengeance. And there's, like I said, I will also put my economic hat on. It does not make sense to jeopardize any sort of gas that I'll be getting in that area. It doesn't.
Kulata, that
Yes.
is the reason why nobody should exist there any longer. To make it
Why?
easier for the government to do their business there peacefully.
But you can relocate people. You don't have to end them. There's options. I will not end people, especially when they may be innocent. And for all we know, they've started attacking the camp of that perpetrator in Bayelsa. From what I read, I don't know if it's true because it's on Twitter. They said they've already fired 11 people, and the person is well known. Actually, that person is well known, even in the political circle. So all this toggery, all this nonsense. Look at all the insecurity we have. Boko Haram started as a political thug. This one too, political thug. OD political toggery. It's all over the place. Must our politics be this low level? Like seriously, black people. You look at Africa, same thing. Good 80 gone that they managed to cross Atlantic, same thing. Anyway, I don't want to go into all that woe-betide black people tonight, but I just don't think we should go for vengeance. Cooler heads should prevail. But in terms of like how can they placate the military, I think if the military is very stressed right now, they're stretched. So, like I said, this may sound like a two Niger talk, but maybe they need more people in the military so people can have time with their families.
Do you
And
think,
if
Kolaka, do you think these guys these two Yoruba people that Tinubu put there, do you think they are capable? They have the competence?
they will have the confidence now. I have a classmate. I have a classmate as a major general. Super smart guy.
I'm talking about the course, the chief of army staff, and this.
They will be competent now. That's why I'm comparing it with
because
my
under this guy,
classmate
you know how many lives have been lost under this guy's watch, being the.
Yeah, but look, rational mind. Tell me, when does our military? When do they have time to rest?
Okay.
When? They don't, because they're so stretched. And they're so stretched, they will be frustrated. Imagine the quality of life those guys live.
And you pay them with this?
You don't. Vengeance is still not an answer. Like I said, I will try and recruit more people, and I'll try and improve the welfare of the people because they're making the ultimate sacrifice. Okay, what does vengeance get them?
Kulata.
You see those people insulting me. I don't really care. But let me say this. My military will respond to those villagers.
Madam, stop telling us about your useless military, please. Let him just flow, please. Which military?
Now.
Do you have any military?
The military for all
do you have any military? Do you have any military? Do you have any military? Please allow him to finish, please. Let someone other person talk. People will get saved. Stop. They're tired of talk nonsense.
That's okay, Joel.
You can abuse the military.
No, I don't like that nonsense.
My brother.
She comes from the Niger Delta. She is from the Niger. She is from Oguta, from the Niger Delta.
Wow. You guys.
Joel, please. Let's not do this. Let's not make it rowdy.
Let's just calm down.
She has the right to our opinion. That's our opinion. And however painful, however you take it, let us understand that everybody has the right to their opinion here. Let's not try to.
I think we need more forces, especially from the southern part.
Kulata, let me push you a little bit before one man comes in. You see, the problem with the Nigerian security architecture. When I mean security architecture, I don't like using those. They are stupid Nigerian language, but let me use that for our own comprehension. Is that I'm talking about the military, I'm talking about the police, I'm talking about even the DSS, all of them. Is that they lack professionalism.
Yes.
They lack professionalism. And this is as a result of the this illiterate education. I don't know how to qualify it. I'm groping for a word right now. But what I'm trying to say is that we come with this illusion of, oh, we are very educated. No, it's not. That's not education. We're not really educated in the real sense of being educated.
But
Because
out of all our governments, out of
it's
all
not
the
about
government,
quantity. It's not about quantity.
hold on, hold on. It's not quantity, I know, but out of
Rational mind.
all the government, let me respond now, Maurice.
Rational mind. Do you
Maurice,
know
Maurice,
Maurice,
just calm down, calm down.
Do you know here in Europe? Just a minute, please. Just a minute, please. Please. I'm sorry. I really apologize.
Go on, please. Very quick, please. Oh, okay. I think one man took you out. Okay, Kulata, go on, please.
Okay, you see, out of all the civil servants, people that work for the government, the most professional out of all of them is the Nigerian military. When Nigerian military outperform foreign countries, when they even take them to Western countries and do all this, whatever, they score high. The issue is, yes, can we have training, retraining? Yes, we can. And I think they do.
Why is it so? Why is it so that they do better when they're outside?
They do okay even here. The problem is why? Because their training is adequate.
That is applicable to all professionals outside.
So it's because
no, it's not. I disagree.
There's a rule of engagement. Hold on. There's a rule of engagement that is different.
Did they not standing in these countries?
Who?
What?
Who?
So it's applicable to every Nigerian that stepped out of that country.
Let me tell you why I don't agree with that blanket statement. There is law of selection based on the people that jackpa. The people that tend to jackpa are kind of like the cream of the crop. Somehow, it's some sort of selection, natural selection. The military that go abroad, not a lot of them, they take them abroad in bulk. Well, natural selection may play a part in there because, of course, they want to weed out the useless ones. So the better ones will go and represent us. Because if you go back to Nigeria, you may still see that your friend that was in primary school or secondary school, that was a dunce, and it's still a dunce. And if that person comes there, it's most likely going to be a dunce. All of us that came here, somehow, we weren't average by any standard. So, of course, we'll perform. I think...
What you're saying actually strictly applies to the military. When it comes to the natural selection you're talking about, it's more the military, they're more strict
international training
in their selection.
Prince Daddy, sorry, you come after him, and then Kulata. You go on, Prince Daddy.
No, I'm just adding up to what
go ahead.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Natural selection.
Go on, Ajale Koko, are you done?
No, natural selection. To the outstanding performance of Nigeria outside. The military, and I'm adding to it what you just said, that even Tafawa Balogun, even the police and Tafawa Balogun in particular, I'm making reference to him in all his international training, academic training concerning that. With respect to that profession, he came on top of others in UK, in United States, everywhere. That
so why is it so, Daddy Koko? Why is it so?
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, let's have it was getting a little bit rowdy.
You are two, one man. You are
yes. I'm using two systems because.
System is jogging.
Yes, computer got a budget. The other one I've not fully set up yet, so I'm having to straddle two spaces. But I was just saying it was getting a bit too rowdy. So let's be structured. Carry on.
So there's some law of natural selection on those that end up abroad, and also look, when a society, the decay in our society makes the functioning of our society at a much lower level. Because when you think about you're in Atlanta airport, all of us, like well behaved on the line. Then we land in Lagos and then we start duking it out. I mean, it's improved a little bit, but that's how it is. It's the
I think
society.
the question, Joma Binokulata.
Eh?
I think you answered the question because when Agele Koko was saying to you now, he gave you an example of Tafa Balogun, the chief inspector of Nigeria at some point that stole a huge amount of the police fund. Now this is a guy who when he went on international engagements, he went for international training. He came out. He had not at least something like A's in all his international engagements. But my question is this: why is it that they perform outside? Let's forget this law of national or whatever selection you crap.
National selection plays a role.
You just made the point is that the Nigerian system is so steep in some kind of corruption that I tell you, bring somebody who was brought and bred here, and you take him back to Nigeria. He did very well, but when you go to Nigeria, the same crap that is going on in Nigeria is what he would now learn to also do.
Yeah, so but the thing is,
there's something wrong with that system in that country that is making people to be backward.
The mean in Nigeria is low. When I say the mean, the average in Nigeria is so low. So when you come from a higher average performing society and you go to a lower society, of course you have to go. I mean, you go towards the mean. It's literal, and with the low mean means there's no rule of law. There's no rule of law in Nigeria. People are lawless. So it's the society will just continue breeding such until the society shapes up. And this is not about regionalism or Kenekon that we all love to talk about. No, it's not that. Because if you put a decent society in any system, they'll look for the merits of that system and function in the merits and minimize the dismerit or the cons of whatever that system is. But you see us, we are constantly shopping around for one magical system. But the thing is, it is us in Nigeria. We are not that good. We're not that smart. We're very low functioning. And our society
No, Kulata, that's too broad now. That's too broad.
It's not broad. It's not broad. Okay, why will you? Tell me.
And it's counterfact as well. Because
it's not counterfact.
It is counterfact because Nigerians excel globally. We all know that. So
yes, when you take us out of that low mean and then you take us there, so there's elasticity. Everybody has potential, right? So when you take you from a low performing society and then you're given an opportunity, yes, you will adapt to that new normal because the capacity is there. Capacity is stifled in Nigeria, is not gone. But when you introduce that person to a society, the thing expands. It's like you go to Nigeria, you start driving, and then you see some idiots pull their pants and start shouting just beside the bridge. Like when you see that person, then if you're driving on the express and you want to pee, you can as well say, it's just by normal. You just go outside and just pee on the express road. You will never dare to do that here. You will not even think about it. So it's what the society breeds. And what is the society? What makes up is the culture.
Okay, now my question is, why is that you cannot do that in these countries? Because let me give you an example. When you travel, they have rests.
Rest stop. Not everywhere has rest stop. UK doesn't have rest stop like that.
There's a provision. What I'm trying to say is this: it is a system that we operate in Nigeria. When I mean system, I mean both the governance system, the social system, the political system. It's what breeds this decay that we see in that country. And until we fix that, we're not going anywhere. We'll continue.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Look, everybody keeps talking this decay, that decay. It's not just one individual thing. This is a collective behavior we're talking about. And what drives your collective behavior is your norms. Your norms allows these things to happen. In other places, their norms will not tolerate that. If our norms tolerate the worst, we will do the worst. Your norms ultimately drives who you are, drives your culture, drives your whatever value. I tell you, give us an Asian country this system we're practicing, and they'll make something out of it. Even though we say restructure, do this. Yes, I get that. But I'm telling you, it's not just a lot of things is not systemic. It's the collective, how we generally behave when we're together. It's just destructive. So it's almost like you have to be beaten to shape in that kind of society. That's why Diagmo worked.
So you have to beat people to shape. Then you need to correct some things, the abnormalities in the system that allows people to do that. That's what we're saying, because
Yes.
you're trying to divorce the behavior of people from the system that allows that behavior. So you cannot separate both of them. They are both mutually how do we call it?
They're not mutually they're mutually exclusive.
Yeah, no, they both depend on each other. Because I mean, they both encourage each other. Because
it's a cycle. It's kind of like a vicious cycle.
Yeah. So the point is this. Let's not go this too far on this. Don't go too lengthy with this people. The point is this: that we need to encourage professionalism in our security agents. Every agency in Nigeria needs to be bring to that status, that level of professionalism. If you are sent to go quell tension between rival communities, you don't have to take sides. But in this case now, what will happen now is because these people took sides, and some of the other people felt bad.
That's the narrative you heard. Is that the truth, or is that the other side? That's just one. That's a single narrative.
Well, that's what we've been hearing. Because the question is this: why would they even want to do it?
Kulata, I don't believe that the military just went there and these people decided to kill them. There must be something that happened that we don't know. So I think we are rushing into
some of these people.
There must be
some of these people.
There must be a catch somewhere.
Look at me, Taboy. Some of these people are animals. They're close to chimpanzees, the way they behave. Some are just not civilized. There's no normal thinking, functioning brain person.
Really
I can say that. I can say that because
this is not the first time the military have been going around that area now. This is not the first time.
No normal person will go and attack the military.
This is not the first time the military has been going on that area. This is not the first time they've been there. So why now? So there's
Nigerian military, they abuse their power.
You guys are not going to desecrate you're not going to desecrate the military. While I'm listening.
Nobody's desecrating anybody here.
You are desecrating the military because you're trying to rationalize the way.
Yes, to everything.
Morris, you had your turn. You're trying to rationalize away barbaric behavior by people that are literally harvesting organs of a soldier for what? And then try to look at it from a rational perspective. What rational thinking human being
I'm not supporting
that has an IQ greater than 70 will do that?
I'm not supporting that. I'm not supporting that. No one is supporting that. I'm just saying that if we do not know the very root of it, we can see a repeat of this thing. So let us get to the root. If the military can find out what was at the root of it. No, this is not propaganda. Let them really, in truth and in all honesty, find out what was the truth. So that, what was the real thing that led these people to act in that barbaric way that they acted. I'm not just finding
these people don't need psychologists.
Kulata, I think what Rational Mind is saying is that there's an element of a half story in all of these narratives.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, as much as I agree with you. Can you hold on, please, Maurice? As much as I agree with you that these people are savages, especially then harvesting organs, and so that shows some excess right there. They don't belong amongst living beings, human beings. But for them to just randomly attack them, they cannot just randomly attack them. So there has to be a build-up storyline. And one of the in the earlier conversation with Rational Mind, we were reflecting that it's almost the probability that because they went to settle a communal clash, the military, and the probability must have been that they took a side, and then the other side responded in that manner. That seems more to cohere with what likely happened.
Let me ask follow-up questions.
Please, good evening. Can you just give me 2 minutes just to contribute to this topic?
2 minutes, before I forget my thoughts. Hold on. Let me ask my thoughts quick. Let me ask follow-up questions. When you say they took a side, did they murder anybody?
Well, no one knows, because like I said, the only bit of the story we know is what happened to the military. That's the only bit we know. So as much as these people are savages, they cannot just because they know the repercussions now, so they cannot. There must have been something that pushed them to take that action. There must have been. Just hold on one moment, Bishop. There must have been something that pushed them to take that, because that's a very drastic action in any climate, and more so in our climate. And they all know what the repercussions would have been. So there would have been a series of events that led up to that. You
I
know, so
think
not to justify it, but certainly it cannot have happened in isolation. It could not
it
have.
can be justified, and I want to suspect it's under the influence of substance. Before a normal human being that is not severely handicapped does that. I mean, first of all, not just one person, there must have been a multitude of them to do that to people wearing uniform. I'm not even talking about police. We're talking about armed officers. Like, their training is to buy people. You're now going to do that. I don't understand the level of compulsion. Even if they detained people, your response is now to fatally attack them, and not just stop there, decapitate, dismember, disbobo them. Is not normal. It's not justifiable. It must be under the influence of something. These people are below animals. Nothing justifies it. Zero. Bishop,
Not
sorry.
not even the insurgents in the north do this, but yeah, Bishop. Yeah.
One man, I want to say one thing before I go to sleep. I'm going to sleep now. Listen, I think even the Fulani herdsman will think twice before they take their cows to
Hello. You just gave me the floor. I've not even said one sentence. You're just pushing me aside. How coherent is that?
Even the Fulani herdsmen, they will think twice before they go to that village.
Hello, okay.
Bishop, continue.
Wow. So as I was saying, you practically took what you said out of my mouth. Every attempt, and I'll say this without every attempt to try to play down this dastardly and heinous crime, or to justify it in any means, whether through one corner, is very embarrassing and shameful, very despicable. Every attempt of anybody whosoever that tried to look for one reason or the other, and what were they doing there, and maybe they went to take one side, and blah, blah, blah. Those are very, very, very disgusting things to hear. But having said that, we have a crop of military officers, military personnel that did not fire. I mean, if it were to be an attack, then they would have brought down a few of those other persons too, no matter how bad. And we had someone that escaped that ambush. They had finished the meeting at the community town hall, where they tried to secure the release of that youth leader that was kidnapped earlier on. Unfortunately, as at the time of that meeting, they have actually deleted that gentleman. They've been trying to secure his release for days, but that man was no longer alive as at that particular time. So there was no way they would have come to a consensus that this attempt to resolve. So they left the place. There was no rancor when they left the community hall. There was no disagreement. It's just that they did not have an agreement to be able to secure the release of the other person that had been kidnapped, and they fell into an ambush. It was
why?
planned.
Wait.
It was premeditated.
No, we
I
know
will answer
that.
you. You cannot ask me the why. It's like, I mean, why should I know the why? What we know was that they were ambushed.
Yeah, we know that. But are you
So how did you get the story then?
No.
Which story?
Down, Morris.
That they were ambushed.
No, we all know that.
We are seeing the results of the ambush.
Let's not regurgitate that. We all know that they were.
I'm not regurgitating.
I'm saying to Maurice. What I'm asking you is why? Because there has to be that question has to be there.
That question, one man. I'm sorry, with all respect to you, That question is neither here nor there. How would I? I mean, I'm not saying I'm not in the mind.
Are you saying?
Hold on. How would you be?
Is it? Are you saying it? Just make a conversational. Just settle down. Let's make it a conversation.
Settle down now.
Yeah.
Talk now. Hey,
hold on. Let me ask you, and then you respond. Are you saying that it happened in isolation? That they just randomly, without any backdrop to the storyline, just attacks them? Do you think reason and ration would tell us that there has to be a backstory that leads up to that incident?
If you are actually expecting people that carried out this dastardly act to need reason and what do you call it? Reason and what's the second word you use? Then I don't think we should be having this conversation. If you are thinking they are logical or they are reasonable in any form of way or fashion, that they are, if you say reason and something, I'm trying to remember the second word you use now. So just if you are expecting them to be reasonable, if you are expecting them to be logical, if you expect to be what's the other word?
I'm not expecting them to be all that. But I
so that's what you just said. So let me answer. Let me answer
yes.
the question.
Hold on. Let me put it again so we're clear. So you just go directly to the question. Is it reasonable for to assume that there has to be a backstory that leads up to that event?
Is it reasonable for you to be asking me that what was the backstory? What's the reason why it happened? How am I supposed to know? You and I, we are here in the.
I'm not saying you should.
Let the villagers speak out the backstory.
No. Do you mind, Zeta? Can you
there
just hold on 1 second?
There was a victim that escaped, and he said they were moving from they had left the town hall, and they were going when they came.
That's not my question. Let me just stay steady. Let me ask the question.
Let somebody else answer your question. Let me just make my interjection and go.
Okay.
Maybe you can put your question to somebody else, because I'm not making anything out of it. Honestly, how do I know? I don't know how I'm supposed to.
I'm not asking
I
if
am
you
just judging from the outcome.
I'm asking that. Do you think it's reasonable to assume that there has to be a build-up to that event?
Whatever the build-up is.
I'm not saying it's irrationalized. Oh God!
I'm not rationalizing it. Let me give you my answer. Whether you are satisfied with it or not. You don't need to be satisfied with it.
Can I answer?
You don't need to be satisfied with your answer.
All right, carry on.
Can I answer?
No, hold on, Zita. Can you just hold
on? You can answer. I don't want to answer that question. You can answer. I will continue.
Yeah, but Zita, if you are going to answer, answer
reasonable.
To the no. Just hold on.
Reasonable.
Yes. Answer to the question rather than do the military.
It's reasonable for anybody to think that is a backstory to it. Very reasonable. But what I have to say in the reasoning is that let the villagers bring it out. We should not assume.
Yes. So what I'm saying is there's still an untold narrative behind all of this.
From the military, that should know. I mean, from the military, at least they're not telling us what happened.
So, Madam Zita, have you answered the question?
And then the community as well. The community has still not spoken because there has to be something that's, and it wouldn't have even been one unitary spark. There would have been a series of incidents that has built up some sort of resentment, and then that suspicion, and then when they say somebody has gotten to the end of their tether. So there's a whole lot of backstory because they would not just in isolation wake up one moment and go and start shooting military men. No matter how wild and animalistic they are, that cannot happen.
Why would you say that cannot happen?
Why would they? Would you just walk down the road and slap a police officer?
That's why I said that they must be abusing substance because it's not normal.
Mulata, please let me just, as I was saying, at this moment where the corpses of those officers are still very fresh, I don't think there's anything anybody can say that can justify that barbaric action. What we should do at this time is just collectively condemn it first. Ask it to say that it must be a backstory. It's still looking like trying to justify it from the background, from the back door. Now, we have had several of these in the recent past. I remember we had Umweche. Everybody's spoken about Odi. There was one again in one Delta, Bayelsa community. I'm trying to remember the name of that place. Umueche was dastardly. And look, let me take our mind back to people that know the story. Sometimes in 1980 or 81, Achibola Ige, the governor for your state, as he then was going to Okiogo. And the Okioge people around between Shepeteri, Agoare, and Kwamodu. Some people got angry and pelted him with stones on the road that day in protest that their road was bad. For more than 1 month, majority of all the male adults, especially in that village, did not sleep. They left their village. They went to the bush, one walk a lot because they don't bond them well to come. They did not kill Bola Ige, they only stoned him. Anybody that knows should ask people that know the story I'm talking about, because I know that story very well. They did not, they don't bond them well to come back to their village. All of them abandoned their homes, both the one that did it and the one that did not do it. That was deliberate. My choice of what do you call it? Both the one that partook or participated in that and did not. Everybody took to their house. Now back to this Okwama, whatever. Look, the fact that we are debating that the military, whether they want to decide to retaliate or not, simply means the military did not want to retaliate. That thing happened in the evening, and the news broke the following day. Let me tell you, if the military wanted to retaliate, it is only the story we will be reading in that morning. The story of the massacre. That's what we'll be reading. The fact that they did not do it immediately that thing happened, because when you slap just one soldier and he goes to barrack and they come back, anybody with a meet there, now them will buy that market. They don't buy job with that. So the fact that 12 hours after this dastardly act, we were still hearing and we're not debating whether that means they did not even have the intention of going back there to retaliate. And when things like that happen, not in that place alone, all the villagers need is just a gap of 3 hours. I can tell you, that village will become a ghost town because everybody would have taken to their heels because they know that there will be consequences. If they are going to come back, they will be coming back later. So if the soldiers had even gone there 6 hours, 12 hours later, there would have been nobody there. No sensible person will wait. And it is just not only peculiar to Nigeria. Look, there are 3 things that happened there. I did say earlier before one man interjected.
Bishop, Jack, wrap up so you can.
There was I will end now. It was not you. It was the woman interjection, and you did not stop him then, no.
No, it's for me. My bedtime here. You know,
my bedtime, my own bedtime too don't reach too. So, but what I'm saying is this: the man that escaped made it very clear that there was a conspiracy, and there was a planning, and there was an execution. They did not stop at executing and deleting or eliminating or buying, as you say, those gentlemen. They still went ahead and carried out those heinous, mutilate their body, do all manner of things, harvest their organs. These are the things that should be topmost on our mind, not looking for how, no matter how. The fact that those guys did not fire any one of them should know that they did not go to fight. They were not there to fight anybody. So trying to look for under the corner like they are looking for cockroaches everywhere just to be able to paint something. Somebody said they were there. There was no oil well in that community. No well. It was a communal land issue between them and the other. There was no oil well. They don't have any one single producing oil well. I tell you, Madalita, you can go and check your record very well. So this time is a money time. Maybe we'll be looking for things that happen eventually and to be able to see. But the fact that 16 of our compatriots were just wasted away like that, and their bodies so abused in such a manner. I have not seen anybody that said military should go there. I'm not saying military should go there. I say they should use everything to fish the culprit out. And I'll end by saying this. Look, when Obasanjo would happen, then I supported it. Because by accident or by whatever, I happen to know one of those officers. And they were not just killed in action. They were actually arrested or kidnapped, abducted, and tortured seriously before they were one after the other. Other people were saying before they did what they did to them. Now, after that, we saw Zakidia. But what we saw under Buhari was a little bit different. When they kidnapped Major General Alikali in Plateau, the military men were ready to go. And it was the president that said, no matter how long it takes you, just make sure you fish out the culprit. When they were even going to empty a pond that they knew that they dumped the body, the women came out and protested. Nobody even fired a tear gas, talk less of a shot. They still managed to convince them to go, and the people managed to go there, remove the corpse of the man from the pond, and go and put him in another well and cover up that well. They still got information, and they still were able to go and pack the well out and recover the body of that man. It took time, it was painstaking, but they were able to bring them to justice. But we cannot compare what they did to that man to what they did to these 16 officers. And for as long as those people are walking free, the blood of these officers will be crying. And they must. It's just a matter of time. Because if they don't bring them, you are creating a kind of you are planting a terrible seed in the mind of other soldiers in that place. Because they will see that place as an enemy territory. And one man can go on rampage. Just one man. Just not one man, your own woman. Just one individual that his head is colo can say, I'm going to avenge. And he will go. And the bloodbath would be too much. Just one individual that is ready to pay the price will just go. We just load his rifle and he will go there. And we will not be, when we start counting, we'll be counting in dozens and hundreds. I rest my.
All right. You seem almost to be glorying in the possibility that they will go and take down hundreds of people. But
Woman, can I come in?
Hey, make I round up. You people, I will sleep.
Let me give you this paragraph, Kulata, as you start to wrap up. We have from Prestige, but I think Kulata has exercised enough patience. It says, this is from the army spokesperson. This is quite chilling. It says, according to him, whilst the armed forces mourn the loss of the gallant troops, there will be measured responses. And listen to this now, injurious consequences to the perpetrators, injurious consequences. So that's extrajudicial killing on the menu.
He said perpetrators. No, that's what he said. So he's not talking about.
Is he a judge? Is he judge?
If you're going to follow the legalese, the legal perspective, because this is why military should not be operating in the country, because you can't be the judge, the juror, and the what's your involved judge, juror, and whatever, because it's making a call.
An executioner.
An executioner, judge, juror, and executioner. Thank you. This is the risk of having military, because we should be having policing in the country, not militarizing the country, because now some people will pay the ultimate price, some deservedly so, some are going to be innocent just based on that. So you're not going to give people any chance to defend themselves. So that's just the nature of the beast when you have military operating. But I keep thinking about these things, like, how do we have boys that are bred into this nonsense? Then I think about in college, when we were in university, people did some nonsense stuff, cultism. The stupid things like that starts from cultism. And then we now started democracy. And then the politicians now started hiring these guys and then arming them to perpetrate violence during elections. And then those boys get idle. And then they realize they have weapons. And then they do nasty stuff. And then they get, they get emboldened. And then they now do nasty stuff to people that are officially licensed to buy people. So it's you see, it's kind of like a chain of violence from Eye, back in my day was Buka, Eye, Pirate, BA. Those, I mean, those are the people that turned to these guys. You can draw a straight line. And I'm telling you, if they ever went to university or college, they will have been doing something like this. So where do you even where do you attempt to start stopping this vicious cycle where the politicians are always going to be using them? So that's not going to stop. And the borders are not going to be secure. They're always going to be able to get guns. And then our soldiers are not going to be enough. So I want to insist that look, those boys are stretched, hire more people, rotate them more, get more. I mean, start addressing, put the right footing in terms of addressing our security infrastructure. We're not going to turn, I mean, things are not going to turn around fully, but at least if we have more manpower to address this, it will be better. Of course, there's more money now. Stop giving governors the money. Maybe you can even give our military more better welfare. I've not heard anything about that. So don't go on, don't do vengeance, do justice. If the justice involved taking some liberties, as in maybe not going to the court, so be it. But don't make it I mean, indiscriminate justice that you just met out randomly. No, that will not be fair. What will be fair is to go after the perpetrators. I don't, at this point in time, I don't care for a court process, to be honest, as long as they go for the right people. There are going to be innocent victims, yes, it's part of life, but we have to do that. And then, please, for the love of God, we need more hands and we need better training. And these boys are sacrificing the ultimate for the country. Give them more money and more benefits. So I'll stop it. I mean, I'll end my lamentations on that. And I think one topic is enough. I
Yes,
can't. Yeah.
just as an aside, I was watching a clip and somebody was saying the feeding allowance, per day feeding allowance for these soldiers is 2,000 naira.
Ha! What are they going to eat?
It's 1-5.
In this
It's
economic,
1-5.
it's two,
It's 1-5 1 man.
that doesn't even buy you bread in this economic climate.
It's for kuli and Nepa.
You see?
Because I bought Amala in Ibadan. We spent like 5 or 7K. Just one. Well, I ate a lot of meat, but the Amala was just one wrap of Amala. And we ended up spending 5. I can't remember the figure. It was 5K or something.
Kulata, you go Nigeria?
I go Nigeria now.
Hey, oh, you go chop dollar. You go chop dollar.
All right. All right. Yeah, hold on. Thank you, Kulata. Stay with us until you do.
One man, let me go now. Let me go because I have some things to do. I have tried today. I have tried.
Yes, you are next, but I think Prestige just wants to have a micro interjection, and then you take the floor.
He shouldn't bring in his democratic useless people discussion.
Yeah,
look at this American. Look at this American. They are playing
Excuse me. Now it's not the right time for.
Look at this obedient. They are divided. Look at them. They are not obedient on American politics. They look at them.
Please, guys, everybody be quiet. Let me just make a solution.
Prestige, who's going to lead? Who's going to show Biden the polling booth?
Hold on. I'm not into that right now. Okay, we are in a national mourning. Nigeria's mourning for the killing of our gallant soldiers.
Doesn't even know it's polling booth again.
I don't know anything about America. I'm concerned about what's going on in Nigeria right now. You all may be laughing. This is not a laughing matter. I mean, this is serious. What transpired in that community is terrible. As somebody, I don't have anybody in the military in my family, but I have at least 3 Nigerians who are in the military, and I have a military friend. I know how they honor the military here. They don't take chances about the military. I mean, the military, they live in a free apartment. In my state, they have 25%. Anywhere they go, they get 25%. I don't know about other states. Maybe it's 10%, 20% for other states. But in my state, the police, the military, they have 25% in anything they want to purchase. They are, the police
They live in apartment free. You know, they go to like a coffee place, they get a coffee free. Our military people, they don't get all this opportunity. So what are we witnessing in Nigeria? You know, it's like, you know, an institutional corruption.
Prestige, they get 1,500 feeding allowance
What
now.
is
What
that?
more do
What man? Come on now. What is that?
what
But anyway, I
more
want
do
to
you
go.
want? What more do
No,
you want?
I want to go down to the story. I am completely condone what happened. It's a barbaric act. Okay, definitely, and there are still side to these stories. Nothing that happened that warrant them the way they were. The way they were. I mean, dismantled and and their body. I've seen some of the video, but the reason why I just came in, I want to put it.
Can you send it to me? Send it to me if you have it on your phone. Yeah, carry
What
on.
is that? Oh
The
no,
video.
I watched it on today on Two Niger was on Dr. Damage. He was
Okay.
able to he was able to play. He was able to play the video from the community. Some of the community has spoken.
It shouldn't have done that. They should take down that stream.
Yeah,
Carry
I
on.
don't know. I don't know how he got it. Some of the community, but they have masks all over their face. They don't want to. They don't want to show their face. So they narrate their own story. Do I believe what they said? Everything in Nigeria, I don't believe anything they say. So we have to wait and see actually what happened. But I will still repeat unequivocally, nothing warrant what happened to the military. The perpetrator need to be caught and dead switchly, firing squad or any other means. That's the way I'm talking about. But I don't want innocent people to die.
Man of prestige. But
Wait,
what did they say
Joel,
in the video that
Joel,
you in the
Joel.
video? What did they say?
I just give you a little bit of story. I don't want to boil about what about two men, two men and one lady that spoke. You know, they said this is a conflict between two communities that have been, it has been going on for a long time. And this military was stationed in, it's always stationed in that area. They said they are friendly to each other. They always give them cola and everything. They know each other very well. But when they came to one of the other communities, I forgot the name, and I didn't quite get their name. They said they want to take their leader to go to the other community in order to, negotiate everything. The leader said that he's not going to go. This is the people saying now. I'm not saying what they say is right, but this is individual people. So they said they take their leader. The leader said he's not going to go to the other side, So they forced the leader. That was how the fight broke up. They said the military start shooting and start killing people. That's what this three people, the same story that they said.
Hold on, Prestige.
Yeah.
Are you saying that the military they started firing at that
They said
community
they kill a lot of people.
and that was before the incident?
Yeah, this is before the incident. They said they kill a lot of people. I'm just saying what they said.
Did I not say there was a backstory? Of course,
They said they kill it. You're going to listen. Go and listen to Two Niger. It was played today. It was on there. I think it started like about 1:00. He was there for many times. He played the video. I don't know how he got it, but it was the community that was speaking. This is exactly. They said they kill it. I'm not saying what they said is true now because I don't have any.
I saw that video too. I saw that video too.
Oh, you saw that video, right? It was
yeah,
one lady and two men. So, but I'm just, whatever is happening, it's just terrible. I mean, I can't because, I love my military people. As a Nigerian American, I know how we worship the military here, you know. So whatever happened does not warrant. But the reason why I brought that story is a two-side to a story. One man, maybe by tomorrow, I'm going to send you, I'm going to send you that video maybe from Two Niger. You can listen to it by yourself. Then the military has their own, their own story. So we have to definitely get what actually happened. There should be an investigation right now, before they start, going over there to, we raise the whole community. I don't think they already started, but I'm hearing they already started. So I don't know how true. They said they even went to Bayelsa, the military. I don't know if it is true now. All I'm saying, what I'm hearing. So we have to wait and see the two sides of the stories. But regardless of what happened, I totally condone what happened. I mean, nothing warrants the the
condone or you condemn.
Huh?
You condone it or you condemn it.
I condemn it.
Okay.
Yeah, in all aspects, it's a barbaric killing. The way the way they were dismantled and mutilated and everything, I completely condemn. So let's wait and see the fact. Let's not have a side right now. Hopefully,
Okay, Biden, we don't hear you now. We don't hear you, Biden.
All right. All right.
This is not time for Biden. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
All right. All right.
Thank you,
All right.
Biden. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prestige. Just stay there. We'll look round to you in a moment. Kulata and Rational Mind, apologies for what I've just sent to both your phones, but that's what's going on. The floor is yours, Joel.
Well, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. It's been a minute. I've been on this show, one man show. One man, the issue about the military and the way they treat or the way they interact with the citizens is quite abnormal in Nigeria. It is abnormal because this case is clearly a case of the police, a force within the jurisdiction of the police or any paramilitary found within Nigeria. But at least the police. I have never seen, apart from the third world countries, where issues like this is just a communal clash and you have the military rushing to do anything. And this is the issue that we are facing today. You see, one man, I listen to this, I do say, sometimes if I'm having some group discussions, I would just like on my break, I would just listen, I would just tune in. And I was so embarrassed. And I said, today I must be here. And the reason is this. You see, we have Nigerians. I don't want to talk about panelists, but the panelists represent, the larger part of Nigerians. But when you hear people saying that there should be reprisal attack because of who died, the military were doing their job. They were doing their job. They died in the line of duty. If they killed a Nigerian soldier in Libya, you do not call for Nigerian military to go and raise Libya to the ground. We have been seeing this thing. One man, you are talking about Zakibian. Zakibian was because this, it was really, really huge. But we have seen this pockets vengeance, pockets of reprisal attack from our military. And if you understand the way the military operates in Nigeria, I can see the reason why. I'm not saying it has been justified. Now, if we are to go by what Man of Prestige said now, you will understand. And I believe it. You know why I believe it? Because I have been in such situations with Nigeria police, Nigeria military. They come in there, they'll be like, oh, Ogada, this is what you go do. And beside, these people don't speak their language. So who was doing the communication? So if there's a communication barrier, because most of them I saw there were from the north, and I wonder what they were doing there. If you ask me, and I stand by what I said. You see that one man, the issue there is that they went in there, either they got a friend of theirs or somebody they were close to that said, hey, guy, let's match these people. The military will do it. The corruption within our military is what we are not calling out. Is it not an aberration that 25 years after OD crisis, this one is happening? But anyways, I might want to remind you, one man, that we have a lady here, Madam Zita. Her place is Uguta. Let me tell you, this raising of communities has been happening in Nzombe, in Uguta local government. Her part, I don't know which part she came from, but I think probably she's from Uguta 1, which is the other side of the lake. The other side of the lake is what they call Uguta 2. That's where you have the Nzombes, Ezosu, Osu, and all those people.
Whenever it happens there, they go in there, even with or without even killing the soldier. They go there and they raise the village. It happened in Awamama in Imo State, the same Imo State. And the target was unknown gunmen killed one of their own. So they went in there and they started burning houses. Didn't we see that? We keep seeing it. And somebody is trying to make a mention of Zakibem. Zakibem is only one, well, it's just one. Tell me one other one, because they've killed more Nigerian soldiers in the north more than the south. But we do not see them, throwing tantrums, going there to race everywhere. No, they don't do it. Where that happens is only in the south, and most especially old eastern region. Why? You must start listening to those people. After all, the oil in their backyard is the money that you use to develop Abuja, Lagos, Kano. And when you go to their area look like shit. And you're going to come there and take their traditional ruler, if that is what happened, or you come there to come and rule over them. It's not going to happen. And it's about time Nigerians start knowing this. Because I feel, and it is not because I feel, I see it, that the way they treat issues that has to do with North Eastern region is quite barbaric. And I want to use this medium to also say shame to Mr. President. He has not shown to have leadership. Go after the perpetrators. We know what it means when the military goes after, when they go there, because one is this: most of the ingredients that would have helped these military people to be able to get these people. Because if it happened here, we have DNA testing, we have this, we have that, fingerprint and all that. In Nigeria, you can stab somebody with a bottle and nobody will still find you. Why? Because we don't have any data process. Whose fault is that? It's the part of the government. It's that of the government. So the inabilities of the government, the irresponsibility of the government, it is what is visited on the citizenry. And that is quite unfortunate. And somebody was saying, gallant soldiers, my soldier, my foot, my soldier, my black behind. I am not saying it because I don't have any relatives there, but my thing is this: you die in the line of duty. The only thing we owe you is to make sure that those people that perpetrated that act were brought to book. Because how many times have we gone through the streets of Nigeria and we have seen accidental shooting? How many times have the forces killed a Nigerian citizen just based on 20 naira? The one that happened in the market in Abuja, the Apo 5. What happened to today? Did anyone die? Did anyone go to bomb the army barracks? Tell me that nonsense with the military. So that what? My military. My look, one man. The issue there is what we have been talking about. First, we have an inadequate number of people of individuals or personnel in our forces. And I recall the Acapone sitting there in Aso Rock saying, prior to the election, recruit 50 million youth. We did not see the 50 million youth, we did not see the cassava, and then we did not see the abado. Because these are where this thing starts. If we recruit more people, then we can now say, okay, in every region, in every state, the people from those states at least should constitute at least 60 to 70% of the personnel manning those areas. And why is that? Because it is also happening here, because some of us, we stay here, but we don't know what is going on. Since they started, they stopped the forces or the police force that goes into the ghetto area where you find mostly blacks. When they started reshuffling and making them look, at least maybe like 60 or 50-50 black and white or Hispanic and all that, we found out that citizen and police relationship improved. What do we learn from traveling to abroad, if not to just come here and just make our little money and make noise on the internet? You have to start learning. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? In Nigeria, is it not an aberration that out of 16 or 17 of them, you only have 2 of them from the south and 16 from the north? What are they doing there? What are they doing there? So I am not trying to justify what happened to those soldiers. And God knows that I am calling, and God knows that in my heart of hearts, I feel for those people, because they are also a product, or whatever happened to them is as a result of the system. When we keep crying about this system, there's a reason why. Because it might happen to you. What happened to them was Nigeria happened to them.
Have you seen what happened to them?
You say?
Have you seen what happened to them?
One man, the thing there is that they are dead.
Do you want me to send it to you?
One man. I have seen a little. There are things I don't normally look at. Even when and those idiots, those IPOP members killed. If you remember when they killed the army guy and the army lady that were trying to get married, I could not watch it. There are things I cannot watch. It's painful. They are countrymen. But the issue that we have to look at is this: if we do not correct this system, it will repeat again. And for how long shall we continue like this? You asked the question. I don't know who was talking then. You asked the question, okay, what is the background story to this? And the person said, well, I don't care. I don't care. These are the same people. Tomorrow, if it happens, they'll say, go and raise. Because they do not learn from their mistake. The reason why you were asking what is the background story is that if you know the story, know the background of the story, then you can prevent the future occurrence. Nobody is talking about how do we prevent this. How do you prevent it is that you state the truth. There's a reason why they normally after a big event or after a big after big squabbles, they organize maybe national reconciliation and all that, for people to state their mind, people to say the truth, so they can see if they can stop a future occurrence. In Nigeria, no, we are only having this knee-jerk reaction. We are very reactionary. We are not proactive. And that is where it has landed us to the one man. So I am sorry for the families that have lost their lives, while calling on those responsible to make better laws in Nigeria, to make laws that will make policies that will recruit more police, so that police will be engaged in issues of civil disobedience and civil unrest. Then when it is too much, then they can now call a force that is higher than the police, not the army. The army have a way. They are not trained to dialogue. The army is just like come in, bulldoze your way through, do what you do, get the job done, and get out. Unfortunately, in this case, they might not be alive they are not alive to tell the story. Let those that are sincere within the society go out there and tell the story. And one man to think that this guy that did this thing is known to the politicians. If care is not taking one man, this guy that perpetrated this act.
Joel, they said the guy's name is Endurance.
Endurance, yeah. I know it started with an E. I do not want to hear.
Maybe this maybe guy that
yeah, to be on Arise, right? Yeah, I know I listened to him.
Let me say this real quick. You continue, please. I'm sorry, one man, if you don't.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind me, please.
Yeah, one man. I send you the videos. Where it start from. On your WhatsApp.
Okay, so real quick. You see, according to Dumebi, I just want to go by Dumebi because the way he spoke like somebody in the know who knows what is going on. He said there has been several reports about this incident going on between these two communities, and nothing was done. So that's why we're saying here that we're not condoning what they did, this animalistic attitude, animalistic acts by these animals. But what we're saying is that as long as we do not go to the very root of this matter, what led to this matter in the first instance? It's only when you know where it all began, that's where we know what solution to apply so that it does not repeat itself. So according to Dumebi, there's been several reports over how this communal crisis has been going on within these two communities, but nothing was done. So that is the Nigerian state for you, that country called Nigeria. They do not do, you only hear, oh, we set up committee. Nothing gets done. We hear of this report, that report, Erufai, unnecessary. I mean, nothing gets done about these things until when the big thing now eventually happen. Now, my point is this, is that this same endurance I'm talking about, they said it goes in different
government houses.
Government houses and all of that. And it goes with armed escorts.
Exactly.
Now, some few days ago or a week ago, we saw a Southwest guy who is known to be a big trafficker threatening threatening a custom officer. This is the same guy who was captured in a photo with Tinubu. This is the same guy who is a member of APC. So the point is this: how do we even solve this matter when these people who are behind this criminality, they are also dilly-dallying with these politicians? So you see how they are also complicit in this whole thing. It's all complicit, and then now the innocent people will not suffer it. So you see, if we're not honest with ourselves, we're not going to solve this problem in that country. We're always going to see a perennial kind of reenacting itself or happening again and again and again. So for me, I just believe that we are in a deep crap in that country, because if these people who are these non-state actors, they are dilly-dallying with these politicians, they go into their government houses, they even take pictures with them. What else do you need to know? What else do you need to know? Or did anybody telling you about what mess that we find ourselves in that country? I just leave it at that. Thank you, Joel.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. One man before let me cap it up. Let me cap it up. And one man on this same platform, we were hailing Asari Dokubo. During the campaign, we saw Tinubu and what's his name? This aviation guy, Festus Kayamo. They were praising what's his name? What is that one in Delta State? What is that guy's name in Delta State that owns that militant? One man, that is the culture. It's the culture of the South region. In the past, we've had the likes of Soboma. In fact, one man, to tell you how bad it is, we have Ateketom as a traditional ruler. Ateketom, a traditional ruler. Does that not tell you something? My anger in all of this is going to raise the village. That is my problem. Because they're all in cahoots with what is going on in Nigeria. One man. We have seen these people. We know how they operate. During election, they spring up their heads. They sleep in government houses. They hobnob with these people in government. And they even use them to threaten you in the street. If you stayed in the south, especially in the south region, they will threaten you with militants, and you can't do no shit. So why would they go wings? Why would they go wings? Thank you, Amma. If there's anything or nothing I can say, I will talk about it. Not, I just give you the floor.
All right, thank you, Joel. There's still plenty to talk about, but well, for reasons of time, let me look around, document everybody's voice, and then we'll open up a bit more for a more roundhouse sort of experience. We go next to Prince Daddy, who has been waiting for an in-audit. I can't find that word, but for a very long time. So thank you for your patience, Prince Daddy. You're up next.
Yeah, thanks, Format. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. I love the show. Yeah, well, man, I've been listening in the background.
Actually, I'm going to be doing it this way now. The super chatters go first. So next time, anywhere that super chatters go first. So you super chatters, you should have gone first. Carry on. I'm only joking. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to.
Do you still want to be in this space, or do you want to move the conversation somewhere else?
Just briefly on this space, I was going to doubt the I guess the allegation I thought about the this mements of the soldiers as not being real, being propaganda. But well, based on the video or the pictures, it stands I think is real, right? So, but still, though it may be real or it is real, um, and to the reason why they would do such a barbaric thing in the first place, anyways, I don't know. There has to be some other motive to it, obviously. If they took their body parts, I mean, they harvest their body parts. Are they going to sell them? Do well with them?
Yeah.
So the question really, if they had gone that far, taking their body parts or not, it's almost irrelevant that they actually killed these military officers. But again, I don't want to be. See, I enjoy Joel's analysis, his explanation and narrative, but at the same time, see, you can't come with fire all the time. You can't. I mean, I don't believe that because some military people were killed, then we should go into a village or these villages and wipe them out. Um, I don't believe in that. And but when such a thing happens, and we go back in the past, it was yesterday, a couple of days ago. I just go give a great historical perspective on this on the military's abuse on the Nigerian state. So they too, the military are abusers, no doubt about that. But on this specific issue, right? Um, you know, again, Tinubu, the president, has spoken. Okay, we got it. But I don't. I still don't believe that they should be given a free reign of power to go into these villages and do whatever they want to do. There has to be caution. We cannot allow, if you truly are in a democratic system, we can't allow for extrajudicial killing. There's no room for that in our space. So our heads have to be leveled or come down. What I would say, we know somebody said it earlier. I think it was Joe. No, there's always committee after one committee to do this and that. So it sounds like it has become a cliche that we all don't believe in it. So what would me comfort me would be for Tinubu to promise some resources and funding to go after these people, the perpetrators, and make sure to get them. That's to me, that's solution. That's real solution. Okay. So going there and killing innocent people, bring them their homes to the villages, and having more dismembered bodies, what does that solve? It solves nothing. So, and I know some people are kind of passionate because they have military background. I too have military background. I have to say, I was a major general. I have also in the army. But the point here is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have military in your family background or not. We talk about Nigerians, human beings that we should care about. We should care about. So again, just like I've said, we can't say just use the past to justify the present that okay, the military does the same thing. And I also believe though, which I think I said a couple of days ago, that there has to be something that initiated or triggered this killing, perhaps. Okay, and they went on this rampage of killing. Um, so my conclusion to this matter, regardless, if you look.
Prince, that was the conversation I was trying to invite out of Bishop, but he wasn't having it.
Well, yeah.
It kind of happened in isolation. Now there has to be a build up to it, and what is that build up?
Well, yeah, sure, but I think to I guess maybe to Bishop's point, it's regardless, it's not the killings of the person of the soldiers was cannot be justified by anything that may have preceded the actual killings. But again, I think we all can agree, no matter what side that you are on, that hey, this military soldiers they need justice. They need justice absolutely, and Tinubu should do his job, and guarantee them resources, intelligence, funding to go after the perpetrators and bring them to justice. Thanks.
All right, brilliant. So to the headline on the screen, Prince, no one knows Nigeria's real population. And we've always known this, but this is coming from somebody that has access to all of the data in the country. This is the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives saying this, and is giving matching orders now to this now new census that is just being commissioned and is about to be rolled out. So without those accurate data or data, how can they possibly govern? How do they deploy resources? How do they? What is the demography of the country? What are the? Without these data, what are we even doing calling ourselves a country? What are you then making of this headline by the deputy House of Rep leader?
Does he think it's more or less? They say we don't know. I mean,
It
for
says
him to
it
come
says
with,
it said we just don't know. Yes, a lot of people feel it's significantly less, by the way, but he wasn't even going in that direction. He's just saying, get us the number so we actually know what we're doing.
yeah, I mean, people like Oriola, they think we are 300 million people. Um, and even I've heard some people say we're like 180 or 160 million people. Well, nonetheless, that's a lot of people. But see, that's a challenge, to be able to, to get an accurate census data of people and the citizens. It's gonna be a challenge. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think they can have perhaps more so more important than, no, maybe equally as important is the distribution of resources that matters. Is the distribution, quite frankly, if you ask me. And I've said it before. Um, we have certain parts of the country that are highly concentrated due to immigration from other states or other cities, and those resources in such places are overwhelmed. No doubt about it. Lagos seems to be doing okay because it has a lot of resources, right? But those areas in the country that has been depleted due to migration. Uh, they are not doing the leaders, the governors, they don't do very well. Many of them, they're not doing very well. It's not like they're taking advantage of the extra cash they may have and build better infrastructures and hospitals and whatnot. They're not doing it. So in Nigeria's case, I don't think it's an issue of we don't have enough data to be able to project and provide the adequate or the right resources for the citizens. I think it's more the right distribution of wealth or of resources that matters. Um, so let's leave it to, there's pre-census and post-census that happens all the time. So leave it to these governors to man their own state, their own jurisdiction, and try to have an idea on how to collate these numbers or this data, and they can do so by starting with the largest cities in their different states. That's how they do it. If you can get a good head
No,
count
you cannot do
in
that.
those.
You cannot do that. It's a federal thing. In a federal system, it should be the federal government, the central government that should have the data to that. Now, the
Well,
state can do, they can do their own on their own.
maybe Bishop can correct me. I understand that Tinubu concurrently or simultaneously conducted his own census when Nigeria was doing hers. So
Yeah,
what do
he
you
did
say
it.
to that?
Hold on. That's what I just said. But they cannot just say on their own they want to do census on their own. Even hold on,
No,
even that the one that Tinubu did, Obasanjo fought him for that. Almost fought him for that. But he went ahead and he did his own. He was doing it alongside with the national census that they did. Because Obasanjo fought him for that. That you cannot do that. It's a federal thing. According to the
well, okay.
current,
So,
the
if
current
Babati was here, he's going to talk about solutions. So what I suggested was more like a solution-oriented approach. I'm just telling you that let's break down the census and have a pre-census or perhaps post-census and concentrate on the biggest cities or areas in the different states that consume more resources and get a better head count. To me, that's a better approach to this national census that doesn't work anyways. If you ask me, it's just a waste of a lot of resources. Let's
Praise Daddy. You see, that's what I'm saying. You see, we need to understand how governance work. You see, I don't like saying this. I don't want to sound like I'm talking over your head. I mean, governance does not work like that. It does not work like that. You cannot You see, the thing is this: that Tinubu's census that he did, Obasanjo was even faulting him for that, because he knew that because Tinubu wants to do it. So as according to him, the guys, I mean, the excuse they used back then was like, oh, I want to know the number of people that are living in Lagos so that we can plan, we can do all these things. But we knew what Tinubu was trying to do then. He was trying to get more allocation for himself, because the whole issue then was that, okay, I want to create LCDAs. No, you cannot do it. Okay, look, let me use my population to do planning so I can get more federal funding. Obasanjo was fighting for that. So the point I'm trying to make is that if you allow states to do, the crap, the contraption, the crap that we have prevailing in that country, everyone will fabricate their own census. They will inflate figures. So that's why we should have a central data that could be verified by the federal government. It should be done but then you know how it's. They will never allow it to be done, especially those one from the north. I don't know if you listen to what one governor recently said, the governor of Niger State, and you wonder why those regions are always are very, very unstable. He said that within Niger State there are Fulanis that are non-Nigerians who are living in those areas. That's what this guy said, the governor of governor of Niger State. So the question is this: these Fulanis, who are they? Did they have residency to stay in Nigeria? So that is why our population is always in flux. People moving in from the border part, from the northern part, who claims to be Hausa looking or Fulani looking people like the Fulani in Nigeria, and then we allow them to come in there and settle down. Have you seen? Oh, sorry, I beg to digress. Have you seen recently? Was it a few hours ago? There was an Hezbollah guy at the southern border here who was trying to come. He came. I mean, he's a Lebanese. He came in through Mexico. He wants to go in through the border. He's an Hezbollah, and they figured out that this guy was coming to New York to make bomb and blow up somewhere in New York. That's a country that has check and balance, because they have this crisis at the border. Still, they are still doing their job, vetting people that are coming to this country. That is why you don't see the kind of crap that we're seeing in Nigeria happening here. Let's forget that they are very.
Okay, Rashomai.
My point is this: you need
what you just said regarding the U.S. border. That's no check and balance, because we're lucky to have.
Let's not go there.
Well, we're not going there, but it's not check and balance. You can have an open border and say it's check and balance. That doesn't even make any sense. But anyway, back to Nigeria. Tell me. So, do you think a national census is more credible in terms of collating the data than fragmented state by state counting? Is that what you're saying?
Federal, yeah. Let's go federal. Federal, yeah.
Well, but is the same? I've heard it said before that in the north they count everything. So
exactly
the people okay. So during federal counting census, do they? I mean, is it not the same people that reside in those locality that do the counting and inflate the numbers? So
it's in collusion with the government. I mean, the people who are government representatives, so that's to give their region as being populated more than other outside of the region, so that they could use that for election to do their shenanigans.
Okay, so it sounds to me that either way the data can be compromised, but I guess I agree with you, because if truly with ulterior motive, then we might as well go a federal system counting. But for a more practical data collection and analysis, I think state by state doing their own thing without trying to. Lagos State, for example, I don't know why Lagos State wants to inflate its own numbers, and maybe some other states too. Don't really have to inflate their own numbers. And again, perhaps if we go towards this what we call it this regional governments we're talking about, and resource control, then there won't be any need for that. There won't be any need for that, because those states that have fewer people, okay, they're more likely to overcount or forge the data are the people that benefit from the central distribution of wealth. But when it's all state by state or regional, everyone taking care of their own affairs, there won't be any need to lie about it, because you want to have the right numbers. to make sure you provide the right resources to your people. But anyway, to the headline, one man. We can find a better way. I guess we can find a better way to count. Left to cities like state like Lagos, I think Lagos State can do a much better job taking its own time to plan and break down the state by section, okay, and find a more creative way to do the counting. I think they're going to do a better job than leaving it to the federal to do it, quite frankly. So that's why I end there.
All right, brilliant. Which state are you from, by the way, Prince?
Well, I guess that I was born in Lagos, right? So, but
No,
I hail from
not where were you born? Which state are you from?
Are you
Rashida Vice cousin? You're from Ogun State, aren't you?
Well, we here from Abeokuta, absolutely.
All right, that's what I wanted. So this
well,
is the.
I saw the numbers.
This is the depravity across the four pillars of the Southwest, and your state the worst in everything. I have to say. I was hoping Babate will be here to take the floor
Right.
alongside you. In health, education, living standard, works and shocks. So most deprived to least deprived. In nutrition, Ogun State the most deprived. In food insecurity, Ogun State the most deprived. Who do you think the most deprived in healthcare is, Prince Daddy? Ogun State, of course. School attendance, Ogun State are the most deprived. On and on it goes. School lag, Ogun State the most deprived. Water, Ogun State the most deprived. But in water reliability, you are not the most deprived, you are the second most deprived. But in sanitation, and I know the bar for the most deprived. What are you making of this data? Housing materials, the most deprived. Cooking fuel, the most deprived. Assets, the most deprived. Unemployment. Oh, okay. It looks as though people have jobs there. Yeah, not the most deprived. Yeah, second most deprived though. Underemployment, second most deprived. What are you making of this data? Which surprises me because I think all of the leading Nigerians from Yoruba stock, you have an abundance of the complements of it. All the presidents we've ever had from Yoruba land, from your space. What are you making of that data?
Yeah. When you according to Thomas, not Thomas, Morris, Ogun State is a glorified village. So, what am I making of it?
Now, according to data as well.
Yeah. To me, it's opportunity, left and right, opportunity for growth and innovation. That's what I'm hearing. I keep hearing. I'm telling you, one man. That's what I keep hearing. But one thing also. Now, is Ogun State the second largest state in the Southwest? Because there seems to be more activities economically going on in Ogun State than other states apart from Lagos, if I'm not mistaken. So that by itself should make it maybe fall behind on all this matrix that you're presenting right now. So, but that's not an excuse. Every time I hear Babati complain about Dr. Abiodun not doing nothing for anybody, so always taking photo ops going up and down. So, I don't know. It's an opportunity to do better, but at the same time, I think Ogun State is not capitalizing at all on being, you know, um, having a contiguous state line with Lagos State. They're not capitalizing at all on innovation and resources and collaboration. I think a lot of that should be going on. They're not doing it, and to me it points to leadership and ability to organize. That's what it is. So I think leadership from the time of the Awolowo is going way down the drain in Ogun State. That's what I can say. That's what I can say about it. It's unfortunate, but at the same time, hopefully, it becomes a great opportunity for many others to see the place.
Please. They say Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. But it looks as though Ogun State is the poverty capital of the poverty capital of the world. This is what the data is telling us.
Yeah.
Well,
By the way,
one more,
where the data anyway?
one more, please. Can you put up that shot again? Let me look at it, please.
Yes,
Go
you
ahead,
want to
Prince.
you want to mock him, Abi? Okay, I know your game.
No. Why should I? I'm just looking at it. Wow. Interesting.
Well, yeah. Well, so who's producing the data anyway? Who's the? I can't read what it says. Who's producing the data? The Post.
It's from StatiSense, which is the number one go-to statistician space in Nigeria. They produce a lot of data.
But
Yeah.
you would imagine that Ogun State would be the number second in Southwest, considering the proximity to Lagos State.
Yes, and considering the amount of wealthy people that come from there as
exactly
well,
that too.
it's
That's what
surprising.
you would
Yeah.
imagine. But then why this? That's why I'm doubting. I don't know. I don't know.
I think one man. I think Ogun State has been or they had been the pride of good governance, especially in terms of their governance. I mean, who is it? Is it Benga or I'm also the last one. Then now you have this one that goes to party. They've not had any. For me, I'm just being honest with you. They've not had any governor in the past that really, I would say, oh, this is the right guy. This is the guy. No. Ogun State has never been like that. If you have Lagos as your neighbor and you're having all of this, I mean, even in food insecurity, I mean, you should be the number one supplier of food to Lagos. I don't know. I don't know how they came up with this. I hope this is wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Oman.
No. I was going to take you to one last space, and then we move the conversation to Ajanle Koko. Saudi Aramco CEO says energy transition is. So, what are you making of that space? For all of the attempts to push oil out of the front burner, it continues to. I don't know how to complete that metaphor, but you know where I am.
But Woman, before you answer that question, please, I'm sorry. Why don't you why are you not bringing this topic about Cardoso sacking executive in the central bank? Why are you talking about that? Why
I must have missed that.
Because I wanted Kurata to talk about it before. That was why I just I should send it to you.
Yeah, or pop it to the private. Yeah, send it in and then we'll put it up. I must have missed it in the news cycle. But Prince.
Yeah. Well, this is the CEO of Aramco. Is like a McDonald's CEO going to promote a salad as a better option for health. See, when it comes to this fossil fuel, no doubt, it's still powering. I think, according to what you read earlier, 80% is still the world economy is still dependent on fossil fuel, and even the powering of this battery charging stations across the United States and perhaps Europe, it's all done by fossil fuel grid and energy supply. But nonetheless, there's been a lot of downers on fossil on electric cars or anything electric. Understandable, because there's always a divide here. Also, Republicans support fossil fuel. Democrats want everything green, green this and that. So what we are right now is people playing politics with it. You know, it becomes divided on political ideology, and it shouldn't be that. Actually, I actually see opportunity. I see something quite sustainable and useful in sustainable energy, be it in the electric cars or whatnot. Um, I believe, I'm not too big on global warming and all these other things, because the science is skewed one way or another, or favors certain uh, group of people. But I would say that there's no doubt. For example, a city like Lagos and some other big cities that they don't have emission control, they um, pollution, if you ask me, seems to be the number one source of pollution seems to be automobile pollution. and a place like Lagos also. My God, the generators, the fumes that they give off in the air, in the environment, is causing a lot of pollution also. So so um, if they gradually and economically introduce, improve on the technology of electric cars and electric this and that, and it becomes much affordable when we build critical mass, that'd be great. So to the CEO guy, it's because they're fighting against each other. They're not trying to collaborate. You see, that's the problem. If the fossil industry and the green industry, if they try to work together, okay, symbiotically, then there'll be a real solution to the problem that we're talking about. What I would say is that, okay, um, let them try to um, concentrate the fossil fuel in areas where they can actually they are able to capture the carbon or the waste that comes off, and to sequester those waste and be able to manage those waste and recycle those waste for better management of the environment. And in most in the big cities where where they have a lot of cars, let's use more of electric vehicles so we can get rid of the smudge and all the pollution in the air. I think that'd be a good way to go about it. Uh, because if you can um, concentrate fossil fuel usage, you can capture the waste much easier than cars driving around everywhere that you can't really capture the emission of the fumes that come out from gasoline vehicles like here in America. So um, to the CEO of the Aramco, it has to be a partnership and a collaboration between the two. But of course, they depend. The economy greatly depends on fossil fuel and
Are you
crude
are you,
oil.
you still Republican?
Yeah, we come with a lot of sense. Yeah, that's
No,
I
no,
mean,
you don't sound like one that comes with a lot of sense because because I mean, a Republican talking about green energy. I mean, where does that even fit in the Republican agenda? Hmm?
well, I just thought because see, this is the problem. See, the Democrats, you guys don't reason quite well. See, they want to kill all the jobs when most of the jobs are dependent on fossil fuel energy and all the value chain or the supply chain of it. That's not the way it works. The Democrats are so irrational about everything. They want to push agenda overnight. That's not the way it works in the real world. That's the challenge, and that's why I'm saying that a great partnership and collaboration between the two sides can bring about a real solution genuine to the people to solve the problem. Okay, we're not going to kill all jobs, and because we want green energy. If we bring all the green energy, I mean that people, there's not enough of those kind of jobs. We know that. So gradually introducing such programs will benefit all of us. We can't just kill the fossil fuel. I still believe in drill, baby, drill. Let's drill. But whilst we're doing that, let's encourage and spend more in R&D and invest in electric vehicles and everything electric instead of trying to play politics about it. So yes, I am a Republican in that regard, a sensible one. I don't want to kill the jobs. At the same time, I am for electric cars.
But Trump is not for electric cars, though, is he? Is against those sort of things.
Well, he has to play the politics because trust me, one man, they are trying to kill.
So you agree now?
We have people like I think you heard that name, AOC. She doesn't know anything. Yeah,
So
what
so
she?
you agree? You people are hypocrites, right? You people are hypocrites.
How?
I mean, your Trump is getting money for Elon Musk. He's getting money from other people, other big green energy.
Money from Elon Musk. How?
I mean, for his presidential campaign.
Oh, stop! You don't even know what you're talking about. Trump will not even get on X. Do you know he's not on X? He's not on Twitter.
We know the politics, but Trump went to see him recently. Did you see what I mean, I don't know what you talk about it. John Lemon, was supposed to be on X. He canceled it.
Well, because that guy's a doof. That guy's an idiot. Okay. Did you watch the interview?
And by the way, somebody sent it to me. Whoever sent it to me should resend it. I didn't bother to watch it. But by the way, Trump is back on X now. They did as soon as
Officially?
yes, is he not? I can check. Go on.
I don't know, but he has his own True Social. This crap, MAGA social media they have. They call it True Social. But my point is that, I mean, when he said it on that interview that he went, what's his name? He went to Florida, and then Trump came to see him, and he said in one of his posting recently, Elon Musk, he said that he's going to endorse his own in a few days time. He's going to announce that's what he's going to endorse. So why would Trump be going to talk to see Elon Musk when he was in Florida, and you knew that his policies, I mean, all his business is all about green energy, because even he has what's it called, this what's it called, this power company. I can't even. For one, let me let you, because I'm going. I think I need to go sleep right now. Solar panel. Solar panel. I mean to say solar panel. I mean, it's mass producing it now here in America, hugely. I mean, this kind of solar panel whereby you install up on your roof, and then you can get a meter, and then you'll be putting it into the national grid, and you'll be selling electricity to the
a lot of people do that already here. A lot of people,
but that's clean energy, right? Isn't it? But you can get the money from Elon Musk for that, and then you go on national TVs and talking about no, we cannot face out green energy.
No, you don't understand the politics that it works. See, again, a lot of jobs, just like I don't have to tell you, a lot of jobs are dependent on fossil fuel. There's no doubt about that. Plenty of jobs. America is still, and that's why when in Nigeria, when you guys had leapfrog technology, we're kind of backward in America when it came to our internet banking and whatnot. So America is hugely dependent on fossil fuel. I don't need to tell you guys that. So it's not going to happen overnight. But Trump, being a business person, he understands that we are not against clean energy. Why should we be? No, it's the politics behind it that they want to kill other jobs. When you have people like AOC, she doesn't know a left from right, pushing bills like the Green Plan or whatever they call it, and trying to kill jobs and introduce all kind of nonsense into the country, whereas we don't have a backup and people don't have a way to end livable or have a good standard of living based on this new technology or whatever they're talking about. That's the problem. If you remove the politics, trust me, Trump is totally for clean energy, totally for it. But it has to be the right mix, the right combination, and the right kind of politics that brings everybody together for success. Thanks, Roman.
That sounds like a party political speech right there.
No, don't mind him. Just
that sounds straight out of the
One man.
Yes.
But the truth of the matter is this, right? America has come to a country where the jobless throws banana peel at the workers and business owners and get them cancelled. It's only America that didn't happen. Most of these people calling out these guys, they don't have a job. AOC, solid job is politics. Outside of politics, they cannot eke out anything by themselves. But usually you see these people on TV talking like they know what they're talking about. They don't know. The Democratic Party as it stands right now is a joke. Take away the politics. China is building like big car factories. Now in Mexico, who are they targeting? It's not America. Okay, you're in America. That's what I call the wisdom in governance. At least if you say you're going to phase out, then start mopping up. Making sure you lead in that area. No, we are not leading. We want to, play this kabu politics that the Democrats play. No, it's not going to happen. Trump is for clean energy, but the politics has to be right. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's go on from Prince Daddy. We go to Ajanle Koko. Hopefully, it's ready for us now. Ajanle Koko has been quiet for a while, so he is there.
What's up, one man?
Ajanle Koko. You sound tired.
No, I'm just I've been doing some things here, so I've been listening. What's going on?
Yes, conversations around Nigeria as always. This headline that that Rational Mind brought, we missed it in the news cycle. It says disquiet in CBN as Cardoso retires Emefiele's director. So it looks as though now a bit of a house cleaning going on at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Do you think they left it even a bit late? From the capture of Emefiele, they should have sacked everybody associated with him at the CBN. That is what I would have done.
Yeah, thank you, Maman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think it has taken too long time to get rid of Emefiele element in Central Bank. Well, he has embarked on it now. I think it's meant to sanitize that institution. You can't have the head, the former head, that was so corrupt that, with his corrupt practices, almost bankrupt the economy. And with all the assistants and directors and others that work with him, still remain there. No, they have to go together because they have they are all corrupt team. The entire team is corrupt, so all of them must go. So Cardoso have to reorganize that place, sanitize it, and make it work in such a way that devoid of political influence and it must be a central bank that strictly focus on monetary policy that will stimulate economic growth. So if there are more that are there, I need to get them out, get them out of the place. It doesn't matter which part of the country they are from, even if they are Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa, take them out. Let people that want to shout, let them shout. It's for him to make things work. And the central bank must not operate or carry out policy that will carry, a political undertone. So it doesn't. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. It should just do its job right and not care about what people want to say. As long as it's it's meant action and measures that is taken is to take us out of this redirect us and reposition us on with a monetary policy that will stimulate economic growth. I think I'm on board with him. So he's doing the right work. He's doing the right thing, woman. Good step in the right direction.
So until you replace them with all these jagudas, is that what you're saying? Because it is one thing for him to remove those people that are thief and bring in their own thieves. Because we've been seeing what is going on now with the rail project that they said they were going to the quarter they awarded to themselves. ITEC has been given a contract to lay out the road from Lagos to Calabar. I mean, you see, well, I mean,
who is high-tech?
Oh God. Oh, man. Who owns ITEC? Is it not Tinubu that owns ITEC?
Oh, all right.
Rational mind.
I didn't know that.
Mind.
ITEC is a construction company. All of you, the Admiralty, that's a target where those kids they protested and they got killed. Those area, that VGC area, I mean, that's Admiralty. Former Ozuban Badiwe, all those that road.
Rational mind, no talk. One man knows about he knows about them.
No, I did not. I did not know. How would I know? I'm not Tinubu's accountant.
Well,
Rational mind, don't
I think
digress.
they both
Don't take
collaborated.
us on another.
No, I'm not taking. I'm just saying that it's a good thing.
Let
Like
me ask you a question.
Okay,
Let me ask you a question.
All right, Mumbo.
What would you suggest that Cardoso should do different from what he is doing now, taking out Emefiele's element that remain in central bank? What would you suggest that he should do?
I mean, like you said, which I agree with you on that. That it should. I think there's a little bit of there should be a cleansing within that that CBN, because I know that thing. If truly all these reports we've been hearing about Emefiele, loot, and all of that, if they are true, Emefiele would not have done everything in isolation. He must have had people within the CBN helping him out. And whenever you have a very corrupt leader like that, a person heading it, his subordinates, no doubt they'll be corrupt like him too. So if they are also an accessory to all of those shenanigans going on within the central bank, then they need to go. But my question is, if they go, who are you replacing them with? That's the question. Because if it's one thing to fire them, it's another thing to bring in another new set of people. And these people you are bringing in, mind you, after the election, we hear so many Agbado people grumbling here and there when Tinubu was making his selection of people to work with him. Some of the people that went and that fought, that come on, different platform and even threatening people to even keep people for Tinubu, because some of them were sidelined, they were making noise. Now this is job for the boys. So if they now create space, because we've been seeing Tinubu creating all kinds of ministries here and there, just here and there, putting people there, so that it could repay them for their service to him during the election. Now, if that is another one we're saying with the central bank now, they want to bring in people, their own chiefs, come and start looting the central bank. What is the point of the
do you want to suggest names of those that you know that you should bring in? No, suggest names.
There's no point suggesting here.
Suggest names now.
What would I suggest now?
And you are saying that he's bringing his own criminal. Who are the people of reputable character that you know that you should bring in? Can you suggest some names?
I mean, some few days ago,
you just want to criticize every move that is taken. Yeah.
Hold on. I mean, so a few days ago, I had one man, when one man was reading it to me, I was just boiling here when he was just reading it. When he was talking about the obedient lady that was Immaculata, was Immaculata when he was asking Kulata that question. The obedient woman that was given a position, only for us to later hear that he removed the woman. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the woman is a good fit for that. But the point is that I'm trying to make here is that tells you a lot that you need to know about this Tinubu and his criminal government that is already building already, that has taken over the whole place. We saw. I can't suggest to you, because invariably, if I suggest, the next thing you're going to hear is that Tinubu has retracted his name or her name. So what am I going to suggest? So let him do. He's the one. He said he knows. He said he calls for the job. He asked for the job. So let him start bringing it. You call him. People call him master strategist, right? Let him bring that strategist, and let us see people that he knows. He said he knows how to select the best and the best. But what we're seeing is so far is that they are all thieves that is selected, that are all there to come and report their own labor, the sort of their labor that they rendered to him during the election. I cannot give you anything, because even
rational mind.
Somebody suggested to remove him later. So what are we talking about?
Rational mind. You cannot even recommend, because you don't know the positions that are even available. So you might suggest somebody that does not fit into the field that's really available. My thing is that it's like we're also seeing the Emefiele type of leadership. I mean, the other day I read the CBN was investing 100 billion in fertilizer acquisition.
Is it fertilizer?
So is it not the same thing that we're calling Emefiele? We are calling out Emefiele. You see, it just depends on who is doing it, right? I think that's what it is. I see no reason why the CBN governor should be, buying, as it were, fertilizer. And we talked about the railway thing, and nobody talked. See, everybody just shut up. All these Abadorias, you see them, one man, Thomas, you see all of them. None of them go talk. You're talking about the railway that Okofroji used to be an owner. The railway company has not even done even 1 kilometer of any rail work, but they were giving such huge amounts. Probably, you know what it is? They just like give it to them. They will not sublet the contract to someone else. That's what is going on. So Angelica, go please. Let not just paint these people like they're saints. They're trying to do anything marvelous. It's just sit down and look, and we did.
Jiwa, you see why I'm asking Rational Man to suggest something is because Rational Man is contradicting himself. On one hand, is commending him for taking out the remnant element that still there. On the other side, is attacking him that he's going to bring in his own criminals that are connected to Tinubu and this and this. So, which position do you stand? What's your position?
What I'm saying is this.
Where you stand.
It's a good thing if he's bringing them in and bringing people that are really fit for that job, that are not criminals like the other criminals that he has brought so far into his government. That would be a good thing. That's what I'm saying. But that's why I said you cannot give what you don't have. This guy you call Tinubu is not. Come on, let me know. I've spoken a lot about this guy on this platform. I don't want to start repeating myself.
This is Cardoso now. This is Cardoso.
No, who's Cardoso? Who's Cardoso?
On the institution.
Who is Cardoso now? Who's Cardoso? Who is Cardoso? Who's Cardoso?
Cardoso is the one in charge of Central Bank. Is the one doing
that. Who put him there?
Eh?
Okay. The lady we're talking about a few days ago. Who recommended that lady to for service in the CBN before they later took out the lady's name? Who was that person?
I don't know.
What are we talking about? So my point is
why are you making reference to the lady? Which lady?
Why I'm making reference to the lady is that you asking me to suggest. I said at least somebody must have suggested that lady, that obedient lady. But when the Agbado people who were waiting for their own turn to come and chop, they're not being called. And they're calling somebody who did not even fought for Tinubu, and they say, you can't bring somebody who that even fought for you, that were even threatening people that will burn down their shop, will do everything, will do it. I mean, you not call us to come and if you're not giving us a position, now you're giving somebody that did not even fight for you, and then Tinubu listen to them, you remove their name.
I think they treated that lady. What is responsible for her to be taken out? They treated it here, but I wasn't participating on that day. I was very busy doing something. I was on the platform, but I was busy doing some things, so I didn't listen. They were Emeka and some others. I think they were debating on reason why they took her out. So I don't know. I don't know about that lady. I don't know.
So that's what I'm saying. You say I should suggest. The thing is this: there's nobody I can suggest. Anybody why I suggest that?
Okay.
Somebody's talking. So you asked me to suggest. Who am I going to suggest? When the Agbado people are waiting for their own turn. So many Agbado people, like Kulata is here. That's here. What's his name? Him Daddy is here too. He's waiting for his own turn. And then Bishop is waiting for his own turn. So that they can come.
You say that in jest, but I'm aware that I'm aware of at least 3 people, fairly regular, long-standing members of this platform that have submitted their names for senior positions in this government.
So one man is in the know already. So you can imagine if one man tell you, just accept it like a bam. Like that is one man. One man is.
I'll tell the two of you. I'll tell the two of you offline. But we could have some of our members in government. So.
That's good. That's good. It's like and they come from in contract.
Jerry, that's what I'm like. I want Tinubu. I want Tamara file. No,
me mind.
So let me even ask you this. Ajale Koko still has the floor. If they offered you a position in government, Rational Man Shomagba.
No, I'm not going to do that. I cannot.
Don't be silly.
No,
don't be silly now.
The only thing I can do is I can do contract job for them, supply them stuff, or do some kind of contracted job, and that's it. Yeah, that's all I can do. But I will never, not even be a card carrying member of any party. I will never do that. No, I cannot do that. It's against my principle and my religious belief.
I mean, you study international relations. If they want to appoint you as an ambassador, would you take it?
Not an ambassador, but I can work in Nigerian foreign ministry. That I would do that, but not as an ambassador.
It doesn't matter whether foreign ministry.
It's a political post. It's a political position. Ambassadorial position is a political position. No, I will not do that because of this is just strictly my belief system and my principle. Yeah, I'll never do that. Yeah, it's anything that will bring me. I can only talk politics. I don't really get close to politics to that extent to want to be a card carrying member of a party. No, I won't do that.
Rashida, I think I'm with you too. I'm with you on that one, right? I don't think I will take anything on that Tinubu.
You will.
You say?
I bet you. I bet make you not like that.
Why
no be money you won't follow. No be money you won't follow. You Jiwe. You
know why I know you will. You know why I know you will, Joel. Because you were in Amsterdam smoking a go with Solly the other day, so that tells me that you like a good life.
Don't mind one man.
They take follow money everywhere. You don't talk say if they offer and this thing no go take on. I better not tell us.
No. Babaja, I can't work on that Tinubu. On a more serious note, I can't work on that Tinubu. Now, if look, let me tell you, right? If you ask me about governors now, I can work for. You see, Sanwo-Olu, I would love to work for Sanwo-Olu. You see, I'm not that kind of money crazy. I mean, the way I am right now, I'm okay. Do you understand what I'm saying? Someone like Sanwo-Olu, someone that you can relate with. Tinubu, go do it with him. No. He should keep his position. I don't need that. Someone like Sanwo-Olu, I can't even work on that purpose of them. Talk less. Nah. Come on now.
Okay. Everybody with his own share. No.
Sorry, I got a quick rational mind. Why are you too overly righteous? He said because
do you believe him, Prince Daddy? Do you believe
I don't.
him?
Of course, I don't believe it. I don't know what righteousness is talking about.
I don't think even he believe. There was no conviction. You could hear his voice quaking.
No, it's the truth. I tell you, I'm okay here. The only thing I can do is I can be.
Everybody is okay everywhere.
I know, but for me, you ask me for my. You ask me.
Do you know what that means? You get a retinue or security personnel. There's siren blaring everywhere, even when you are going to.
Those security should go and defend people.
Endless dollars on tap. Did you see that clip of Betty Edu giving $1,000 to her hairdresser? That's the sort of lifestyle.
I can do that too. $1,000 is not money to me. I cannot give out to somebody just for
to a hairdresser.
Yeah, I can do that.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, I can. Well, you don't know me.
One man, we do these things on the street, though. We do these things normally, All these things you are talking about. I mean, it might not be $1,000.
Yeah, well, that is. Everybody can hand out a £10 note. We're talking about $1,000 to a hairdresser.
No. For me, I can take a contract. I can supply maybe pen or supply them some maybe stationaries and things like that, or supply them or render some what's it called consultation. Like if I want to consult with Lagos State in their building department. I want them to. There's something I've been planning to. Let's not go. I think I discussed that in the past with you guys here. But then my point is this: that I can do that, and you pay me for my service. That's okay. But I'm rendering that service to you, and you're seeing that service, and Nigerians are benefiting from it, or people, the end users, they are benefiting from it. That's what I want. Not just give me white elephant. Go and do this thing, and just okay. How much is it? I say okay, $1 million.
Can I ask you this question? Can I ask you this question, please? Before one man go, Rational, if you, yes, I don't know you personally, but with at least we are one family on this platform. At least I can tell your level of integrity and what you can do as a person. So if we are complaining about the country and you have integrity, so if like Tinubu offer you a position, why can't you use your own integrity and your honesty accountability, and because we can't leave this thing to these guys. You understand what I mean? We can't just say let them do it how they want to do it. You still have a quota to give to your country. That's what I think. That's what I'm asking you as a man of integrity. If you are given a post and you know you can change things in your own way, why can't you take it? Thank you.
I will be like
$1 million will test anybody's integrity. $1 million.
Well, you don't know me.
Rational mind. They won't allow you to walk. They won't allow you to walk.
That's what I want to. That's what I want to say to you. It's like Thomas. I know your mom. You say your mom is a wali, a prophetess. At least you must. I've read the Bible, where Jesus said, "I'm sending you as a wool. I mean, as a skin, as a. I don't forget all the Bible too.
As a sheep.
As a sheep.
Yeah,
In the midst of
wall.
So anyway, so the point I'm trying to say is that I'll be like what's it called? A sheep in the midst of wolves. You're walking in the midst of wolves. So when I go and meet someone, I say, oh, like that's what I had this project I want to do. Or Tinubu, or his men, they give me that contract. Maybe that contract I will use $1 million and I will do it. And then say, okay, put $10 million there. And I said, I'm not going to do it for that. They won't give it to me. So why would I want to work with such people? Well, because we have to inflate contracts because they want their own share. And maybe this thing is just going to cost me $1 million to do it. And they want me to put $10 million there. $10 million, maybe $9 million going to their pocket. Or they go, okay, you take everything is still $1 million, right? Okay, put $10 million, and then we will take $7 million, or we take maybe $8 million. You take $1 million out to you, another $1 million. I mean, I wouldn't want to do that because that's the taxpayers' money. That's several hospitals, several schools that will be deprived.
You know what you just said there, rational mind. My father actually nearly got killed over that.
Yes, so I better not even go there.
It was a civil and structural engineer, and he took all these commissions from government and whatnot. And then it was actually this northern guy, big time politician. He told him to inflate a contract. My dad told him to go and swivel, and then they started to chase him around with hoodlums. You know,
for real.
Yeah,
for real.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. Yeah, they will snuff life. They're not careful. They just snuff life.
You see, that's the thing. They won't allow you walk.
Yeah. So I better not even just do it. So I want to answer Thomas' question. I will never do that because you are like you're somebody who's trying to be good among in the midst of criminals. They will never let you. They will snuff the life out of you. So better just don't even go there. That's why I will not even accept anything from them. I know I'm just saying it that they give me contract. What contract is that?
But rational mind, that means we are doomed as a country. Is that if
we are
good
doomed.
people are
That's
not
what I'm
ready,
saying. We are doomed. We are all doomed in that country. That country is doomed. Tinubu will never. I tell you, Tinubu will not make any success. I mean, if he doesn't go back to what people have been telling him, all these elderly people have been telling him in Nigeria, the likes of Debanjo and the rest of them, go back. Let us redesign. Let us restructure this country. Let us renegotiate this country. If you don't do that, forget it.
Prince Daddy, your video is on. Are you sure you want to show your face?
Yeah, is that?
Prince Daddy, I said your video is on. Do you want to show your face? I took you out. Yeah, go on.
So yeah, for me, it's not. It's a clear cutting that you cannot do something when you have this kind of atmosphere, this ambience around you. I mean, it's not, you cannot have success. It's already beset with so many issues. Look at, we're talking a few minutes ago, we're talking about this crisis in Delta State. We're talking about, are you guys aware that they just kidnapped another children again in the north again? They kidnapped, I don't know why you didn't even bring that up again, woman.
In Kaduna, in the same Kaduna.
They kidnapped again some few hours ago. They kidnapped some kids again.
A few hours, okay. Yeah, they kidnapped one. They kidnapped some this morning. Yesterday night.
What are we talking about? So this guy is beset with so much issue that directly and indirectly is part of it. So how do you expect him to solve it? And he's still grappling with the economic issue of that country. He has not solved that one. We're talking about communal clashes, terrorism here and there within that country. And then Nigerians are starving to death. Some people are going to bed. You just imagine that. Sometimes when I sit down here, I have food in me. I live in the midst of plenty here. I even throw out food, waste food because I could not eat it. I have no kids living with them. They're all gone. So I mean, how do I even I waste food. So I mean, and I see people go to bed. I hear people go to bed every day, bed hungry. How can I even live with that. So my friends, that country is beset with so many things. It's either we sit down, we all call ourselves, and we speak truth to ourselves, and we design our country. If we want to continue with the same structure we're having, it will go the same way, if not even worse than to people that just left there. I leave it at that one, man.
Rational mind. Let me add just quickly because I will soon leave. Rational mind. This is the thing, right? Just like one man stated, if it hadn't happened to his dad, and he came on this show, he will talk like Thomas. He will actually the story. And what Thomas is saying, it's not the wrong thing. It's not the wrong thing to do. However, if you have integrity, check out that lady that that was meant to be in CBN. That was when I knew that Tinubu is not ready to work. If Tinubu was ready to work, right, that lady, even though she's an obedient, he would have insisted that lady should be there if it's based on merit. But you see, when you have people of like minds, running a nation, right? This is the same thing that happened during Buhari. Nobody could say this is what is going on, this is what is happening. At the end of the day, you see they can't come on. So it's when Tinubu leaves that you start seeing stuff. And I pray that also does work, because he doesn't look like someone that can even withstand prison. Because he's honest, like he looks like someone that will be crying on if they carry him in a police van. So I don't see the Tinubu government as being inclusive. And when you're not inclusive, you have many things to hide. And when you have many things to hide, the people suffer. And when the people suffer, it means that your government is not really working for the people. So I do not say magic out of the Tinubu's government. If you look at the people, and one man I told you this thing prior, I said it is not about Tinubu winning election. It's about people that will work with Tinubu, because I know that the Tinubu I know those days in Lagos will come out. He's rugged. He will come and talk. He will, even if he wants to do something, he's going to do it. Tinubu is weak. So he will really, really depend on his full soldiers to do the right thing. And if he cannot inspect them, then it's a problem. Okay, we've been talking about Baja. Look at most of the things that is going on, that we know that at least his office should have done something. His office is not doing it. Now, if you ask Tinubu to sack someone like Baja, he'll be more open. Who is the next person that's going to come in? Will the person protect his interest like Baja Mila? So one man, it's not something that I will even advise any of us here on this platform that has integrity to venture into. Because if Tinubu came into government, and I see people from even PDP in his government, you understand what I'm saying? Then subconsciously you're creating you're creating checks and balances, within the government. Because this person is PDP. No, we cannot do this.
There are people from PDP in his government.
There are what?
There are people from PDP.
Like Dane Boala,
one man, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
And there are people from Labour Party in his government as well.
Name them now. Give us a name now.
Tijani, the minister for, is it digital something or the other? He's an obedient now. Yemsi Wike is PDP.
One man.
All right.
One man. When are we having the Parotimi? Has he contact you?
No, I've not contacted. Who was I speaking to earlier on? I have not contacted his PA yet because I want to give a little window for. For whatever. In fact, there's somebody else that I'm speaking to as well. I'm not going to make any announcements till I'm firm on it. But I want to leave that window for the internet something to be okay, so that when
we can schedule another time. Yeah.
Yes, I'll
just tell the PA we are dying to have him on the platform. Yeah, so they can know people are wanting.
Yeah.
My brothers, please. I'll be taking my leave. Been nice talking to you guys. Till some other time.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You didn't even share what you were eating. What were you eating, Joel? We could hear the.
No, I wasn't. No, I'm not eating anything. I would have loved to eat coochie, but it's not available right now.
No. What did you say? Settle down. Leave that for Dupsy. Leave that for Dupsy's session. You don't. Don't worry. That you don't have Uber Eats on. You don't have this technology.
Are you this corrupt?
You know I could never. I could never do that.
Okay, no problem.
You never do what?
It's a generational thing. It's a generational thing.
It must be a generational thing, but I could never do that.
All right, good night, guys. Good night, guys. Cheers.
All right, a real delight. Well, of Nashville.
Okay.
So back to you, Ajale Koko.
So Cardoso is doing a good job. He should sanitize that place to work good for the country. He should not carry out any policy that will carry any political undertone. Strictly monetary policy, and in his reorganization effort, if he found some of the bank executive culpable in these corrupt practices that Emefiele perpetrated, you should sanction that bank. You should bring it to our notice. Why sanctioning that bank? You should punish the bank and punish the head of the bank, so that everybody will know that yes, new sheriff in town, and what it's doing is to bring a system that will work for the investors, for businesses in Nigeria, and for the economic growth as well. So that's it. Should just do his job the way you feel you can do it to make it work. I don't care about how you want to do it, but do it in such a way that avoid corruption, avoid political influence, purely, a good policy that will work for everybody, both Nigerian investors and external international investors that really want to invest in Nigerian economy. The central bank, working or making policy that we attract international investors, that we give that confidence to international investor, is what we need right now. And I believe so far he has been doing a good job. Good comment, good what do you call it?
Rapport.
No, what I'm saying, this international rating, what do you call it? Rating organization like Fitch, like Moody's, all of them are, throwing their weight behind every policy measures that he has taken so far. They believe it's working. They believe if we can sustain it, we can build on it, it will be good for Nigeria economy. So, good job. That's where I see woman.
All right.
Sorry, Marvin. One man, please, real quick. I know you want to move on. The second, something I sent to you is just to make you understand that it's Kulata for Kulata. Both of the topics are for Kulata. I just want to hear Kulata's input. But Ajale Koko has spoken.
No, we had that yesterday. The only 7 banks being able to recapitalize.
So Ajale Koko, from that you should understand that Cardoso has has an Herculean task.
Oh yes, I agree with you.
Because it's not just about flushing out, trying to cleanse CBN. That's a very big issue. That if out of the 20-something, 21 or 20-something banks, only 7 is viable. That tells you a lot. That our economy is not, it's not sound. We got to recapitalize. It means
That's
our
right.
economy is very shaky at this moment.
Yes, I agree with you. Particularly the the devaluation of the currency will put a lot of pressure on the banks. Even when they recapitalize, they need huge sum of money, to achieve that capitalization. How do I say it? Is it target that is set or limit that is set for them? Woman, I think is the minimum not $50 million or what is
Yes,
it?
it's 10 million for regional banks, 25 million for national banks, and then the one with international licenses, 50 billion. 50 billion,
50 billion.
which is no money.
$50
Bank with
billion? $50 billion?
no naira.
Naira. That is no. It should be more than that. If we are really serious to
It should be
finance.
the people that came out with that is an international financial house called Ernst and Young, and they were saying it should be at least at 13 times that.
That is stands 50
Yes.
billion
Yes.
naira.
Mm.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with them because $15 billion. Convert it to naira. Convert it to dollar. It's no money.
Yeah, to $1 million. Why? In this in this climate. How much is a million? How much is a million? What's the yes? That would be about what?
Exchange
50
rate is
million.
1570.
So that's about let's just say about $27 million for a bank with the international license.
Well, I think that's the minimum, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think it should. Yeah. Like those organizations you said suggested that it should be more than that. 15 times of that. Yes, I want to agree with them because if you call yourself the largest economy in Africa and largest economy that want to attract investors from all over the world, the president traveling all over the world, urging investors to come, telling them we are open for business. We should have bank that have that financial base, strong financial base that capable of financing any project, any financial whatever that is required financially, they should be able to finance it. If oil company, let's say some oil company are moving to Nigeria or some other investors are moving in and it's required, to finance whatever they want to do, our bank should be able to bring out the money to get the job done without even depending on the international partner or going outside the country to borrow to finance the business. We should be able to have that capital to finance it. And that is how we can, that is what we send signal, investor confidence that, look, whatever I want to do there, I'm bringing my investment. If I require more capital to prosecute what I'm investing there, their bank is capable of, backing me up to achieve it. That is it. Well, the devaluation will put pressure on all the banks, and let's see how
Quickly,
they
I
can.
look before if you can hear me. If the bank is $27 million for international a bank with international license, $27 million. Even Zenith Bank Zenith Bank is pretty big. I can just guess that they have at least $1 billion minimum. Okay, so this much smaller banks. So we're talking about what, $5-10 million? You're telling me these banks don't have it?
They don't. Actually, that's maybe it's worth revisiting it as a topic. Let me just let me bring you it because they're actually talking about mergers and acquisitions and all of that now, because they cannot find the funds to capitalize. Let me just let me quickly just whiz through a bit of it. It says it says no fewer than 17 out of the existing 24 deposit money banks may be unable to meet the Central Bank of Nigeria's new capital requirement if it is increased from its 25 billion naira, according to a report by Ernst & Young. The report, titled Navigating the Horizon, Charting the Course of Banks Amidst Plans for Recapitalization, noted that if the Apex Bank raised the capital base of commercial banks in the country by 15-fold from the current 25 billion, only 7 banks may survive. The CBN governor, Olayemi Cardoso, had in a fora stated that the Apex Bank would consider an increase in the minimum capital base of banks in the country as part of its efforts to strengthen their capacity to support Nigeria's drive to become a 1 trillion economy by 2026. The current capital base is stratified based on the type of banking license. Banks with regional, national, and international licenses are currently expected to maintain a minimum capital base of 10, 25, and 50 billion naira respectively. The proposed increase in the capital base is coming nearly 2 decades after the CBN's 2004 banking reform, which led to an increase of the then prevailing capital base from 2 billion naira to 25 billion naira. The 2004 banking reform was characterized by massive mergers and acquisition activities, which ultimately resulted in the reduction of the number of banks in the country from 89 to 25. Correspondents in an exclusive report last year indicated that the chief executive officers and top executives of deposit money banks had begun moves to raise capital to bolster their respective institutions' capital base through primary merger and acquisition talks. In the last few months, FBN, which is First Bank of Nigeria Holdings, Wema Bank, and GI's Bank have proposed right issues, whilst Fidelity Bank announced plans to raise additional capitals via the issuance of 13.2 billion ordinary shares via public offer and rights issues. Ernst & Young, a global financial service company, said in the report that some banks may depend on different recapitalization options, which include mergers and acquisitions, initial public offerings, placements, and/or rights issues, and on distributed profits, despite financial soundness, etc., etc. So what essentially this is telling us is that a lot of those banks will be swallowed up. They're already in merger talks, and some of them they're just going to throw shares out there to harvest money from the public.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, continue.
Yeah. Okay. So, but the banks that could survive, it would be nice to know how much they have as their worth, the total asset. It would be nice to know. But this is little banks. I mean, the big banks that we know, I guess, of course, Zenith Bank, GTB, UBA, which are the big First Bank, maybe. I mean, those banks, I don't think they have problems. But smaller banks, maybe like Polaris. I know there's a bank called Polaris, and some other ones I don't even know about. Maybe those ones. But I would think with the kind of activities that goes on in that space, and all the fees that the bank charge, and all the money they pay their top CEOs and all these people, I would think 10 million or 15 million is like nothing to these people. So it's quite interesting to know, really.
Well, you see, when Obasanjo I mean, when what do you call this guy? Soludo was the head of central bank during the Obasanjo time. They did this the capitalization, and you know, if successive administration, particularly what do you call this guy, Emefiele, if not that he run that bank, central bank, with corrupt practices, I think his leadership should have, you know, carried out, would have, you know, make sure that all the banks, you know, uh, 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 all the banks in Nigeria should have, you know, have more, how do I describe it? All these measures that this one is trying to carry out now, he should have done so. Recapitalization or increased capitalization at periodic time should have it should have been carried out. And this mess now that many banks are going to merge, or some we acquired order, wouldn't have happened. So it is not even good for our economy to have banks, you know, merging due to a directive by central bank at all time. When we are running into financial mess like this, they should have, you know, increased capitalization should have been a periodic measure that would have given our bank that opportunity to grow and be stronger with, you know, their financial base. That is what central bank should have. People, I mean, the head of central bank should have a kind of measure that they should, you know, pursue at all time. You know, bank should increase their capitalization. That will even help them to grow, you know, financially, and that will be good for the economy. That will be good for the bank to finance businesses, and you know, that will have a very good effect on productivity and economic growth. But this, what Emefiele did to that country, the corruption, the way he ran the central bank in such a way that he himself used central bank to acquire banks for himself and his how do I describe it, himself and some of his how do I describe them, so some of his the people around him, some that he was using as a front to buy banks, and you know, from one to the other, if Emefiele was buying banks for himself. So he was not really doing that job that he's supposed to do to, you know, run policy that we expand our banking industry in such a way that it's going to guarantee investor confidence and conform with
Yeah,
that
sorry, Angelica.
standard, that international banking standard, because that attract investors to your country.
Angelica, sorry.
Eh?
Who borrows money from Nigerian banks? And let's start with Dangote in building his refinery. Which banks were part of the consortium that finance or part finance the refinery. Because if
I
I'm not
believe it's
mistaken,
consortium. I believe it's consortium of bank. It's not one bank.
I know, but are they in Nigeria? So the cost of capital in Nigeria is kind of high, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know who wants to borrow money from Nigeria with that much. I mean, the people that do borrow money, I would say, is because they don't have any other choice. But any serious investor, um, what is the cost of capital in Nigeria on average? Isn't it over 25%? One man who knows.
Oh yeah, it's 20, maybe 23% or 25.
Sorry, Adele Coco. Just give me a micro window to bail out. Hand over to Thomas. Ayo, the super chat. Prince that is speaking out. The super chat. That's Choma right there. Applauding Joe with the super chat. So gentlemen, let me bail out. Hand over to Thomas for reasons of sleep. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Yeah. Please, Daddy, go on.
Yeah, it would be nice to know interest rate. If it's close to 25 to 30%, that's very high.
No,
So
that's
maybe
high.
those banks, huh?
Yeah, that's high. That's high.
Yeah. So maybe those
But,
banks, maybe
please, Daddy, that is too high. Are we sure of what we are saying? That
Oh
is
yeah, it's double digit.
too high.
It's double digit.
So,
It's double digit. It's
Wow.
double digit. Thomas.
Wow.
so
Go on.
those
Double digit.
banks, it tells me that most of those banks, they are not into financing large capital projects. They're into this smaller transactions and collecting fees from people. They're consumer-based banks. The other
Yes.
fees they charge you and this and that. That's how they make their money.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
and
They
you know
don't
also
finance long time project. They only
because
finance
they are
short.
not into that business. They're not into that business.
I know.
About 10 years ago or so, the banks in America from before they passed a law, the banks for overdraft fee and all these fees, they made so much billions of dollars from just charging consumers fees. Nigerian banks, that just money just collect for overdrawn check and this and that. But so those Nigerian banks also, I think they are into that business. They're not into financing no damn projects, the big projects. They're into collecting fees and making money.
Yeah, that's the problem. And when you have the banks financing short-term project and not long-term project, that economy will not expand. That economy will not grow. Because it is when
It will never grow. It will never grow.
Yeah.
Because we need a long time. Yeah.
Yes. So because you are squeezing, businesses when you don't give them a long time period for repayment. They gonna, if you give them like maybe 6 months, 3 months repayment, they will struggle hard, and the repayment will be so stressful on them, and they will have to make the money go all out to make sure that they can fulfill their financial obligation. So
Let me say this. Even they will not plan for long-term projects. They will be just be thinking of, let me make the money and get out of the country. You know what I mean? But if it is a
Oh yeah.
long-term loan and they will pay, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. 23, 25%. Oh God.
That is huge, man. So I'm not so stressed, but I know it's double digit.
It is
I stand to be
22.75.
corrected.
22.75. I just pasted something in the comment section. I mean, in the private section.
What did you see?
It's 22.75.
Yes.
From
I
what
know
I
it's
saw.
around that. Yeah, I can't just be
Yeah,
specific. Yeah.
No, what is the demand? That is too much, man.
Yeah, but Rashomon, is that just the base? That's just the base, though. Isn't that it?
That's what I'm seeing here from the it says 22 something. That's when Cardoso was there now. Yeah. And inflation is about 32 now. 32 or 33 now. Inflation. Nigerian inflation just rose again. You see, yeah, Tinubu has a lot of things to contend with.
But again, I'm yet to understand fully why this recapitalization project they're trying to do. Because, for example, in banks and some other countries, if people go through special bank, I know we have what they call agricultural bank. People go through special banks that finance big projects, like the Chinese banks. The Chinese bank just don't finance anything. It gets to a level of project you want to finance. I don't know, $5-10 million. You have to go through a special bank that does this kind of financing. And because you try to invest in a country or whatever, they give you like favorable rates sometimes and help you structure your loan in a more favorable way. So uh, this what they asking these banks to do? I'm still thinking. I'm trying to wrap my head around what exactly they're trying to accomplish. Why did they require these people to be the ones who fund the economy? They should say they have a bank that has $1 or $2 billion ready, that's able to fund such a project, and that should be the doing of the government working with the private bankers to do that. But you can't put that onus on all these little banks to trying to finance large projects.
No,
I'm still thinking.
I think what the recapitalization being spoken or whatever is being proposed, 25. Look at it, 25 billion. Somebody, I mean, we have some guys within Nigeria. If you just go to central bank, yeah, here's 25 billion naira. Give me
Those
give me a banking
malam on the
license.
streets that are
They can pay it.
they can take out the money one
In fact,
time.
just give it to you. So it's too low.
They
When we
just
have
say,
25 billion as a capitalization for any bank, that was way back in 2000 and I think 2003 or 2002 when we had that, when Soludo did that. I mean, then naira to dollar then was like $100, 100 and maybe 20 or 30 something naira to a dollar. That was when naira still had value, not now that they with I mean, one single malam can even bring that money down and get it by a banking license. What are we talking about? So if you want to build a stronger economy like they said people is proposing, that 1 trillion, which I don't think it is. I mean, that's just tongue in cheek. That guy, I don't believe him. So anyway, if that's what he wants to do, you need nothing less than 3-4 banks that are capable of at least, I mean, $100 billion in that kind of economy. At least you need 4 banks that are worth
Rational
$100
mind,
billion.
rational mind. I think what I'm concerned about is undue pressure on these banks to go raise capital to recapitalize their assets. That's what I'm thinking.
Because
Because
they cannot finance any project if they continue like that. We just continue being this underdeveloped economy.
no, that's why. See, no, I think the smaller banks leave them to be small and let them grow naturally. If they want big banks to finance large projects, they should go, form those banks. They should go form those banks if they want to. You don't need. I mean, let those banks again. Let them grow naturally. Banks. You can have a bank that require that has up to $1 billion as minimum asset. That is fine. But what I'm saying though, it happened here in America. That's what I'm saying, because sometimes when you put pressure on these banks to turn profit or to grow their asset, they start doing, even the big banks here like Wells Fargo. You heard what they did. They forge accounts, open accounts, do all kind of shenanigans just to improve their profit and the future outlook, doing fraud. So these banks in Nigeria would do the same thing eventually, and these consumers will lose their money and lose everything, because undue pressure will allow these greedy bankers and investors to do the unthinkable.
The thing is that I just feel if we 25 billion naira is too small for any bank in Nigeria at this time, where I mean, what is 25 billion? I mean, I don't have that money, but I'm just saying that. I mean, I mean, just imagine we are hearing that they are giving just only one agency in this budget. They're giving them 200 billion naira, and a Nigerian bank.
maybe we should go. Maybe all of us, rational man, maybe all of us should just pull our resources.
Pull the money together, we can just get
and
banking
set up our
license.
own bank over there.
Yeah.
Rational mind. One small boy in Nigeria will pull out that
25 billion. I mean, what is 25 billion? Considering how
One small boy.
naira is. So I think I agree with you that
So,
they should let them evolve, but because right now I think I just don't know. It's I just think they need to. What CBN is trying to do. What I'm saying here is this. They want. I think they've depleted. I mean, I don't know if it's true. Emefiele has depleted the CBN and the dollar that they have in central bank. They don't have any dollar in central bank. I mean, let me just say no, they don't, but they don't used to have like they used to have before. So now, if these banks could deposit that kind of a money with central bank in dollars, that would show up the economy and it will make at least whatever all the speculators they know that central bank has this amount of dollars in the reserve, and if you people just do anyhow, we just unleash and scatter your business, and then the whole thing will just fall down. The whole naira rate to dollar will just fall down because they can just flood the whole system with dollars. Then, but I don't think it's a good way to go. We need to stabilize our economy to the point whereby our naira is being traded locally, not dollars.
Rashima, I know you're familiar with credit unions. Okay, so all these small
You say
banks.
what? What did you say? What did you say? What did you say?
I said I know you're familiar with credit unions, those
Okay,
smaller
right.
credit unions.
Yeah, I thought you said yeah. Okay, go on. Just go on, please.
No, the credit unions. So those little banks that have so much that have little, why don't you then make them like credit union banks? Really, instead of putting pressure on them, make them like credit union kind of banks. But the big banks, let them grow or let them go find money and become big. That's the way I see it. You know, again, I'm afraid for these bankers because uh, they're going to start doing some shady stuff. Unless the CBN is going to help them recapitalize, if they're not doing so, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I just feel the banks are not healthy. Our banks are not healthy, considering where we are right now in that country. It's just this capitalization would really show.
Rationale, you remember they collapsed some bank the other time. I think you remember they collapsed some bank the other
Yeah,
time. They
yeah.
merged some together. Some was
Continental,
duplicated. Yeah, yeah. Because of
Intercontinental
this,
Bank,
yeah.
yeah, and
Yeah,
then
Continental. Yeah, yes, yes,
another
yeah.
bank, yeah, and then this Cecilia Ibrus bank. Then what was that bank name? I've forgotten that bank name. Yeah,
This is like, yeah, giving his money
all of,
to
yeah, all of
Babajimoye.
their bank went like
All
that.
of them,
So
they are dropping the money.
So my point is that I think we need a very I mean yeah I mean you talk about Fidelity, you talk about Barry Lynch, all these big banks in America, they control like 5 billion and 5 trillion worth of assets. What are you talking about? Just one bank. Our central bank cannot even boast of not even 500 billion. A whole country in Nigeria. When a single one investment bank here in America, like Fidelity, is controlling over 3 trillion worth of assets. What are we talking about?
One rational mind is just shameful that the way those people in the position of authority, the way they have eaten that country deep, they've eaten it dry. So, if not so, why should we, as a country, why should what's the name of this? Is it Apple? Why should the asset of a phone company bigger value than our economy? Oh my God.
Than a
The
whole
biggest
country.
economy in Africa.
Of course, America. I just come on. They manufacture, they sell, marketing. I mean, they do real activities. Okay. What is the economy doing apart from
Atanjali Kuku, what do you
We are
sell
saying the
in
same thing.
Nigeria? What did you sell? What did
exactly?
you manufacture?
What are we
we
selling?
hold on. What I'm saying, we are saying the same thing, but from different angle. What I'm saying is that the way these people have eaten Nigeria, the way they have looted that country, if all this money they have been looting, if they have invested it well in the economy or an asset outside the country, Nigeria will be financially buoyant than this. Nigeria will be. It's just sinful. I mean,
See,
I
money
told
is
you
not the
guys.
problem.
I told
The
you
money is
guys
not the
on
problem.
this. I told you guys on this platform that Nigerians, particularly those in the position of authority, psychiatrists need to carry out some evaluation, mental evaluation on these people, and what is yet to be discovered as a mental health problem that is never discovered in the history of mankind. They will discover it on this Nigerian leader. I'm telling you.
No, they did. They did already. They did.
Good morning.
They did. Hold on. They did already. You didn't know the. You didn't know the
They did it
result.
already. What did they?
Yeah. It's called greed. It's been around for a long time.
But that greed is not the kind of greed that we're talking about easily like you. It must have some kind of attachment to it.
I did being this money they are even stealing. They are also injecting it back into the economy. They are creating creating like wealth. Like okay, they build
Well, like building industry,
factory and industries. And good.
But you guys, good
They
morning.
move that
Good
money out.
morning.
Go on, please.
Good
Yeah.
morning, Baba.
Baba Saudi Abi.
Baba Saudi.
Baba Jabere, Baba Labere, Baba Labere.
You mentioned something that we have been talking about before about you see company, just one company, that even the whole economy, the economy of that company is even more than the whole economy of Africa. Do you understand? Now, but the way you got it wrong is by actually looking at a set of people. I say, okay, our leaders. It's not about our leader. You know, I kept on saying this. It's about ourselves.
No, we are
Our
not in
leaders,
charge of the money.
excuse me. Our leaders are product of our society. They are among us. They live among us. It's our mentality, generally. And it affects all of us, including you. You now, can you do business with any other person, any black person? Before you do it, you have so many reflections. You think about it so many times. We don't build wealth. That is our problem. We are selfish. We only look at ourselves and our family. And you can't do well like that. In as much as we don't look at it as a general problem, we just focus on some people and blame them. We cannot have any headway. The people that have been ruling us right from inception, are they alive today? We have new people emerging, and the same thing continue. And we focus on only a group of people as if, where are they coming from? They are coming from among us. It's our problem. In as much as we don't see it our problem, we start blaming. The one thing I've stopped doing is to blame another person for our problem. We have to blame ourselves, and we all need to come together and address it. The other time, one man mentioned something about the stock exchange, and he mentioned that South Africa has about 900 billion in the stock exchange. Our own was barely 100 billion. Because most of our companies are just one man business. Is Otedala on stock exchange? Is Dangote on stock exchange? They are not there.
Dangote Cement is stock exchange now. What are you talking about?
It's not. It's only few. It's only few of their company. Only is it all Dangote company that are on stock exchange?
Dangote Cement.
They are not.
Dangote Cement.
But what did they? Even all those round tripping that we do in our country, did they do it in all those countries? No. How did they declare their end of the year statement of account? What did they declare? How much are they hidden from the government and from the people? Those are the issues. We are talking about company. All these companies that we are talking about, they are not built by the government. Microsoft does not belong to American government. All those companies that we are talking about, we as people, as blacks, what have we used? What have we done on our own?
No,
which company have we built?
Hold on. You see the problem with our economy. I mean, why our economy is not expanding, growing at a very rapid speed? I mean, rapid.
Speed.
Eh?
Speed.
Yeah, it's because you see, our banking industry not financing every businesses in that country. Look, in America, as long as your business is registered, as long as you keep a credit worthiness, as long as you remain in business, maybe like 2-3 years, you can
And
get.
as long as you're not black, you're right.
You can get loan.
Ajali Koko, they always
What he
beg
said
them here.
something though. He said that hey, what President, what did you just said now?
No, don't mind him. Don't
As
mind
long
him.
as
It's
you're not
just
black.
don't mind him. It's just it's
That's a
just
joke.
joking.
And you think he's joking?
He's joking. That one is not true.
Are you really
I'm only
joking,
joking.
President?
He's
I'm
not.
joking. I'm
He's
joking.
just joking. It's not true. So let me
Ajali
tell you.
Koko, I said
Eh?
they will be begging you to come and take loan.
Hey, but the issue is it. Let me tell you, even where the black has opportunity, tell me one big company owned by a black man.
Oh, there are plenty of it in America.
That are huge, that we are talking about, that has billions of dollars.
This is a white
The
man company.
turnover.
This is a
No,
white
it's
man.
not. Let me tell you, the blacks have been living there for how many years? For hundreds of years.
Hold
Oh,
on. Let me
God.
tell
You
you.
start giving
Hold
the
on.
excuses. That is the problem.
Hold on
You
now.
start
Let me
giving the
tell you.
excuses now.
Let me tell you now. I mean, we have.
You know what? We are, let me tell
Hold
you,
on now. You want to
we are
present?
all of us, let me say this before you continue.
Do you
We
want to
are
present what
all
I
of
mean?
us are always comfortable having all this small money, any salary, then you are comfortable. All of us will say, no, I'm comfortable in my way. I'm not only comfortable. What do you mean by being comfortable? We are not ambitious. That is our problem. All of us, I've been hearing so many people saying it this way, hey, I'm comfortable, it doesn't affect me. What do you mean by comfortability? Were you meant to be for your
Is
own?
that rational mind? Is
I
that
don't
rational
mention
mind?
any name. I didn't mention any name.
Oh my goodness.
He
But I
did
know who we are
mention
talking
name.
about.
Okay,
If
sit
you
down.
are right, why can't you think of the way you can touch other people's life? Why are you always after yourself? I say I'm comfortable with you and your family. You have to be ambitious, build wealth,
There is
employ people, touch people's life. That is the essence. That is the way the white people live.
okay.
Okay, we
I
have a
agree.
lot of blacks
Let
that.
me give you one example, Ajaleko.
Okay.
Dr. Dre has an earphone making company. I think it's called the Beats. That company was valued about over $1 billion, or it's not $2 billion when he sold it some few years ago. This lady is so many black Americans. This
So many black Americans.
this TV station, not MTV base. There's another TV, black TV, is worth over $1 billion. So what are we talking about?
It's not owned by black people anymore. And Dr. Dre example was not a wealth creation. He was just a partner.
It's innovation, right? Innovation, and then
No, it's not even innovation. It's none of that.
What is that?
What Simba is talking about is more like organic building wealth. What they would call, those people that are rich from doing that, they call them noble rich. You build wealth, from doing something, being creative, innovative, not just, playing basketball. And they get paid a lot of money. Trust me, I play basketball, make a lot of money too, anytime, any day. But what I'm saying that, what Simba is talking about is not the same as what you're talking
Like
about.
Michael Jordan, is shoe making this thing. That's it's a billion dollars company.
Yeah, but it doesn't own the company. But it's not, Michael is not a wealth creator. He has a lot of money.
Come on. I mean,
What do you mean
these
now?
are the haters of black we're talking about. These are people that hate their own kind.
Why are you such strong words? I'm just telling you facts. Tell me. Okay, hold on. Hold on before you start.
Do you know his sneaker is,
Prince Daddy
you know,
notes, no offense, I'm just
it
trying.
manufactured the most expensive sneaker in the United States. Do you know that?
And
Michael Jordan
know
doesn't
that.
manufacture his sneakers. He's signed under Nikes.
Exactly. He doesn't create wealth. He makes a lot of money. Trust me.
What are you talking about? You say you
Hold
sign,
on.
okay, when they sign under Nike, whose name is on the sneaker? Is it not Michael Jordan?
Yeah, but Nike's bought him though. I mean,
They are just using his name to promote the stuff. They are just using his name to promote the stuff.
It doesn't matter whether they're using his name. He built that name. He built that brand.
No. He didn't
What
build
are you
it.
guys talking about?
He didn't build it. He did not build it. Nike built it. Okay.
It is not. He is the one. He's using his own brand to make money for Nike.
No. They use his name, and it started to make money for him. He didn't do it. He did not do it. Trust me, but don't get me wrong. He gets all the credit.
How about Kanye West? Kanye West with his Yeezy.
And that is original. That is original.
So how about that?
Oh, but
this one over $1 billion at some point. Maybe I don't know now.
Well, Kanye is original. That one there, I give him. It's
so what are you talking about? Like, we don't have
we have Oprah. We have
Oprah. Yeah.
I mean, are you guys talking about individualistic rich or people that have created companies that are employing
What do you
people?
mean by individual? Oprah Network, is it an individual? It is not.
How many people are she employed
company?
there? How many people did she employ, or is the company standing today?
What are you talking about? What is this guy talking about?
Hold on. Okay. See, even Oprah. Later, about 10 years ago, whatever, she started her own company. But before then, forget about that.
What of Steve Harvey?
These people, they're all employees. These are well-paid
Steve
employees.
Harvey is another one now.
He's an employee.
Yes, he employed people, many people. Yeah.
See, these people are employees. Okay, most of these guys you're talking about, they don't have real wealth. They don't have real wealth. Okay, let's just break it down. What kind of wealth we're talking about? We're talking about companies like Apple, Microsoft. We're talking
Fortune 500 companies.
We're talking about, name it. I mean, we got plenty of them. The Fortune 500 companies. Let's talk about that.
Exactly.
There are many.
Okay.
Hold on.
These are companies that create products.
Go to Forbes. You're gonna see a lot. For 500 companies, you're gonna see a lot of black.
No, there's no black man in Fortune 500 companies. There's no black man.
Name the company that the black man owns. BET is not even owned by black person anymore. Anyway,
you can Google it now. You're gonna see.
You know, Prince Daddy. You know what they are demonstrating now. That is what one of the problem. They are too comfortable in their comfort zone. We are mentioning multinationals. They start mentioning Michael Jordan, who is an endorsement of it. You know, you can see the way they are just rationalizing.
What are you guys talking about?
Elumelu is bringing one already now. Elumelu is bringing one already. You know what? Elumelu is what's it? AS or what they call himself? He has Odins or whatever he calls himself. I mean, he's building. He's really getting there himself too. Adenuga is there. He's also a billionaire in his own right. $1 billion billionaire in dollars in his own right too. So
let's see how those companies survive after their demise.
Are we talking
different
rational mind? Rational mind. Hold on. Are we talking of the company situated in diaspora, or we are talking about black person as a general? Because we are
talking generally now. We are talking generally now.
Ibrahim is there. They employ people from diaspora.
How much? What are you talking about? Why are you talking like this, Toma? You are in Australia. You are talking about what is the total?
Dangote small boy. When we are talking about
what of Dangote? Dangote is the richest black man.
We started this conversation when somebody was talking about $100 billion, $500 billion worth of companies. You are talking about all those one with $1 billion.
You know Mo Ibrahim.
That thief that has borrowed all the money in Nigeria but refused to pay.
No. I'm not talking about Jim Ibrahim. So Mo Ibrahim is born.
Okay, Mo Ibrahim. These Egyptians.
I think it's Egyptian or Sudanese that owns.
He's an Egyptian.
He used to own Airtel.
Is he a Sudanese?
I think it's a Sudanese. He's a what?
I think he's an Egyptian.
Okay, no problem.
But the point is this: either Egyptian or Sudanese.
They are still Africa, Egyptian, Sudanese.
Is it not a Tunisian?
I don't know, but I know it's an Arab-looking guy like that with some kind of black in him. Anyway, let's just do that. So my point is that he used to own Airtel. Airtel at one point was worth over $1 billion, and now this guy from India bought it. I don't know, maybe he's still under the guy. Last time I checked.
Why did he sell it?
Because he had to move on. I mean,
move on to what? What does he move on to now?
I'm not here to come and be answering your question the way you are here. We're not in the position. But my point is this: is that we have black people that are doing well. We understand that we're not getting there. We're not really at that level as the people who we refer to as Asian.
Rich said is a Sudanese, Mo Ibrahim.
It's a Sudanese, okay. All right. So I know it's like Sudanese or something like that. I used to work for a guy, Burkinabe guy years ago that works with him. So that was why I knew he's either a Sudanese. Then they had Airtel in Nigeria. So anyway, so let me. I used to consult for the guy. I was a consultant for him. So, but my point is that Africans are doing well for themselves. Are we there yet? No, we're not there yet. But I believe that even here in America, some Africans are doing well. So some black-owned businesses that are gradually getting up there. You know, I think they came late into the game. The whites, they've dominated the whole industry, gradually the whole industry. But some of them are trying to gradually get in there. If you go to like places like Georgia in Atlanta, a lot of the black guys, they are buying properties. Some of these properties, I mean, some of these guys, their assets is worth over.
Well, I got rational mind. We are not doing bad. I can't say we are doing bad. We are not doing bad as a black person.
But we came late into the game. They came late into considering the whole segregation and the whole anti-whatever law here. And that you're saying here that at some point, banks they find it very difficult to loan black people more money. You get it? I mean, I've even seen some black people, they are also creating their own credit union now. Some blacks, they have their own credit union, whereby they give money to black-owned businesses.
They are black-owned banks now.
Yeah. So they're doing it now.
Black-owned. So
they're getting there. Gradually, it's going to be there because they're late in the game. They came into the game late. And so all these bigger banks, they swallow.
I didn't know how far this is true. I heard that one Nigerian national mind. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I can hear you. Go on. Sorry.
Yes. I heard that one Nigerian guy owned a airport in the US. I forgot that guy's name. Oh my God.
In US or UK? In US or UK? That Yoruba Ogun guy. In UK now, Gatwick Airport.
No, he manages many other airports, not only Gatwick. Not only Gatwick, he manages many other airports.
Wow, rational man, that is huge, man. That guy is in a real stinking money. Wow. Yes, that's the name. That's the name I want to remember. Oh, Ajale Koko, how did he get there? How did he get there? That is huge, man. That's huge.
He didn't get there doing shift though.
He worked hard for it. It was an investment banker now. He worked in
like you and
Wall Street. He worked in Wall Street.
But I mean, you are good. You said you own a farm in Nigeria where you employ people, right? Which is good. But the question is that
one funny thing.
Camera tó fi watch wọn jábọ́.
Ajale Gogo, Simba gbé kámẹ́rà sí di adìyẹ lẹ́yìn bá ṣe ń jábọ́ báyìí kámẹ́rà ti mú.
Wọ́n já gbogbo kámẹ́rà dànù. Àwọn agbéwiri. Ìgbà tó fẹ́ gbé Simba ló fò.
Ola, yes. Ola, let's welcome Ola. How are you, my brother?
You know, one thing about this, our comparison is that we are not even looking at the imbalances. And see, if we really want to raise the creativity of our people, I think it is unfair
I mean, black people, black race in general, it is unfair to use dollar domicile economy to rate whatever is happening. So whatever analysis you want to do, you have to limit to individual space. A Nigeria in African or a black man in African is a better metric than using what someone is creating in Africa and you are converting the thing to dollars. So fair econometrics, we never favor that. So even in the real time today, if you want to compare the Americans to the United Kingdom, right? You will see that you are going to see the wealth creation in America even drowning the one in the United Kingdom. So to me, I think the black people are great, but trying to analyze what they've achieved in dollars is a no-no, because how do you mean? Look at economy in Nigeria. Who are those people that are controlling the company that are employ our people as significantly in Nigeria today? They are still black men, you know. We in this world we have Dangote, we have those people that owe Bua, and we are those and some people are controlling our finance, you know, the bank funders. We have some people that in the fintech too. So, and you know, you can mention so many companies that created wealth from nowhere, just from being an ordinary guy like you and myself, but the opportunity just came and they grabbed the opportunity and they've actually they've shown their prowess. So to me, all these Fortune 500 and Fortune whatever to me is a BS when you want to say so. It's never going to favor. It's never going to favor anything outside the anything outside America. So that matrix is Fortune 500 is for Americans, and let it stay with the American. So you can come to Nigeria and come and get our own econometrics based on our space. So that's where we are going to measure it. And
Yeah, a lot. But actually, I don't know how we deviated to a Fortune 500. We were talking more based on what Simba was talking about. We were talking more about having companies that create real wealth in Nigeria, not even compared to America. So, what are such countries? I mean, we kind of mentioned companies like Apple and Microsoft that actually created something from scratch. Employed people, built through innovation and creativity, built an economy, a real economy. Okay, that became global. I know we're not up to that stage yet. I mean, Dangote is a good example. Regardless of what we want to say about him, he's doing very well. But we need more of such companies to be able to create wealth, so we can also be able to export, to the rest of the world and build the economy. That's the way we're going to grow. Because the Apple we're talking about, they are into manufacturing too. They manufacture, they innovate, they design, they do all kinds of stuff. That's a lot of jobs right there. That's what we're talking about.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Olajo, in this room, you continue. Let me say this. Do you know Boa? Boa recently released, I think it's earnings or whatever they call it, earnings, annual earnings or whatever. This guy lost over 66 billion naira. He lost because of this dollar forex exchange rate, and not just Boa, so many other companies like that. So how do you expect to create wealth when you don't have a stable economy that keep flopping? You can't even plan.
No, rational mind. We are not talking about Nigeria. We are talking generally.
No, let's talk about Nigeria. Let's talk about Nigeria.
Don't limit it. Even where they don't have such problem. What did we do? We always you just want to use Nigeria to give excuse. You just want to use Nigeria to give excuse. That's what you are trying to do.
Okay, guys. If I may continue with my contribution, see, it's still unfair, right? Okay, look at it this way. You are doing your own JJ, but some people, they are on you creating some kind of confusion, and Nigerians or Africans, they are not the victim of this. And this is not just an excuse, but you still have to understand the ecosystem, and you have to be prepared for how long the imbalance will continue forever. This is one of my favorite example. and I didn't pick it for myself. I pick it from even American researcher, not someone from this. China used to, before the First World War, used to control about 50% of the global economy. So the China you are seeing today, they are just reimagined economy. They were there technologically. They were far, like, more than 700 years ahead of the Western technology. So when people are saying, "Oh, the Chinese people, they stole technology from the Western people," that's a blatant lie. I'm not the one saying it. It is even the Western researchers themselves that even came up with the fact and figure that are saying this thing. So what happened? Then those people leading all those kind of economy prior to the First World War, you will be expecting them to be dominating by 90%. The same India you look at there too. When you add the economy and that of the China together, that means they were close to about 70% of the global economy. But what happened? This guy you see, they raised some kind of cunning way of distracting them by creating some kind of war. They introduced what was not part of them to the point that they drag the economy of the entire China. They drag it from about 50% of the global economy to 4%. You understand? By engaging them in opium and some kind of war from right and left. And this were the peace-loving people as at that time, that all they care about is just to do transaction with you. They don't want any war with you, just transaction, just let us do our business and go. But some people introduce war to them, introduce chaos to them. I'm not giving an excuse. I'm not accusing them. But look at what is happening to us in sub-Saharan Africa today now. We are battling with insecurity. You understand? Just imagine if the type of insecurity we have now was happening during the time of our first republic in Nigeria, when the like of Awolowo was creating something in the southwestern region. Was this Western Prime Premier? He was doing it so in the southeastern region. And the one in the northwestern region, northern region doing. See, if we had continued with that without unnecessary intervention, you understand? Without unnecessary intervention, probably we'll be differently positioned today. Probably, maybe we will have even.
Why do we why do we allow that? Why? Okay, if they are doing something against our development, why can't we? Why did they have that domineering effect on us? Are we not created the same way? Are we not the same human being? Why do we always give them?
You want to ask yourself questions. Why would China allow that to? Because you will be expecting that a country that was ahead of you, that was having 50% of the global economy, that was building the largest ship, that was the most advanced in iron in steel technology. You will be expecting that, okay, why was people coming about 700 after their own original technology developed will come after them? The thing is this: you see some people, they just think of, okay, I want to be peaceful, I want to go this way. Where some people are thinking, I will bring you down. Two different mentality. You understand? Or a mentality say, let me just do my own. I don't want trouble. And some people say, no, that trouble is what I want. I just make sure that you will not go. That's just the situation you are looking at there. Ask yourself, when every country, when every region were giving people independence, and the French people, France said, okay, you Francophone Africa countries, we are going to give you independence, right? And you make sure that these people, they don't print their own currency. You understand? They don't do this. Even you are buying everything. You are making sure that they are not developing. That's exactly what United Kingdom, for example, then did to the Indians.
Ola, the question I'm asking, you are still going back. Why do they have ab initio? Why did they have that advantage over us? Ab initio. Why do we allow that ab initio? Why are we looking? It's like we are just group of people with low self-esteem.
No, don't get it wrong.
The lawyer don't say
no, see, don't get it wrong. See, don't get it wrong. if you have a rich man within your community that has the kind different kind of mentality, that okay, his soul is to exploit you, that because the exploitation is to his own survivor or to sustain him, you understand? If all his strategy is just to make sure that it doesn't allow you to move, you understand, he's going to deploy everything. Even in the real world today, the bigger businesses, they deploy the same strategy. They don't want people below them to come. You understand? They don't want people. They don't want people below them to move up. You understand? They concentrate the market to the point that they create some kind of barrier for you. So for you to overcome that barrier, it means that you have to be so disruptive in your approach. You have to do something extraordinarily. Mind you, these people didn't do anything extraordinarily for them to get there. But they are now forcing you to a standard that you have to be extraordinary. You understand? Like when you look into how China
But
came
Ola, how did
back.
they get there before us? Why did they get there before us?
Why did they get there before us? Well,
Yeah, answer the question, man. You keep babbling. How did they get there? Don't you have the same mentality like the white man? How did they control you?
I've told you, you should ask the Chinese people too. How
No, we're
come
not
they
talking
were?
about the Chinese. We're talking about
Wait,
the Africans. Just because it happened to the Chinese, should that also happen to Africans?
wait now. See, this thing is not just about trying to grandstand, my brother. It's just about for you to understand what happened in the past. If the Chinese people were giants and these people brought them down, you ask, how did they bring economy that were even far bigger than yours? How did they bring those things down?
So it means we are weaker than the Chinese. Is that what you mean?
It doesn't mean you are weaker. You can be a Goliath. You can be a Goliath, and you just got a grab that his own is just to make sure that to do you evil.
But the
So
question is, how did they get grab of us if we existed the same time with these people?
you are still asking the same questions because our focus is totally different from theirs. If the focus of a peace-loving person within your society is different from the focus of someone that want to be a criminal. That's why I guess okay, you admit okay. I'm giving an example. Indians, you understand, they were doing their own JJ, they were not creating weapon to fight anybody. And the United Kingdom, they created their own weapon and went to India just because they know that these people will not have that kind of this thing, and you started subduing them. Ask yourself, how could even in the history could a country as small as United Kingdom overpower the like of India? Ask yourself. It's just because it's a mental. It's a mentality.
Because United Kingdom, the British were more advanced society. At one point in time, the British and the Indians were at par. Okay. Then came the British. They innovated, they became more creative, and they became more powerful. They designed and manufactured weapons, and that allowed them to control other bigger nations. It was quite clear. They were more advanced people, plain and simple. At one point in time,
No,
we Africans also were.
in time of technology, they were not really advanced. I'm sorry to use this word. They were, in fact, in time of violence, they were more violent than other people. That's the way to
I
say it.
disagree. I totally disagree. Nobody has
Look at it
monopoly
this
on
way. Look at it
violence.
this way. Look at it this way. When you were busy manufacturing weapons, those people they were focusing on their own textile technologies. They were focusing on other technologies. So just because you have your own weapon, you went to these people, knowing currently they don't have weapon, and you started shelling them. The next thing you deindustrialize them, and you started exporting your
You got to
products to
keep
them.
in mind the British did not invent occupation or enslaving other people. They did not. They did. Not, they came late to the game.
That is
Before the
not
British were inventing all the
about. I said
cultures.
when see, look, this is what I'm saying. Okay, now you, Prince Daddy, you've been in the you have iron innovations. You were so advanced, but all you were using your iron innovation for is to build skyscrapers, is to build rail, is to build this thing. Some people got the same iron. Some people got the same iron. The first thing they first of all think is that gunpowder. Gunpowder.
No, no, no,
You
no,
were
no, no,
building.
no, no, no. A lot. See, the textile, for example, you're talking about textile manufacturing in the crudest form has been around for the very time of Jesus Christ and before that. Okay, so It takes innovation and a creative people that think outside of the box, that look at the environment and say, what can I do next? That's what the British or the white people were. Okay, for the most part.
What innovation? What innovation made you leave
takes
your?
more to think about. It takes more to think about an iron, for example, that you give an example to build a house, and somebody said, "Look, no, I'm going to convert this iron into making weapons, high grade weapons." Okay.
For you are there, you and Monimo. I am not defending anything. This one is not just a matter of defending anything. Someone asked a question and I'm explaining. See, we have to understand there's a difference between what brought us back and why are we not moving forward. But you want to know the history. If you don't even know the history, you understand, you don't even know where you are going. It is easier for us to blame because the same question I will ask you now. Okay, we as storytellers, we are giving it. Okay, I ask you personally, what have you done differently from the entire black race you want to blame? That's the way I will throw that question to you, at you. Okay, when you say, oh, we are not moving forward. Okay, the first question I will ask individually, why are you, as you speak today as an individual person, why are we as an individual person not even contributing our? Because see, when you want to build, right, you put iron together, you put cement together, and a lot of these things, it becomes a very gigantic building, right? Then, before I can even blame and point fingers at some people too, you understand, confidently, I look at myself. What am I doing? Why am I still working and I'm still doing 9 to 5 or 8 to 4? Why am I still doing that? So when you want to, when you okay, so when you want to do those things, you must still have to get the problem. I'm bringing us back to the problem for us to say this thing. One thing is for us to say, oh, we are lazy, we are doing this. I'm not totally writing of what you're saying, but you must first of all understand the psychology of our people. And as you speak about the psychology of our people, the way they brought us backward for a very long time too, people, you understand, among us, some people are still coming up. Among us, as weak as here, as they brought us backward, we are still saying we've done a lot of things locally. We stay here every day. We are criticizing Dangote. We are seeing every reason why is this one. Today, the same Nigeria we are talking about today, we have people like this one of a blessed memory of what's the name of this bank CEO that Abatwigwe that just did something in this country that from Nigeria we are talking about today. We have the like of Afe Babalola that didn't even attend the normal universities like us. It is not as if we are not doing anything at all. But the question is this: you are talking of mashing those people that have been there like 500 years ahead of you. And why those people were like 500 years ahead of you, they were enslaving you. You understand? It got a point when slavery was so becoming competitive. Do you know that we're still in slavery today? We're still doing some kind of slave trade today. Probably the United Kingdom themselves will have been colonized. Maybe those people quickly foresee that, oh, this thing might come to us. Okay, it is time we started fighting against slavery.
Did you know that the Romans colonized United Kingdom? Did you know that? Did you know they also had colonization?
Did you get my point now? I told you that the UK themselves knows that if they didn't stop all those colonization too, they may be colonized. You understand? So they know.
They were colonized before they fought for it. So what happened in the sense of Africans still remaining on the same spot after colonization?
Well, it's a question. It's a question.
Let me answer that question. You see, it's easy for us to always conjecture, try to like bring different things just to support whatever idea or whatever we think. You see, you're talking about the Roman Empire having the British, the territory that we know today as Britain, as part of their colony or subject. How do you call it? I can't even think straight. I need to go to bed. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that it's a different era. We're talking about different times. Now, we're talking about why is it that Black people are not progressing? You see, I think everybody has a point here that the West, the so-called developed countries, it's an orchestration of those people just to make us remain that way, because it works to their own advantage, in the sense that a lot of us today who live in the West today, we're contributing to the economy here. A lot of us are doctors, we're lawyers, we're engineers, we contribute to the economy. I don't know if you people have seen recently the figure going out around that said there's a decline in birth rate here in America and some other developed countries. Like even like in Korea and Japan, they're having it very, very hard. Even in Germany recently, I was watching on DW TV that they said that there's a low birth rate in Germany, and there's a fear that as time goes on, there could be a decline in the German economy, which already is already in recession. But my point is this: is that they need people to come there. So if they could make these regions unstable and make their own country vibrant, that's something tempting to other people like you and me.
Rational mind. Can I add a question with what you're going on? So, can we continue on this tangent? That will be giving our politician more power to keep on enslaving us. If we still think we are still under some indirect colonization or slavery. I understand what everybody has been saying. When these people are building their country, we are being enslaved. But now, nobody can tell me that we are still being enslaved. We could be enslaved indirectly by our brain drain back to the Western world. But you remember we were discussing about Dangote refinery 3 days ago. I said, if we are claiming that the West is sabotaging our refinery not to work, are they still going to sabotage Dangote's refinery not to work now? And the answer of everybody, I remember Prince Daddy very well, say, no, it's not going to happen. So can we go back to ourselves and look inward and see that we are the one that are not building ourselves? Thank you.
Can I respond, Thomas?
No, Remy join us. You can learn because I was.
Yeah, just rational mind responded. Remy will go after you. Yeah.
Now, my point, I'll be quick about it. You see, this topic we are just taking. It's a very complex topic, and there's no one direct answer to the whole, and that answers it all. We can blame the West to some extent, and we are people back home in Africa today. They take part of the blame. Like the Yoruba people say.
Sorry, rational mind. I'm not breaking you. Don't forget that not even all the people in the West are at the same level too. We are making those big mistake.
Yeah. We have accomplices back home, back in Africa, that are also being used as a tool by these people to subject our people back in Africa to this state that they find themselves, this underdevelopment. I think it's a deliberate. For me, I believe it's somewhat a calculated, it's a deliberate action on the part of the Western countries. When I mean in the Western countries, these big economies, and even China too has also joined in that exploitation too. They're exploiting Africa because for China to continue having those resources that they need to continue churning out things from their factories, they need to come to Africa and like Congo and other parts of the Africa where they have resources. They're also stealing from them, and these things are making inroads back to their countries.
They are not stealing, man. You guys need to start using some kind of word.
They are stealing. They are stealing.
You know the meaning of exploitation and stealing. When you open your door for people to come in, that's not exploitation. You open your door for them to come in.
No. Come on. All these things are just semantic.
They use when I say exploitation. Okay, let me give you an example. In Nigeria today, you hear when Dele Alake was talking about a lot of the illegal minings. They say a lot of these illegal minings are by Chinese. So those minerals they were extracted, how did they go to Nigeria? Where did they pass through in Nigeria before they go out of Nigeria? Go to China or wherever they move. I mean, not that it should be China they're moving into. So the question we should be asking ourselves is that everybody's exploiting Africa.
How did they come into Nigeria in the first place? How did they get visa?
Well, anybody can come under the guise that are coming to do business there. But then when you come in there, our people, our officials would have colluded with them no doubt. That's why I'm saying that they did not just come by themselves. They also have accomplices there, people who are also tools in their hands, who are an accessory, part of their criminality. So we can blame these people and we can blame our people back home. But I think it's going to be like this for a long time. I don't know if ever it's going to change, but except if we our people back home will sit down. That was we keep saying that these people back home, our governments, people in governance, they need to sit down and talk to themselves and have a real honest discussion on moving that country forward. Because
Did
if
you
we
know?
we cannot
Sorry
move
for
on.
intervening, but I wanted to ask you a question. Did you know that most blacks, I mean blacks in general, have partake in everything that has happened in Africa, even colonization, slavery? Blacks, come on, it was blacks, it was Africans that called for Europeans to come and colonize them. We know that all these things
We
is
understand.
in the book.
We keep hitting the problem in the eye. It's like you people say, "Emma Fable, you know, we don't want to continue opening the wound." There's a wound there. We know that our people usually, when we talk about the slave trade, it was the Africans that were going to steal their own fellow Africans to sell to these white people. Or some people say they were threatened, or some people say under gun threat. That was how some of them had to do that. But let's leave that. But the point is that they have accomplices. They find people who are also people who are native of that area, of that land, who are also colluding with them in exploiting these resources. We understand that. But the point is that moving forward, for us to move forward now, to get to that point whereby we become industrialized.
Rational mind. Are you understand what Judy is where Judy is coming from?
Well, I think
Those
I do.
channel you said those channel you said they are mining in Nigeria, they didn't come through heaven. They don't drop from heaven. We give them visa to come in that country.
See, if I may just come in. Yoruba will
Yeah.
say something that's Enitoni Owodo Lokowo. See, over
Yes.
time, when you have people that have developed advantage over you, you understand, because of the resources they have, it's going to take a longer time for you to catch up. See, take our challenges apart. Do you really think as Africa we are moving forward? My answer will shock you. We are actually moving forward. We are not moving backward as it is, just because we are feeling some negative impact that affect us directly.
Ola, can I say we are stagnant? We are not moving forward
We are not
and we are
stagnant.
not
That's not true.
going backward.
We are not
Are you
stagnant.
sure we are not stagnant?
We are not stagnant. See,
Can I
let me
come
tell
in
you.
now, please?
I'm
Oh
even
yeah, let
saying,
me ask you.
okay, let
Yeah,
Remy
yeah.
talk. Let Remy talk after.
Yeah,
Oh
good
yes,
morning.
yeah. Remy, yeah.
Good morning,
Good one.
everyone. Yeah, and I guess you guys are discussing a very important topic this morning. One thing I've realized is that all those countries that were able to put themselves together and develop, even with all the shenanigans of the West against them, that's one thing I've learned from them. They all come together and uphold their country. No matter what happened, they want to sync with their country. They don't care whether I'm from the south or north or west or east. That is number one. That means they are very patriotic. Number two, they have a long span of leadership, uninterrupted, unnecessary coup or unnecessary distraction. They don't have it. And their great grandfather or their grandfather were able to sacrifice for generations yet unborn. Look example of Singapore. Look example of China. China, they have a leader that ruled them for a long time. Even they fought a civil war among them. They fought two wars at the same time. They fought a civil war and they're also fighting Japan and the rest at the same time. And they have a leader for a long time. And another thing, the third factor, which I think I might not necessarily call it a big one, they are not like they have different nationality like Nigeria do have. I mean, different ethnic background. And they also use what I call carrot and stick. They force their people to work. Human beings are generally lazy. If you don't force them, if you are saying
Blacks in general, not human beings. White are more intelligent and stronger than black.
No. I don't agree with you with that. I'm here now.
Are you
I don't
lazy
understand.
where you are?
I mean, why would you be saying that this about your own people that they are just lazy? I mean, like, why are you talking like that?
So don't mind.
I
I'm
don't
here
get
now.
Everybody's lazy.
Even
the Caucasians can be some of them can be lazy. We have a lot of them here.
They are even more lazier than
what are you
black
talking
people.
about?
They are even more lazier than black people. if we just oppose maybe black with the Asian, now not all Asian are also hardworking. It's because the way they rule their country, their leaders, they use carrot and stick. They make them, the reason why they were able to be in this position today is that, to be frank with you, their grandfather and they sacrificed a lot. And they have leaders that rule them for a long time. Ola, I will agree with you that if we have left all those regional leaders at that time, that there is no uninterrupted in leadership position, maybe for 20 or 25 years of our country, maybe we wouldn't have been in this position now. But unfortunately, look at that span from 1966 to 1999. Uninterrupted power, sorry, they continue to have a lot of coup. Everybody just continue to do whatever they like. If we have all those regional government, at least for 30 years of our lifetime, we will have built those institutions. Forget all whether they colonize or they don't colonize. That is the past. Because if you continue to look at the past, it's only, but they are still trying to colonize us now, one way or the other, using the power of the financial institutions. All of the big institutions are in their hand. But fortunately for us now, this is a big opportunity for Nigeria to break away, like we are not aligned. So we have to find which country really benefit us, which country really want to help us. Things have to change. It's not going to be like before. When you look at it, if they really come up with their bricks that they are coming to with their currency by April 1st or by early April, and they had started trading among themselves, do you know what that meant? Do you know that one meant for Europe, one meant for America? They are in deep trouble because most of these European countries, they have a big trade, they are big trading partner to China, especially China and India. So that means they have to start trading with them in their brick currency. That means the value of the dollar will be up.
Remy, when are we going to stop complaining and do
So
the
that is
do
why I
and
said
get to work?
stop complaining.
Forget about the West. Yeah.
First thing Africans,
Let me just hold on. Let me, if you don't mind. See, Thomas, it's not as if we are complaining. You understand? When you want to know the source of a problem, you give room for analysis. And that is why it's going to look as if we are complaining.
apart from
So
complaining,
this one, wait, Remy, waiting now. It's not as if complaining, but you have to know the root cause of the problem before you address it. That is exactly what I'm telling you about. Now, when we say, wait now, prior to 1999, our financial institution, we could not even fund some kind of project in Nigeria. Look at when the like of Ray Power and AIT was even coming up. The people that gave them that, you know what it means that, for example, you borrow a fund, you went to bank lends you money, and all of a sudden within 3 years, maybe you lend like say 50 million. Within 3 years, for example, if the money now double, going to like triple. You understand? How are you going to develop in such kind of environment? But if you look at the situation is totally different today now. It's not a then that you will borrow like say 20 million and all of a sudden balloon to like 100 million.
Before I lose my line of thought,
the finance we have to be there. So we are getting there gradually. We are not that backward like we are looking at
Let
ourselves.
me just continue before I don't want to speak for a long time. Look at what is transpiring in Europe now. Look at how the West. Sorry, hold on. Look at what is transpiring over here. Look at the Ukrainian war. Look at how they are trying to support Ukraine. And we are having security in Nigeria more than a decade now. And we have friends all over the West. UK's, they are not really helping us. When it comes to the black against the white, they pick the whites ahead of us. So I don't want to lament on that because I hate lamenting. What are we going to do to find solutions to our problem? The first thing I know is that we have to come together, support our leader. Instead of every time our leader says, blah, why don't we just fight, come together and put more pressure on them to do
no, Remy, I'm sorry. That still has nothing to do with about we supporting our leaders. It has nothing to do with we are gay. We are moving against.
When I say support our leader, does not mean totally that you are supporting blindfoldly. You can.
No. I don't want us. Well, that's your. Before you know, now we are going to get into politics, the political arena. Now, the next thing we be flying.
We are talking about solution to our problem. I do know that that's what we are talking about. And I'm talking about this.
I'm only trying to interrupt.
I am trying to say that the opportunity is right in front of us now. Because if these people come out with their brick currency, where are we going to find ourselves? If we continue to tally along with the West, we are not going to get nothing from them.
But that's why. Go ahead. Sorry.
So that is why you can see
what Judy, let Judy pull that scene. Yeah, okay. Judy. Let me you continue. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He was talking about BRICS. I don't know why we're so dependent on BRICS or dependent on the Western European or countries. It's left for you to do things on your own and become independent and stand your ground, build your economy. And then people are also going to be dependent on your naira. But I want to touch on two things that someone said. Someone said we have been progressing ever since the Europeans left. And then someone said we are stagnant. In matter of fact, we are regressing and we have been regressing for a long time. Compare countries in Africa when they gained independence to Southeastern Asian countries. Some African countries were feeding these Southeastern countries. These Southeastern countries, countries like Malaysia, they were coming to Africa, maybe in Nigeria, coming to get palm nut to go and build their agricultural industry. Now, in time, you cannot compare Malaysia to Nigeria or Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and these countries probably gained independence like few years ago, maybe 1990. So Africa have been regressing. Another point that I also want to make is when someone say blacks are not lazy, we are more hard worker than the Europeans. We are only hard working when we travel overseas, when we go to Europe, when we live in Australia and America and all these places. If we were hard working, we will have built that country or that continent called Africa. And let me finish. Europeans have built their country. They built it. I've seen videos how they worked inside winter in Russia, building railway tracks, doing a lot of things for their people. Now their people have to relax. That's why when you go to their country and you say they are lazy, of course they should be. They have built their country to a point where you come in and enjoy. So if they are relaxing, but they have worked hard in the past, so it's left for Africans to also do the same thing than travel overseas and start saying they are lazy. So that's just my 2 cents.
Almighty Judah, let me just respond to you if you don't mind. You see, one thing is this: we seem to, yeah, I know the zeal, I know everybody wants Africa to do fine, but we just have to face reality. You see, when the Chinese people, when they closed the economy to the outside world, they were like there for almost 5 decades. More than 5 decades, they were not progressing at all. They were there. I think it was toward the end of 70s when they started opening their borders for people now to come and invest in their country. That triggered the beginning of their reemergence as a global economy. Now, look at it this way. When you tell us that, okay, Africa, we should do this, we should do that, you need finance. The inflow of capital to China help China to come back. No matter how smart you are, if you don't have money, you don't have it. It's like, oh, we are saying, okay, I can stay without a mortgage. You understand? So you still need all these Western countries because they have money to spend. The fact that they have money to spend, you have to look at them and create products. You have to create values for them to buy. So the only place where I can say we are blaming ourselves is just because instead of we realizing that, okay, a country like China is creating values, is creating services for these people to buy, you understand? We are actually buying their services. So you know why I say, where I told you that we are moving forward, and I will tell you categorically. Now, when these colonial masters left, they used to control like more than 60% of the investment in Africa. But today, it's no longer the same way because look at how Nigeria, for example, took the banks away from them. Yeah, we may say we've not been running it properly since they've left. Maybe I will agree with you. But the fact still remains that we are in charge of our finances now, not one kind of foreign element. To some extent, we are in charge of our technology, even though we may be buying whatever we are using to build our system back home, but we are still in charge of our thing back home. So we are not that lazy. So don't let us look at it that we are lazy, because if we are actually lazy, then how did we even survive to this point? You understand?
Hold on. Ola, let me address him on that thing. If you go to, have you gone to the street of Lagos State and see how people they walk inside the heat, into that simmering heat of Lagos State?
Rational man, you don't call that productive.
Hold
That
on.
they are hawking, that doesn't mean they are not lazy. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Hold on now.
Hold on, please. How many quota are they contribute to the economy
Oh, come on.
of selling pure water of 20 naira on the streets?
Come on, Thomas.
No, Rational man, I wanted to tell you, Africans are lazy in African soil.
You
We
and
are
I,
lazy.
Exactly.
It's up to you. That's your opinion. But what I've seen,
Yes, Rational man.
No, sorry, Rational
Let
man.
me
A question for Thomas.
Now.
No, Alan.
To me,
No, Alan, but for throw question to Thomas.
You can land. See,
no,
what is it? Thomas, don't break.
Hold on. Ola, can you hear me? Are you guys can hear me?
I hear you now.
I hear you now.
Yes. I am a lazy man when I'm in the soil of Nigeria because I think I was working there. I wasn't working. I'm a lazy man. So I'm putting that to myself. So if I can tell you I'm a lazy man as an engineer in Nigeria, so reflect on that. Go on, Rational man.
What makes you not lazy now? Just Rational mind. Just let me.
You can land. No,
Just now, just a minute. Just say the statement. Why are you not lazy the way are you where you are now? Why are you not lazy?
Yeah, why am I not lazy here now? Yeah, because now my eyes are open. I remember back then that I'm lazy. I'm not working there.
What are you
Thomas, because you have to pay bills, you have to work. You don't have
no.
Share,
I want to want Nigeria. No, they have to eat. That's why they are working now, right? Because I'm actually backing Rational mind up. They are working, right? They are working to meet their needs. You are in Australia. You are doing whatever you have to do to meet your need. What you are doing is not different from what they are doing. As a matter of fact, I can even see place them ahead of you because number one, you key into a system that is working already. You submit your certificate to look for a job, but they, out of their own ingenuity, something they are working just to make sure they meet ends meet. So even when you look at if you even look at their own thinking and the way to survive, because they can still stay there forever and be looking for someone that is going to employ them, and they will never come. When those people will never come, then they start working. How will you call those people lazy? You understand?
Ola, let me say something. You and I, all of us, Thomas, you, every one of us here, we came to countries whereby there are opportunities. How many of these opportunities that we have here that our people back home have? Somebody just said to you now, because you have responsibilities. You remember that you bought a home of $1 million Australian dollar, and you realize that you have to pay. One will become homeless if you don't pay the house, if you don't pay your mortgage. Our people, how many of them can go to a bank and borrow money, say they want to go and buy a house? How many of them has opportunity? You, Thomas, yeah, you said, I remember at the beginning when you first came here, you were saying that you were an engineer, you work for one engineering company that was owned by an Igbo man and some other issue of tribal and everything. Maybe it was, maybe not you, but I remember it was you. Correct me if I'm wrong. That you were having issues with the owner of the country of the place. They were bringing tribals into the whole.
Yes, I'm the one. Yeah. Zoom connection in Lagos. Yes, he's a Igbo guy. I was start. Yeah.
But you come here. A normal job that we would in Nigeria, if we were to look at the standard of Nigeria, a lot of us probably would not even be able to get that job, because if you don't know who, you will not be there. But you get the opportunity of getting it there, and you're able to work. And if I get another job again and work some other job, another extra job. So the point is this, that we have opportunities here that our people back home don't. As they say, not because we are here, we have opportunities, we find ourselves in better opportunities, and we can work better because the opportunities are here. You can do 3-4 jobs if you are able to do that. But our people back home, they don't have all those opportunities. Somebody will be selling pure water in go slow, will be hawking farm milk in go slow, and you don't call that as a hustle. That is hustle.
But what is opportunities? If I ask you, who create opportunities? What is
Thank you.
opportunity and who
Thank
create
you.
it?
Yeah, now we're going to the very substance of this whole matter. It's because the whole thing, like I said, is so complete, it's so complex, it's so complicated that we cannot pin it to our politicians only. We know that even the West too, they are also guilty of it. But enough of this blame gaming the Western people of making us the way we are. It is now for us now to ask ourselves the question: do we want to move forward and make the life of our people good? Now our politicians now have to sit down and ask them that question and make and create opportunities for our people back home.
Okay.
You and I, hold on. You and I
Can I
can go
go in
home.
now? I think I've given you a
You,
chance.
you and I can go home and say we want to invest. I mean, you know how many of us that have gone home and invested? I mean, look at was it Simba that was here? Simba here.
Rational mind.
I can conclude. I can conclude now. I can conclude. Simba here was from where he was here in Saudi Arabia, and he was looking. He was using his phone to looking at people stealing his eggs. A lot of us we open businesses. Some of us cannot even open a business because there's no light to even do the kind of business we want to do in Nigeria. So there's no enabling environment. How can some of us go back home and even invest? Jude, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Jude. So the point is that our people don't have the opportunities that we have here. So we should not be calling them lazy because we are here, we're doing well for ourselves, or we have opportunities to be able to get so many jobs or do more than one job, and then we're calling our people. No, let's not do that. Our people
Okay.
are, if you give them the right environment, they will work.
Rational mind. Every one of you, you have forgotten one thing. Maybe you guys, you've left Nigeria for more than a decade. Nigerians' orientation have changed. The generation of today, or 2 or 3 generations before you, I don't know how old are you, their mindsets have totally changed. The work ethic that you have is not the same thing with a young Nigerian today. And I don't blame all the young people. I blame everyone. We have a government that does not plan for decades. Orientation have totally bastardized. Everything have been bastardized. So people now look at shortcut to make it in life. When they find themselves in Europe, America, and the rest, they have to obey the rules and regulation. And if you want to get money, you have to do the work. And most of the work are calculated in hours. How many hours you put in, then you get your reward. And here, the institutions are working. If you fail not to do the work, you don't get the money. So whether you like it or not, you are forced to work hard. If you don't work hard, you get little. And if you get little, you cannot live that good life you really want. So when I look at it at the end of the day, I will not say they are totally lazy, but I will continue to say, if you really want your country to develop, the so-called copy of all this democracy from Western world does not suit that country. We have to fashion our own democracy to suit our own people. And I bet it, Nigeria need a little bit of iron hand. I'm so sorry to say that because there is no, even the so-called America you are, or Europe I am today, they fought a lot of bitter war among themselves for resources, for power, and the rest. And when they start ruling their country, they put a lot of rules and regulations down that their people must follow. They don't joke with it. They don't care who you are. But in Nigeria, there's a lot of rules and regulations. But if you're a big man, you tend to flank your muzzle. You tend to flank your ego.
Remy.
Remy. Yeah. Ola, you will come. Yeah, let me just say this. I know some people will be talking maybe because we are in diaspora. That's what we are saying. Nigerians are lazy. I will still repeat it emphatically. Nigerians are lazy. And I will point even in the direction of the religious in Nigeria. Most of we here, we are living in diaspora. Have you ever woke up in the morning, in a Monday morning? I said, Monday morning.
Is Thomas is breaking, or is it me?
And the next o'clock, always out to go to school.
Thomas, your
Okay, can you
We
hear
are
me now?
hearing you now,
Wi-Fi
but your
is
system
lazy.
is
Oh.
breaking.
We
Can
can
you
hear
hear me
you.
now? Yes, yeah. Let me start again. Why do I say Nigerians are lazy and I'm still on it? You guys are living in diaspora. I'm living here in Australia. You have never woke up in a Monday morning and the first thing that will come into your head, I'm going to church or I'm going to mosque to sit down there from 7 a.m. in the morning, Monday morning, till 12 p.m. in the afternoon. What always come on your mind on Sunday night is I'm going to work to tomorrow morning, and I'm going to work and I'm going to make money. So if I'm saying Nigerians are lazy, it cut across every walks of life. Our religious has bastardized our brains. The pastor will call for prayer from Monday to Saturday. I don't know how those people will eat and feed their family. I'm a Christian. I'm not bashing Christianity or religious or Islam, but I had brain to what I'm doing. I can't be going to church Monday to Saturday. So that's why I say Nigerians are lazy. Some people even stop their kids to go to school on Monday morning because they want to pray. They want to go and pray somewhere. China are making phones. They are making skyscraper. We are praying. Nigerians are lazy. We are lazy. I can say that again. We are lazy. Remy, go on, please.
Okay,
You say
I
I'm
also want
mistaken.
to
I
quickly
don't know
respond
which
to
one. Who is
Rational
speaking
Mind.
again? You said I'm
Rational Mind,
mistaken.
sorry, Ola. Rational Mind, look at this scenario. A lot of diaspora people have invested at home, one way or the other. Then what will always surprise more than 50% of them is that those Nigerians you put in charge, they are I don't know how to they are a little bit not so serious about what you put at home. And it's always about their interest. I know how much I lost in my investment at home because they don't really put in a lot of hard work. They are only interested in the gain they are going to get. So at the end of the day, it discourages a lot of people to continue to invest at home because you ask yourself a question: who am I going to put there that will do the right thing for me? If you put your family member there, you are in serious trouble. If you go and put somebody outside there, he want to kill you and collect everything. That one is how to do with the social the orientation I'm talking about, which have been bastardized over the years. We don't have good orientation anymore. Things have changed, maybe because of several factors: bad leadership, corruption, access to Western world through technology, and so many stuff like that. So, but in all, we just have to sit down and fashion ways to improve ourselves. Like I said
Okay.
before, it must be
Oh, Lani
it
Sulu now. Just
must
hold
be a
on.
carrot and stick approach. That is my final submission. A carrot and stick approach to lead us to where we want to lead ourselves to. Thank you.
Okay, Lani Sulu. Let me debunk Thomas's. I don't even know what the hell that was. So, Thomas, based on your own logic, so let's use your own logic. Before you came to Australia, by your own logic, you were lazy. You were lazy in Nigeria because you were in Nigeria. That is your own logic. But once you came to Australia, you are no longer lazy. So logic tells us it was not. That means that you were never lazy. It was just the environment that you were in that made it look like you were lazy. Because if based on your own logic, back in Nigeria, like let's say Thomas was in Nigeria now, I never traveled before. Based on Thomas' logic, we consider Thomas as a lazy man. But he's now in Australia doing well and working and making money. So he's no longer lazy. So that tells you it is the environment, it is the country. So if you give the same Nigerians that same opportunity that you have in Australia, they will do equally as well as you are doing in Australia. So you cannot blame them entirely as to what they're going through. You must blame the system that has forced them to be that way, Thomas. I hope you get it.
So
Yeah, I
Baba,
don't think it's a country though. What about the white people that are coming into Africa? How do they get
No,
good in the
hold
system?
on. No, just pay attention. They
Baba,
said
quick
if you
question
live
for
in
you.
Nigeria, you are lazy. But the same person comes to America and is no longer lazy. That means that person was never lazy. It was just the society that the person lives in. Given the
Baba,
But,
opportunity, to do well.
but what about the Africans that move from Europe and America back to Africa and they are not lazy? They work. It's not about changing the environment.
Don't move the goalposts. Let's stay
Baba,
on
I
the
have a quick question for you. Baba,
But
do you think Nigeria, as a country, we should follow the model of paying by hour in Nigeria? Do you think that one will make some people to be hard
for some job for most of the it will not be for all jobs, obviously, but for skilled workers, like I think that we should go. It should be work based on because that is actually a very good idea, because that creates competition. So if you have a skill and somebody's offering you maybe 100 naira an hour, right, for your service, somebody wants you to do the skill, you can bargain better and say, look, I can make this more. So it makes it very competitive. Number two, it creates flexibility comes into play here. Part-time worker, you can work 30 hours, then you have other jobs, other things that comes into place. Thirdly, it also brings back to life the half of the economy that I think we've abandoned, which is the night economy, where you can flex out the time. People can work night shift, they can work evening shift, they can work day shift, and they can, but to my first point, the flexibility it creates. So in service jobs, I think is that will work for Nigeria. But most importantly, I think that we should look at the Asian model of development. I think that is where I think we will do better, not looking towards the West. And one thing that we need to also understand is that no country has ever developed being a consumer economy. If you consume a lot or you produce consumer goods, you will not develop. So real development, it has to be sustained, right? It has to be sustainable. So it has to be 10% for 10 years. That is the metric. So 10 years of GDP growth for 10 years, average. So that means you must be very deliberate. So let's look at the Asian model. And one thing that I think is very common in Singapore or China, all those countries, is the very thing that we find very hard to do as Black people or as Black nations, which is very important, because you can have the best policies, you can have the best thing on paper, the best research, but if you don't follow that very thing, because people talk about, oh, Singapore grew, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't the policy. They followed the most very basic and very important thing, the rule of law. That is the very core of their growth. It's not that they had the best brains or whatever, or they had the best research, because you can have the best policy, but if you don't follow it to the letter, it will not. So the first thing is follow the rule of law. That is, whatever you are putting on paper, everybody has to stick to it, regardless of what happens. But as Nigerians, once you start saying follow the rule of law, once a Igbo man is arrested, you will say, because he's Igbo. Because he's Fulani. So if you cannot overcome that, you will never grow. That is at the core of the problem. Rule of law.
So, Baba, how do we now balance this unnecessary, unimportant rivalry among these three major tribes and so many
rivalry is good.
How do we break everybody together?
No. Remy, this is the mistake we make as a country. We talk about, let's forget our differences and embrace. No. You should highlight what makes you different. What makes an Igbo man unique? What makes a Yoruba man unique? That is where the real growth is. Because what makes it unique, it will focus on that, and I'll focus on mine. Okay? But if anybody of those tribes runs foul of the law, the policy that we have made as a country, that person is dealt with regardless of where they come from.
Yeah.
That has to be. But wait. Let's celebrate our differences. It's very important. We are not the same people all through. We have differences, but what we do is we suppress those differences. I would act like we are all one, and every differences are not bad. competing on tribal differences it's not actually bad, to be honest with you. It's not bad.
Because I also learned something.
Okay,
with decentralized.
Can someone come into this man now? You understand? If we may contribute.
You make
one thing is this. I think we should apologize.
You can come in and other people.
I think we should apologize to ourselves and other Nigerians for calling ourselves lazy. And I know, sometimes when we have this kind of a perception, and it is so unfortunate that we have a president that we've not known what he has created from the beginning, other than sitting on the benefit and opportunity provided by the government to rise to the point he was. In the history of that country, the only president that you will see alive that came to power never went back to improve himself and came back again to bring us down. Since that person made that statement, this statement of African being lazy, Nigeria being lazy is popular.
Who is the president? Just say it.
I don't have to mention it, please. I don't have to mention it.
Why is Ola allowed to talk? Ola should be removed from the panel. Why is Ola allowed to talk? He's been talking for 2 hours. Why is he talking?
The guy in a powerhouse.
Wait.
No,
if Babati is talking to me, I'm going to drag him in. Because me, that I joined, is not even up to 1 hour. So the thing is this. When you look at the situation statistically, because I like to refer to facts, all of us were educated, and when you ask some of these of our leaders that you see, they will think we are not educated. It's not true. When you go to Simpson rule, you understand, or let's say 80-20 rule, you see that those people that really create advantage within the economy, they are fewer than the majority. So if you look at America today, how many people do you think created all this opportunity everybody is benefiting? What if I told you that we have more entrepreneurs, you understand, in Nigeria more than in America? You would think it's a lie, right? You'll be shocked.
That is not a lie. You are true. That is true. That is
now. The question is this now, like I said, if you don't have money to expand, you understand? Because before you can move, within Nigeria, we are crediting services for ourselves to consume. The problem we have in Nigeria today is that we are not creating enough to push to the global community. That is why we still talk about our.
So a quick question to you.
Wait now, Remy.
No. You add it to what you want to say. You talk about these entrepreneurs having access to finances. So, and you look at most of our commercial bank, the loan is at interest of 35%. Yeah.
And stop smoking. No, that's bad habit, man. We need to talk about that. Okay, we need to talk. Go ahead.
Ola, so what do you think? What kind of policy do you think government should come up with to make sure that those commercial banks reduce the interest on loan? It's just like I know, if you have a business, the profit margin or break-even point, it should be around 20%. But if you want to make a profit, it's about 25% year in, year out. So now you want to get a loan, and the interest on that loan is 35%. It's even more above the profit you project that you are going to make when you do that business. So what kind of
my brother, when we just make this kind of statement, sometimes is we are failing to understand our macroeconomic environment. We are not trying to see whether we really have advantage of what we are recommending. When you don't have advantage, you have to find a crooked way of creating something for yourself to start. Or you rough it and patch. Okay, look at it this way now. Why do you think countries sometimes raise their interest rate? If I may ask you, why do you think we raise the interest rate?
Of course, there are several factors. Now, the factor. Don't let us go into. I don't want us to be on technical terms this morning.
Now, another question I will ask you now, Remy. How much stake do you have in the Nigerian bank, or how much debt?
Ola, don't deviate too far. Like, don't.
No. I'm not really debating.
No. Ola, here's the thing. I know
I'm responding to him.
No. You're a researcher. You are very detailed, but on the platform, once you keep going in deeper and deeper, you will lose the audience now. Just stay. Don't go too far.
I just want you to tell us whether we can find a way.
Okay, Remy, what I'm just saying is this: the type of interest rate we want to create in that kind of our environment is not realistic, because you want people to bring deposits. How you ask people to bring deposits is this: you want them to realize value for their deposit. You understand? So you want to create caution. You want to force them to bring their money to the bank. So you have to attract them with something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if I have my money, why should I put my money in the bank instead of building? You understand? So that is why you see bank attracting you with different type of deposit interest. So when the source of your funding, you understand, the source of your capital, when it is very high, so you have to mark up too for you to be able, when you are learning to.
My question is very simple. I'm talking about SME and MSME. How can we attract them? Giving them interest on their loan below 35%, let's say 15 to 20, so or maybe 15 to 18. What can the commercial bank do? Because not every time government must do this, must do that. So that is why I asked that question. Because here in China, I remember when I want to get a loan that time through my Chinese friend, what do you know what is the interest? It's 4%.
Okay.
So
if I want to make if I want to make my own suggestion, it's going to be from the fiscal side. If you're an entrepreneur today now, if you are borrowing money from a bank at 35%, right? That's your cost of business, right? What the government should do is this: instead of targeting you for tax immediately, if you are starting a business afresh, government should be able to, especially when you are employing people, government should look at the way of giving you tax break for some times, at least to consider. Because the cost of money is this: except government has some kind of special loan that you want to be giving people, that is when you will say, okay, you want to force the interest rate down. But since the banks are not getting their capital shift from the depositor, like you and myself, that we want high return from our money, no, the only alternative is for the government to look at, okay, if you are starting a business, if you are employing 10 people, you understand, then I will give you tax break. If I'm maybe you are paying 35 million as tax before, don't worry, I'll be taking 1 million for now, but after 10 years, I'll start getting my money back. Meanwhile, I want to
Chifola, sorry to dive. Just a question. It's still on topic. But why? Because I strongly believe that we should have anti-globalization policies, because you will not be competitive if you embrace it. But why do you think we, not having any leverage, tend to even embrace globalization, knowing fully well it's to our detriment? You don't have anything to sell. You are going to be consuming more. So if you open up your market without having things to sell to other people, you'll be a dumping ground. So the same thing you have anti-globalization until you can get yourself together. Don't jump out there talking about everybody. Let's come together and do things. What do you have to offer the world? You only have raw materials.
I got your point, Babati. I got your point. That this is why I keep talking about finance, because simply go by Donald Trump, close your border, is what we are talking about. Just close your border.
At least for some years or a decade, just to get your stuff together before you jump out there to talk about globalization. Why? Because now we are a dumping ground for everybody.
Yeah.
So how can your local market grow? How can you? Because you will go through the pain. It's very difficult, but you have to go through that pain first, 5 to 10 years, before you open up your doors to everybody. So if they look at what China is dumping into, okay, look at the comparison into what China is bringing to Nigeria as opposed to what we are taking to China. It's not even close. It's not even close.
I got your point, but I don't know how to explain this in a simple term. Now,
good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ola. Maybe I can take the baton. Maybe I can take the baton from where you are.
Yeah, we haven't here can do all of you. You're just a speech Mula Balus this morning. Let's hear from the brains. Yeah, go on. How are you, my brother?
Everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
I think we have all spoken well, and we're all trying to.
Are you sure we are all? Are you sure we are all spoken well?
Everyone that I've heard since I signed on has spoken well,
I was
and
just joking. Yeah, go
yeah, I know. And let me tackle the financial part of it. Um, the problems, I'm not really sure what the solution can be, because the banks themselves are not the one that determines the interest rate. The interest rate is determined by what the central bank assess as the rate. Then the banks have to tag on to what the central bank brings. So ABC Bank cannot just wake up tomorrow and say, I want to give loans at 5%. It is centered around what the CBN does in any country. The solution to that area is the SME banks, or the ones um, that are created by the central bank, whether it's the Bank of Finance and Agriculture, where the government has to say, okay, we want to tackle this sector, or these three sectors. And for those sectors, we're going to give 2% loan, provided those are geared towards those particular sectors. Like BT said, this is a 10, 15-year project, and you have to hunker down. Unfortunately, a beggar doesn't have too many choices. It will be very difficult for us to just wake up tomorrow morning and say we're going to close ourselves in, because there are bilateral agreements that are done
Bad,
among.
bad agreements can do that.
Yes,
Bad.
very bad ones. They are. But you see, when you have not strengthened yourself in the past, your future is going to be affected. We have wasted at least a good 35 years of our lives. My very good friend Lamidi Sanusi said, we go to the table, we go to meet the Europeans, we go to meet the Americans, we go to meet the Asians, and we say we want to play on a level playing field. Okay, fine. The field is level, but you're bringing Nigeria under 17 team to come and play the Brazilian national team. How is that level? But our condition, our economic situation does not give us the power and the ability to do what we need to do. So, what you see, I mean, I'm so happy listening to you all this morning, because I wonder, the people in Abuja, if they sit down 1 week in a month and have this type of um, conversations and can abide by it, Nigeria will change in less than 10 years. So I wonder, I've said they should not be wearing agbada. They should wear t-shirt like this, like I have, to work, and sit down and have this conversation. This is serious stuff that we have on hand here. So I am not convinced that we have people that are ready for the work at hand. Um, there are no easy solutions. We are going to suffer. There is no adura that's going to help this, but suffer with intention. You know that we're going to do this suffering for the next 10 years, and as so many people have already said this morning, it cannot be you telling everybody else to suffer and they see you eating filet mignon. It's not going to work. Whether it's Singapore, whether it's China, whether it's America, it's not been easy for all these people. They didn't get here just by traveling all over the place, enjoying themselves. So again, I don't know if we have the right people, um, but that, I believe, is what is going to take. But again,
Can sorry
yes, sir.
for cutting you. We were deliberating about this before. Nigerians lazy? Yes, that's
No,
the question to you.
no. I think Babati stated it very, very correctly, because he used you as an example. I know so many Nigerians that have left Nigeria in the last 3, 4 years, that are in Canada and in the United States. And if you compare what they're doing. They're not millionaires, but their lives has changed drastically. I have a cousin who was doing a lot of different businesses here in Lagos. He and the wife and the children were fortunate to be able to get to Canada about 2 years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago. He is driving truck. His wife is doing some whatever job. When they got to Canada, I don't remember exactly how they got there. The government gave them housing for a year, food stamp to get food for a year. Now, the guy's birthday is going to be in Canada in April. He's flying his mother from Nigeria to Canada to come to his birthday. He's not lazy. I don't believe Nigerians are lazy. But if your environment has been created, does not avail you the tools. I'm not saying that everybody should just come and bring tools to your doorsteps. But the reality is, you see so many Nigerians all over the world, the same people, but somehow they get somewhere else and they're able to do better. So, as well articulated as Baba T put it, no, they're not. It's the environment that has changed. Yes, they themselves we have to.
Can do. I am going in the premise of. Are you sure you're not you? Are you okay with me interjecting you like that? Yes, please.
Ah, no wala, no
Yes,
wala.
yes, yeah. I'm going to the premise of people wake up in the Monday morning and now they remember they want to go and pray to God when they're supposed to be at work. I can say I fall in that category back then in Nigeria, which I will never fall into that category again. So that's the premise I'm going. We, I can't say we are productive. We are not really productive. If I'm permitted to say that, we think we are productive. I don't think we are really productive. That is the premise I'm coming from. Yes, over to you.
In addition,
Yeah.
sorry, Kando. In addition to what Thomas said, you go to Ikeja. I don't know whether you're in Lagos. All those small entrepreneurs and a lot of big companies like Enterprise, all of them have turned to churches now. Go to everywhere in the southwest. I don't care about other people. I'm just talking about where I came from. You see most of these places that we call like a factory or whatever, they are buying them, turning them to mosques, turning them to churches, and you see a lot of people flocking in there daily, early as 7 a.m. and then later it's quite unbelievable.
Yeah,
Can, can I respond to Remy Kandu?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Remy, let's even all those churches you are seeing, we've said this thing over and over. Those are just symptoms. Forget about that. When we say Indians, when we say the Chinese, they come to Nigeria to invest. We've said it here and I will repeat it again. It's all because no matter your strength, no matter your dream, if you don't have finances to start some things, there is nothing you can do.
Why can't all these churches also form together and create acres of big farmland for their people to go and work there?
Why should churches even do that? That's the problem. See, wait.
They're just using your money to
now, Remy, we are not joking now. Why would churches? Because churches see them as a business on their own. Why will MTN come together and start sponsoring your business? Why will Globalcom or Dangote will come to you and start? Look at them as businesses too. You understand? Let's focus more on government policies that can.
You cannot say their business. Are they paying tax? What is that? Are they declaring it? Do they have a TIN number, like a tax identification number? Do people that worship there or pastor there?
Remy, we want to solve a problem, right?
Here.
Remy, we want to solve a problem, and the way we are looking at it, I think we are not looking at it right. I know that Kandu already said most of those things that I will have said, and he even said it better. Right. The question is this: at a particular point in time, I don't think it's going to be once, twice, or thrice that the Chinese government did that. At the peak of that global recession, if you will notice why the Chinese didn't feed that the same, that China didn't face that kind of recession like others. You understand? Even instead of them feeling it, they even came out even stronger of that.
You are right, because they are,
Wait,
they are
let me land now. I'm right when I've not even landed. Wait. So the thing is this. During that recession, you understand, why people were laying their staff off, the Chinese government just had some kind of meeting with the entrepreneurs, the manufacturers. You know, they look at their own fiscal side. They said, okay, what's going to happen? Guys, I'm going to reduce cost of production for you guys, and I will transfer the taxes to your employees. Now, if you were paying $1 for your electricity and water before, don't worry, I reduce it to 50 cents. No, I reduce it to, like, say, yeah, instead of $1, I reduce it to, say, let's
Sorry,
say,
Thomas, can you bring Kando back up, please? He wants to come back up. Thank you. Go ahead, Ola.
you
Sorry.
understand? So
Oh yeah,
that
thank you.
alone, you've already reduced the cost of business for these guys. So what will happen when the entrepreneur have more money? They expand. Reduce the cost of borrowing for these wannabe entrepreneurs in Nigeria. It's so simple. See, bank now, for example, because they don't have capacity to reduce it, and government want to collect its own taxes. You give incentive for people to establish businesses in your country. So we want to rely on churches to start doing businesses for you. I know they are not state actors. Let's stop packing everything to religion. If you create businesses in Nigeria today, automatically wait, Remy. After this 20 seconds, then I keep crying for people to talk. If you create environment for Nigeria to function and to create factory today, people will go to factory instead of going to the churches. And before you know, churches and mosques, they will have less people going to them.
But Ola, I don't even understand what you are doing now. What is wrong in churches empowering its people? Why are you protecting them? What is wrong in it? What is wrong in it?
No, Simba. Don't get me wrong. I've said all these things before, but we have a topic now. We are staying on topic. If we go, so we should stop going to religion is the problem.
No. What I'm saying, is there anything wrong in them doing that? That's the question I'm asking you. No, I'm not talking about church. Even any religious organization. What is wrong in them empowering their people?
Simba, we said it before. There are churches that are empowering their people, but that's not the main topic now. We have different people here. We have
how are they empowering them?
Yeah, I don't see. I have not seen one church that is empowering their people. I'm not saying they don't exist. I mean I have church going church leadership people all over my family. I am not. I mean, maybe I need to be reorientated or something. I don't see them empowering their
I
people.
know, but I don't want to discuss that topic. We've discussed this extensively. Maybe when we go to the background, we can do that. I know, and I can give some examples.
So they're empowering their people. Do they have a TIN number?
Wait, now, once we go into that, I don't want to go into the arena of churches are springing up everywhere without talking of why will Nigerian textile industry close, for example, and a church will take over? Why will Dunlop close? Why will Nigeria close? Why will those areas close and churches? So before churches took over all those places, the businesses closed down to start with, and they were just having some kind of empty warehouses, and later, maybe after 5 years, sometimes churches went there to buy. And we want to say, okay, because of churches, no, we shouldn't go that route.
Ola, I would like to ask this. I always notice anytime we go into churches, mosques, religion, you always tell us to call them some slang. Do you think they are doing enough with amount of? Let me finish, please. Yeah. Do you think they are doing enough with the amount of wealth they are taking from the populace. Do you think in your heart of hearts, do you think they are doing enough to elevate poverty among people? I remember COVID time, Ola, there are some church, they are still collecting tithes and offering from people. COVID time, when people are struggling, they will say, dial this number, press one for offering, press two for tithe, press two for papa's gift, press three for this, press four for that. In COVID time, when American government are giving people money to survive, do you think they are doing enough? Thank you.
Okay, I will just spend a minute here and my time starts now. See, like I said again, uh, I can't be blackmailed into saying I cut them slack. I think it weakens me intellectually when we link our problem to the church. I'm only talking to myself. I know churches that empower their people. You understand? Some churches created businesses that the people are working there. Some churches bought their congregational member some kind of equipment for them to start a business. So that you don't know doesn't make all those fat on ground lies. But churches are not the one that will borrow me 500 million to start business.
And don't let us say mosques and mosques as well. Mosques. We are
No,
talking in
okay, I
general
know.
now.
Let me just say,
I'm sorry.
let me just say churches. But the
am
question
not
is
talking
this:
about borrowing
churches, wait now, churches are not the one that will revive Nigerian textile mill. They are not the one that will expand tower aluminium. They are not the one to create where we be to create automobiles.
Ola, what we are saying, get me, what we are saying, we are not, the problem that we have now, we need all hands on deck. You understand? What anybody can do, individual organization, we need to move forward.
When we go behind the scene, I can talk. So I want others to talk.
We don't need to go behind the scene about it. This is just
we are not saying anything derogatory.
No. It's not as if I'm cutting churches, because this argument we see come. Churches are empowering their people. I'm making this thing. I'm saying
empowering king. What can I empower?
Ejo, please let me add. Please let me add. I don't know if you all remember, like maybe 2 years ago or something, that Redeemed Church was closing some churches. Lagos, I think Lagos, Ibadan, Lagos, Abeokuta, or so, or Ibadan, because the pastors were not generating enough funds. So I
Not
don't know.
redeemed. Winners.
That was
Somebody,
Winners.
okay, whichever one.
Not
Me, I don't
redeemed.
even
Winners.
care. Yeah, me, I don't even care whichever one they are, because as far as I'm concerned, they're all useless.
It's
So
a good,
those
it's a good deal though. If you not, make a winner, keep it open for.
What I'm saying is they are enterprises for themselves. I don't see where they're bringing in people. I've said this. If I was them, I will be looking. I'm not just anybody. I'll be looking at people within my church and trying to see, okay, which one can we put in little money that will help that person to better their lives. I'm going to say this. I am so happy that I'm in Nigeria. I've been here now 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, in 2 weeks, I have gotten more than 10 people. Put in some money into those people. Unfortunately, I don't have my computer here to be able to copy the messages that they're sending me. Their lives are changing as we speak. They're being empowered as we speak. And we're not talking about a whole gang of money. But what can you do? You can't do
And you are not
anything.
giving them money for food, though. You are giving them how to
No,
catch fish. Yeah.
as I'm talking to you, they are making money right now. I have people that they are collecting salaries of 30,000 a month. The projections that I have for them is that in less than 3 months they'll be making over 100,000 a month. That's what I'm talking about. We're not talking about going to the bank. I'm talking about me in your call, sitting down with people. It is so good. Some of these people now, this is just supplying water. Um, the way I was actually envisioning the thing before I came was that they will come and bring the water to them and what have you. But I had some of them go and talk to the main distributors in Lagos, and the distributors are like, "Look, we have different system. We can bring the water to you, or you buy the water. We have people that will go and deliver the water to different stores and shops and wherever." The way this thing is looking now, I was looking at maybe they'll be selling 300 bags of this water. But now, with the companies having people go and distribute, they don't even have to do it. My number now has gone from them being able to sell 300 bags to I'm looking at over 2,000 bags, which will put them at over 100 grand a month. That's empowering. If the church have any brain, do that for your members. I'll tell them 200 naira every Sunday. If you do that for them, in 3 months or 6 months, they will be bringing you 2,000 naira. So it's in your own best interest for your people to do well. That's what I'm talking about.
Can do. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. I have to say this, and I want people to listen to me attentively. The firstborn of my, I will use myself. It's not somebody. It's not ESA. It's not that one walk way. We call that in Yoruba. That is ESA in English. My sister is a gospel musician back in Nigeria. She attend one big church in Nigeria. I don't want to mention name. Uh, my sister said they count pounds, dollars, Dutchman at their offering basket every Sunday, and all the money must be remit to the headquarter. All the money they will send you out Saturday. Go and preach to people to come on Sunday. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. After service, those people will be looking. Maybe they will give them cup of rice, this, that. My sister said any amount of money that go with her to the church on Sunday, she will empty all her pockets to give to people. And same Sunday after service, they are counting dollar, they are counting pounds. We are talking of millions. She said one day he called the pastor. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Can we not take a few change out of this money to feed people? Why is it that is the same member of the church, those people they went on Saturday to preach to, they brought them on Sunday? We have to still be giving from our pockets. After we are paying tithe, we pay offering, we pay that. Why can't we take care of these people? Where is it the whole money has to go to the head office? They
Thomas.
said they have laid down a course.
Okay,
Let me finish, please. No, you can't cut me off. Let me finish. If you finish, you will respond. Thank you. They said they've laid a course that anybody that take one kobo, I said, what did I say? One kobo out of that money, that course will be them, theirs. So I think churches are taking. I'm a Christian. Don't get it twisted. I'm a Christian, followers of Jesus Christ. But back in our country, the churches are taking so much, they are not giving nothing. They are giving, let me say, they are giving little. This is my own sister, my own blood sister. So that's why I find it. Ola, yes, Ola, you can respond. I think you
No,
want to
no.
respond to that.
Before that goes, please, just 1 minute. So, Kando, just stay with me here. It makes
Yes, sir.
business sense to do what the church is doing in terms of not giving the poor. Stay with me. I know it sounds mean, but just as a businessman, if a church that, let's say, about half of the church are well-to-do and they are middle class to the rich, and you have half of the others are very poor, because naturally you have rich people too, right? So if that would start giving poor people money and helping people, that dynamic would change. You would start having more poor people come to that church, and the offerings will just decrease. So it's about keeping your middle class. That's why you want to sit your rich in the front. You have English services. There's a way it will set up for to attract the rich, to attract the middle class, to get more money. Because I'm sorry, this as a business model, I don't care how much you love Jesus, you don't want your church filled up with poor people. That is just the reality. So if that church starts to give poor people funds for education, fund for healthcare, fund for, what do you think will happen? One from one bang, everybody will want to come to that church that are poor. What happens to the rich class in that church? They will leave. Then what happens to the money? It goes down. So it makes
That
business
is,
sense. I know it sounds crazy the way I said it, but
no,
No,
it
no,
doesn't.
it doesn't
It
sound
doesn't
crazy,
sound.
Babati.
It doesn't sound crazy. But that is not my model. My model is not. I'm not giving. Unless if you need heart surgery, I'm not giving anybody any money for healthcare. What I'm talking about, I mean, I have people that I've spoken to that okay, what do you want to do? They're like, I want to open a restaurant. Okay, give me a business plan. I'm like, if you want to open a restaurant, you have to look at Omar Sanwo rent ọdún kan or ọdún méjì. Omara Igba, Omara Awo. Okay, how much do you have? Tomata, tomata, àwọn tó wà lábúlé yín. How much can you come up with? Ìwọ ti fẹ́ open business tó yẹ pé gbogbo owó tó wà láyé ẹ lọ́rùn tó bá kà á lé kò tó 20,000. You're not serious. Let's find something else that you can do with 200, 300,000 to start with. That's where we're going to start. Even in your even in your rich people's church model, we're not talking about giving people money to go and to go to shop right. The shop right gone. They said I should go. I don't want to go. I have no interest. Mo lọ ṣe ń bẹ̀. But my issue is there are small things that people can do, and by nature, a lot of Nigerians are very entrepreneurial in nature. So we're talking some of these things at 1600 to 1 or whatever the exchange rate is. You can literally change somebody's life on $250. I'm telling you, I am doing it. This is not they tell me. Lives can be
I
changed.
don't even spend like you spend. I've mentioned my model here before. Merely by going to Facebook space and looking at some this thing and people that less ski job that want to do that want to go back to the ski job, some equipment I can pay for free. And the only cost for me is just, oh, Baba, ẹjọ ẹ bá mi gba $10 yìí, ẹ gbé sínú container yìí. Sorry, please take this $10, put it in your container and deliver to Lagbaja somewhere. Sometimes you took your time to even bring some kind of document or how you can improve yourself, be innovative for carpentry, be innovative for, it's not as if someone is not doing anything. Now, like what Babati just said now, honestly, I never even thought about it that way. And it's a valid point. This is not me defending religion houses. No, I just believe that we are looking at it in a not an effective manner. Okay, if I told you, and you can fact check me on this, Daystar, every year they used to train, they organize that program like 3 years, like 3 times in a year. That they would train like about at least 1,000 entrepreneurs. Or let me just say 1,000 entrepreneurs. You understand? And not all of them will graduate though. So when they train you on some kind of skill on how to get finance, and how to be on your footing. Sometimes people need such kind of information to work. I was in the background telling Simba that I didn't even know how to register a company until I took a course with Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, Zaria. You understand? Some is the knowledge that they need to have. Do you know today that some people graduated with degree in computer science, electrical, mechanical, that they don't even know how to start until someone called them for maybe 2 or 3 days training? And we are even talking of someone that spent like 5 years doing engineering in the university or polytechnic. But just for someone to just talk to that person in 2 weeks, a 2-week training, that will just change the life of individual. You know, so the thing is, people are really looking for opportunities, but they just need information. Okay, let me just information. Then when you look at information, you may have better information than Elon Musk. Finance. If finance is not there, nothing. We that we are talking to you here, that we have different type of idea. You know how many times some of us don't talk to bank, that bank, we just say, no, that idea is not viable. You understand? So churches, no, religious houses, okay, let me just churches, because that's the environment I familiarize myself with. Some are still helping their members, but you cannot help everybody. You cannot help everybody. If I train 1,000 people today, as for some, I bought them sewing machine. For some, I equipped their barber's shop. For some, I equipped their furniture businesses. How long are you going to do that? That's just the point. So instead,
Can I quickly interject? Ola, that is not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is very simple. There are big churches in Nigeria that they rake in millions week in, week out. Why can't they use this money instead of building 40,000 capacity? Why don't you get 50 acres of land, plant maize, it's under your company. Get employment for your people, only for your church member. We don't care. And the people go there. Have farmland, have factories. They can do that. Why can't they do that? Not just giving them.
Okay, Remy, you are talking of creating jobs now. When you have the like of, if I told you now that the like of Bishop Oyedepo created business that employ like 30,000 people, the next thing we are going to hear is that, oh, the university that some people cannot attend. That is one of those reasons that I say I don't even want to mention this. When you say churches are not empowering, how do you define the businesses that some of these churches even created, that their members are working there? This is to me, this is just
that kind of university is for the selected, the rich one.
No, Mr. Ola is not talking about the universities. He's saying that some of these churches are creating other businesses that are creating jobs, and if they are, maybe we need to hear more about them. And in reality, this conversation is not even about religious houses. The conversation, the way I understood and still understand it, is that how do we empower small businesses? Where will they get loans? And like I stated earlier, the commercial banks, is not their job to create that space. It is the government that has to say, okay, we're going to devote a certain amount, maybe sell that yacht, that 5 billion yachts. Maybe you can sell it for 3.5 to Otedola or Dangote or whoever wants to buy it. That alone will create some jobs. Empower people in Abakaliki, like the one BT was talking about, that we're creating something in Ogun State, whatever those people were creating. So we're not talking about even the big businesses that are employing thousands of people. We're talking about the small entrepreneur and enterprising
Yeah, small and
businesses.
medium,
That's what
small
we're
and medium
talking about.
SME. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not talking about the people that want to go and borrow 500 million. Those are
no,
not, those are not really my concern.
no,
But
can do like I told you. If that's why I use this Christian Center as my case study. if a
Ola, I
religious
wanted to say
center,
something before Remy came in. If some churches are doing that, kudos to them. Kudos to them. But I know many of them, they are not doing that. It's some
okay, I will tell.
few that do what you're saying. Yeah, go
No,
on.
I will tell you what Daystar did. Let me even just be specific. Now, Daystar that will train you how to be making bread, hmm? How to be doing web design, how to be doing footwear. You understand? Now, let me just stop at that. Now, how would you say someone that is training you how to become a web designer, someone that will train you how to be to be producing footwear, handmade, you just go and do like shoemaking. You understand?
Shoemaking
How
and
will you say
cobbler.
that?
Yeah.
Not, you understand? So if I told you that you don't need much to set up shoemaking businesses in Nigeria today, they will say, "Oh, Ola has come with it's a lie." Oh."
No, you
You
don't
understand?
need much. I know you don't need much.
You understand? No, you want to call my bluff on this thing. Just okay, say okay, you challenge Ola, say okay, you have Lagbaja that want to do this thing. Let me even see what you can do. If I still tell you that even some cases, for those of us that live around this place, you don't need your money to even help people to study, because you will go to Facebook. There's a place we call Kijiji here too, and you will see some kind of government, some kind of auction here, that when you are going to spend your money and all that, you will find out that you can buy some equipment worth of $100 that normally those equipment should be like maybe $2,000, $3,000 that was to send to people. I said this thing here like 2 years ago. I even made that of my wife an example that bought even vulcanizing machine, all those compressor. The day he bought it for someone, the person never asked her till now. He has done that thing now for more than 7 years, and the person has never come back to ask my wife for 1 penny. So sometimes it's not as if people don't do, it's the information we have.
I
You understand?
agree. I agree. Information is power in any sector, in any country. If you can have gold below on the ground below your feet. If you don't know how to extract it and how to market it, is almost useless to you. So I totally agree. And I have seen on this man's program when I was in the US, Ordinary Ahmed. They call him my president. He does a radio show, and he has brought
Yeah,
different people to that
Berekete.
program. Berekete, yeah, he has
Berekete.
brought different people.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has brought different people to come and train people. They might charge them 25,000, something like that, and that's my thing. I see. I have never seen so many people with iPhone like I've seen in Lagos. I mean, it's like, are they giving the iPhone away somewhere? I'm talking about some of the newest ones. Oh,
No, I know, but see, sorry, can do. They are buying the thing themselves. I have seen some shady things that some people do to get all those stuff. You'll be
Ola,
shocked.
do you know people can be using good phone more than we that is in abroad, in that Nigeria.
they are
Latest
my
phone.
general. Phone.
Latest phone,
Listen,
my
the
brother.
people. My general. Àwọn
Yeah.
tí mò ń set business fún, àwọn tí mò ń set business fún, phone wọn dáa ju tèmi lọ. And I'm
No,
like,
because
oh,
no, that thing is psychological, right? Because people want to feel what they are not. You understand? They
Ola,
want to feel what.
Ola, have you ever been to Nigeria? And I tell you, man, no MB. I told you, what's the boy, Eddie? Honey,
Mi ò gbọ́
don't
ìyẹn
worry,
tuntun
we
tún
will
ní
take
o.
care of you.
I haven't heard that one. I
Like,
haven't heard that one.
I need to do away. I'm a chef. I told you, don't worry about that.
No, Baba T,
They good,
some
man.
Nigerians are
Don't
not
worry.
doing bad though. Some Nigerians are not
No,
doing
no,
bad
no.
though.
But
No, 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 no.
my point is this. My point is this. If these people had had a conversation with me before they got that, even if it's okay, even if it's the female one, tó bá tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé boyfriend ẹ̀ ló rà, the cost. If it's me, I would have said, olólùfẹ́ mi, olówó orí mi, or whatever. Jọ, bá mówó yẹn jẹ́ n máa fi
Báwo yẹn
tajà,
kí ló bá fi ta
jẹ́ n
báàgì
máa
àbí wíìgì?
fi tajà. But mi ò need phone. So what I'm saying is the thought process. The thought process.
Mm.
Muti, I went somewhere. I went somewhere a few days ago, and bí lè pa ẹ bó tiẹ̀ ṣe ń wò mí báyìí. Ó ní, what type of phone is that? Mo ní, I bought it at Walmart. Is it an iPhone? My God. Is it an iPhone? Mo ní, no, olówó pọ́kú ni. Well, me, I don't like that. Let me go like it. I mean, what does my phone have to do with me?
I wonder.
What does the fact that my iPhone is not an iPhone got to do with me? So, but and I'll say this too, real quickly. One of my aunties. I wish I could post the picture of this. It's not Ankara, but the outfits are so beautiful. I mean, èmi gan tí mo wọ̀ báyìí mo ní tí n bá wo eléyìí mo mà lè ní girlfriend bí kinní ṣe fine lọ́rùn mi tó. And I asked my auntie. I said they made 4 of them for me. I said, how much? For the four how much? They said 60,000. I said 60,000 naira for each one of this. They said no. Fún mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin. Mo ní yé paripa. There's a space and pen creeks or pens whatever where they sell clothes. Money, take as many pictures of these things, start posting them. People will be buying them from you, even people that are not in America, because these things are gorgeous looking. So you need the information to be able to know where to take your product to sell. Amigo, when I get back, I've told her I'm going to shatter like 30 of them with me. I'm going to be posting them and selling them on eBay because I just like selling. I don't know official meaning, but I enjoy business. It's business. How much is
Can do.
yeah.
You really you are making sense. But I always use myself as an example because that one is very emphatic and a fact. My own junior sister, and to tell me, she finished from university. My own dad is a fashion designer. He's in his 75. He's still sewing for professors, doctors in UCH, University of Ibadan, working now till now. So she learned from my dad. Then when he finished the university too, he thought my dad is a old school and he went, gain more knowledge as well in fashion designing. I will put my sister's anchor in the private chat. It's just for we inside. Just go and check what she's doing. She doesn't have, you don't need to come to her shop to get your clothes sold. She will measure you online on video. Is getting from any country. She's doing well. Can do. If I say somebody is doing well,
Yes, sir.
this
Yes,
girl,
sir.
I've been here for 10 years. She has never asked me, brother, give me money. You can imagine your junior sister in Nigeria has never called you that. Me, I'm the one that will be saying, you don't need money. He said, Egbon, send it now. If you want, if you think I need money, just send it. I'll just wake up one day, I'll just send money to her, use it for fuel, use it for your kids. She's fine. Online. She doesn't have shop. She doesn't have a shop. So as you rightly said, if you have the right channel and your market is good, you will still make it in that country. And you still make it in that country. Yes. Yeah. So it's people, it's just a little packaging, my brother. A little packaging, yes. People will can do. If I told you who she
Yes,
is
sir.
sewing for, celebrities upon celebrity in that country. I'm not saying this because it's my sister, but I'm proud. But
Yeah.
he uses that medium of social media.
Thomas Ikolo Oja, right? Ikolo Oja.
I've never mentioned her name.
I have never mentioned her
Yeah.
name. I've never mentioned her business. I'm not even doing advertisement. I'm just saying I'll put her anchor on the private chat. So you guys go and check her out. She's doing, you can imagine, you think I'm a big brother in Australia. My sister has never asked me a penny. She just got a new shop. I said, bro, don't worry, I'll buy you one AC for one of your shop. She said, She's
Yeah,
fine.
that's beautiful. That's beautiful. But and the other thing I've noticed that I hate is especially people who come from the abroad. That's what they call it, the abroad that come here. You see, like you go to a tailor, they will go to a tailor. The thing that they will have to pay maybe $100 to sew in America, they'll be arguing with a tailor here about paying 15,000 naira.
15,000
And I'm like,
naira.
yeah,
Man, no.
I'm like, that just doesn't make any sense. I understand it's a different market, but do you really need to be arguing over 15,000 naira? What you know, if back home, ṣùgbọ́n ránṣọ lé America, ọ̀ràn aṣọ ẹbí wọn tán máa ń rán, ọ̀ràn náà l'America. Something that somebody will charge you $100 for. Now you get here, you start to argue Baba with you. 15,000. How to put you now? How much is on 15,000? It's like, what rubbish, you know? Anyway, it's just an aspect of it that I don't like. I guess I don't know. It
But
just rubs me the wrong way.
the consulting part that you were talking about, you educating them on how to expand their business. I think that one of the roles that we can play as diasporans is to educate, if needed, those out with. I think they have the business idea. Well, come on, but you might grow it. Growing, it's one thing to have a business, but to also grow the business is, I think, one of the issues that they have in problems with. So I think that that's where we can come in and help, like Kandu is doing right now.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So,
And Kandu, by the way,
yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
yeah. No, before I go into my stock things, let's just stick to Nigeria. Kandu is here. I'm going to start talking jargons now.
Yeah, well, I mean,
go back
all
home,
I
man.
can say,
All this Nigerian thing is not, man. You need to come back home and come trade this stuff. All this.
motivator. I still have 2 more weeks to go. So
2 more. Man, 2 weeks is too long in Nigeria, man. A month.
She 3 months left. Which one?
I said it's too long.
Baba T, are you going to be?
Never did $10 kò sí wàhálà. Tẹ́ bá fẹ́ do ọdún kan pàápàá máa do.
Yes.
Can you trade from Nigeria with your account if you had internet access?
I'm actually trading on Robinhood. Surprisingly, I bought some. I bought some spies on. I bought more spies for March 28th on Thursday or Friday when it was at 5:09.
Yeah, because
I looked at those trades yesterday. Money over today.
There was a guy that I was talking to online. The guy actually moved to Abeokuta, but his family and stuff in business, and he's doing some things, but he trades stocks. So I was like, I didn't ask him about details about how he could do it. So I'm like thinking, how is he doing that from Nigeria? But
my Robinhood is working. I mean, it's working. It's working here. So I don't know. I didn't bring my laptop, so I don't know about the forex. But I have people working on my forex activities, and they're posting.
My setup with see side of Kilewe, like our own downtown kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
And it does like it's going to because OP because when I was thinking about it, when the market opens in the US, it's almost like 2 o'clock in Nigeria in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's 2 p.m.
Yeah, about 2 p.m. in Nigeria. So I'm like, this guy, okay. All right. I was just
that's a smart move. Before you guys wake up.
Yeah,
The guys
no.
already
In the
made his own
morning,
money
in the
here.
morning, in the morning, you wake up at 6 o'clock. You go to your farm, come back, rest. 2 o'clock when the market opens in New York, you do your trading. Over the Dale, I love see pepper soup joint. It's a good life.
Yeah, so he has like a actual. I didn't ask him about what the business was, but so in that same office, he would do his thing and 2 to I think 4 or 5, 3, 4 hours. He does his trade, and so I'm like, okay, this is. But I didn't even ask him about. Maybe I need to ask him more questions. I need to ask more questions.
Well, definitely, you definitely anyone can definitely trade stocks and stock options in at least in Lagos because I'm doing it on my Robinhood account. I don't know if it's because I set up my Robinhood account over there. I don't know if one actually I'm gonna have a guy try and set up a Robinhood account that is located here and see if that's doable or what the requirements will be to do that. But what I'm saying is just like you, if you came to Nigeria right now with your phone, you can trade with your Robinhood account in Nigeria.
All
Yeah, but
right.
I will have someone attempt to set one up that doesn't, that has not had one. Just to go through the exercise and see what the requirements might be for someone who is local.
Okay. By the way, I actually came up with that topic. So they said the Nigeria's population is fake. Well, that's shocking. We didn't know. Like we didn't know.
Who didn't know that?
I'm aware.
That's not news. That's not news.
I already did that.
That's not news. But
But when
I thought they said they had a census like 12 or 13 years ago was the last one, something around there. I thought that the one that would have been done needed was would have been done during COVID time, so they didn't do it. But that whatever the last one was, even the projected 200 to 220 is all projections. So we don't really know how many we are, and we need to know because how do you determine which areas you need to look into developments for if you don't know the number of people you're trying to your population. So I'm not sure if that's a priority of theirs, but like I said earlier, if the people in Abuja or if the people in each of these states, if they do sit down and have the type of well grounded, meaningful conversations that we just had, at least since I joined, I think we will have a good idea of where we're going as a people. I don't know. I
but if
wonder
you if you
what
if
do
you also
people
if
talk
you also
about.
remove the incentives for that for inflating figures, if it's that you're not gonna get more money based on your population size, but but based on what you have in your own part of the country and how productive you are. So line will not matter. Even if you say yeah, 4 billion, it will not make any difference. I think the reason why they are jumping up the figures is just to get more allocation and
Yeah,
get more
yeah,
government. So
yeah. As long as they don't use the beaver machine to count, we'll be all right.
uh,
Seriously though, we they do. I mean, I understand. Different states might want to jack up so that their allocations will be higher, but we have to have the numbers. If you need to bring the guy from the external affairs,
yeah,
the guy
no,
who is doing the
no,
passports, or whoever you need to bring.
but this is the problem. This is the problem. One part of the country, which is the north, will not accept any scenario where you say Lagos has more population than Kano. It's like it's already set up in a way where we know what the number 1, 2, 3 is, and it has to be that way for because only Nigeria can do. Only in Nigeria. Only I've never heard, and maybe tell me if I'm wrong, but only Nigeria is anywhere in the world. Population decreases the farther you move away from the coast. That is just it. Only Nigerian population increases the more you go inland. I have never seen that before anywhere. You have a high density population. The more you go to the coast, it increases. The farther you move away the coast, it decreases. That is always way. But Nigeria, for some reason, will tell me Kano has more people than Lagos, and I'm like, how?
Yeah, I
How?
mean, we all know, but again, maybe Tinubu might be the one that will be able to do it. They have to have this, and they cannot be Ojoro. I know people will try to do Ojoro, but they cannot be, because you need, I mean, numbers. You have to have the numbers for your projections to work. You have to have the numbers. I mean, that's just it. What is going to take for them to do it? I don't know. I don't work with these people. I'm not interested in working with them. But again, my own thing is, at the end of the day, it's not about waiting on commercial bank, because there is no way. I don't know what the interest rate is right now, but it cannot come down, because the CBN rate itself is like maybe 17% or something. So that commercial, yeah, but you have to be able to allocate some of these billions and billions and say, okay, well, for agriculture, it's going to be 2%. For this category, it's going to be 3%. But it cannot be those type of people going to commercial bank. And
No,
like you
sorry.
said, and some
Can
other
do
people
just a
said,
second. Thomas, please bring Babati back. Thank you, can do.
like some people have said, it's not a matter of people going, businesses going to commercial bank. That's not the way it works. Those type of business will have to have a different bank that they go to, and there has to be a monitoring system. You cannot say, I want to be planting baki, and then go and use that money to go and build house. Building a house, even in the best of circumstance, your probability of making money on a 500 million naira house is almost near zero right now. That 500 million need not to be using it to import used car or used engine, but production on the ground. Production, production, production. That's where the focus has to be for the next 10 years. Those countries that we can seal off our borders to, we seal it off. Whatever they're going to do, they should go and do. But we have to, this is a time, this is, if we miss this window, it will not be funny, honestly, for the sake of the Nigerian child. We better not miss this window. We've missed enough. You can you can pass out, like they say in primary school. You can pass out even in high school. But at this point that we are, our chances are fewer and fewer, and we cannot miss this window. So, and those of you who know them, whoever they are, Atiti Kabal, Atiti Okabal, we can't miss this window. This is serious matter here.
Can do. Let me just ask a question from those of you in America about Thomas Babati is still waiting in the background, though. So just to make sure you bring it back. Now, what's the highest interest rate you can get in America, assuming that you're a depositor? You want to take your money to the bank. What's the highest you
I
can
think
get?
I think right now, if you're regular, yeah, I think it's right around 7 point something percent, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I'm not saying okay. Now, if you are getting seven, so how much do they lend to businesses in America? How much are banks lending to? At what rate?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Commercial banks, of course, if you've been in business with them for, let's say, the last 10 years or something, and you're in good business standing with them, I think it could be a little bit less than that. But the average investor right now, if you want to loan from the bank right now, is about 7%. But don't forget, it has been
Is
right
that a
around
prime
two.
rate, or what type of rate is that? Because
Yes,
we
sir.
have two
Prime.
regime of rates in Canada now.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
when you say prime rate is 7%, when they add everything, it's going to land around 12%. Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not going to be anywhere near that. No, I mean
Okay.
if your credit is bad, which it shouldn't be as a business, a corporation, it shouldn't be. Unfortunately, I haven't had the need to. Well, fortunately, I haven't had the need to go and borrow. But what I'm saying is, the rate in the U.S. has just really gone up in the last 15 months. It has been as around 2-3% for like the last 9 years.
Okay.
So rate just went up, and based on based on the Fed's numbers, we're probably going to have two interest rate cuts this year, 2.25% cuts, two or three, but I think it's probably going to be so. In all, we're going to have about 0.5% rate cuts in the U.S. this year.
Okay. So the main reason for asking that question as a normal depositor, what's the maximum returns you can get on your deposit in the United States if you are depositing your money?
Wait, as a depositor?
Yeah.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about a business trying to get a loan, a business loan. You're talking about if
No,
you
I got you.
deposit
Yeah, that was the question. But I know that you analyze from the point of borrower. That's okay. I got that. That's okay. I will have asked that one too. But the question now is this: as a depositor, you have your money, you want to deposit with a bank. How much can you get?
uh, I think the maximum is about 5%, maybe 4.8, 4.9.
That means you are even still nice. You are nice in your country because it's even difficult for you to get 5%. That means you must have been you must have a very huge money you are planning to deposit, right?
No, no, no. It's not because of that. It's because rate, like I said, rate has gone up. Rate has been at somewhere around 2 point something 4% for the last 9 years or so. But because of monetary policies, the Fed had to increase rates. It's not because they wanted to. They had, in order to curb inflation, they had to increase rates. So as the Fed increased rates, the banks were increasing deposits rates or returns on deposits as rates went up. So it's not because of any. I mean, you can call any bank in the U.S. now and say, "Hey, if I deposit 1,000 naira, what will what rate will I?" They will tell you to be 4 point something percent. So there's no
Yeah,
special,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
no
yeah.
special
I,
arrangements.
I got that. I got that. Then, so why I asked that question is this because the people don't know why. I know many people. I know many to know. Many don't know that the reason we have our interest rate in Nigeria. I've said it the other time is because of the value. Okay, I take my money to Nigeria bank now, and I want to have fixed deposit, and I'm demanding like 15% from the Nigeria banks. What will happen when they want to lend out? For sure, they will have to mark it up, right? And some of these
Yes,
banks
yes,
we are
sir.
talking about, they are running generators, right?
Yes,
The
sir.
businesses that will supply their IT equipment, everything to, they are running generator. They are paying
Yes,
staff. They are doing a lot.
yes,
So when you add all those costs, definitely the cost of lending will be high. And and don't forget that this bank too, they have the choice of own industry they lend to. They don't want to. Many commercial banks will not go and say they want to lend to small scale. No, 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 no. They want to lend to large scale because the large scale business they have that capacity of repaying them. You understand? So
yes, sir.
what's the essence of commercial bank lending to a barber's shop when the barber's shop cannot even repay their money back? And a commercial bank will not get loan, will not get deposits. The cost of deposit for him will not be 15%, and you expect that commercial bank to lend at 4%. It's not going to happen. So
But some of the things we've said, I think we've taken it forward and brought it back. Is that Nigerian CBN, they have to be loaning, even if you can buy bonds in Nigeria at I think it's right around that 14%, because the economy determines what the rate is going to be. So the CBN in Nigeria is not, but it's not their choice to just pick a number out of thin air. It is because of where our economy is, where the value of our money is, and all those factors. that makes them increase the rate. It's not just by choice. So because of that, the banks have, just like the US, when the rate was about when okay, like I said, over the last 9 years or so, rates in the US was around 2 point something percent. Back then, up to about 2 years ago, fixed if you did a fixed deposit in America, the maximum you could get was 1 point something percent, because rates generally were lower. Over the last 15 months, the US Feds have had to increase rate in order to curb inflation. So as those Fed rates went up, now the banks were able to increase rates for depositors, which is now probably right around 5% or so. So the difficulty is not just Nigeria. There are a number of African countries that the rates are higher. Egypt, for example, the rate is almost as high as Nigeria. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword that you cannot solve until your imports capability increases, which is what is going to affect and help your naira to grow.
You
But
mean
as I've
exports?
said, yeah, export, sorry, your export. So, as I've said many times, I don't see anything on the ground right now that's showing me that the naira is going to appreciate. Actually, my projection is still going to get to $1 to 2,500 naira in the next probably 4 to 9 months. We're going to be at 2,500.
See, can do. My statement may sound too harsh, and we need weaker naira. We don't need stronger naira. How do I mean is this? You know what I mean, though, but for the purpose of, I know many people know what I mean. You see, our taste for foreign good is just too terrible. Then the other thing is this: the speculation. The speculators are even one of the reasons we have this bad now, because until we know how to force people to drop the dollars they are holding, you understand, we can't get stronger dollar. Then it's a good thing for us to have weaker naira. It depends on the way you look at it. If you're a consumer, you see it as a very bad, in fact, the most terrible thing since the creation. But if you're a producer, you'll be happy now, especially if you are just coming up. You understand? For those people that maybe they've already got their facility in place, they have to pay their foreign debt back. Maybe they may be a little bit skeptical. You understand? But if they've not been exporting now, and the foreign countries is the foreigners are their consumers, they'll be happy, because presently, if you produce in Nigeria and with weaker currency, we should be able to even compete with goods of the same quality coming from China. Because the weaker your currency is, the more the people in the international community will likely buy your products. You understand? So to me, I keep saying naira strong naira should not even be something that worries, or weaker naira should not be something that worries. But what are we doing with that weaker naira? Is a problem.
Yeah, you see, I will have agreed with your assertion. If we if we have if we have done, I don't know what they are doing, and this is what I mean. That we need the minister for industry, we need the minister for agriculture, maybe once every week, maybe on Saturday, to come on one of these TV show, bring diagrams, bring charts, and say in Benue we have 20,000 people that we employ there. We have planted this, that. We expect those products to be harvested by this, that in Ogun, in Kaduna, and bring people along so that the average person on the street can understand what is being done. You might not see the fruits right now, but you're being carried along. So when they say just suffer through this little whatever, Let me understand what I'm suffering for. So if the naira was weaker and you have products to export, or that should be China, they do it quite often. They'll just devalue the one because they have products. If you don't have products to export, no matter how much you devalue, the more you actually devalue, if you don't have products, the more your place will become a dumping ground. I agree with you. If I was part of the ministry, powers that be in Abuja, the PDP, APC, whoever, all these people
Can
are,
do.
sit down.
Sorry,
Yes, sir.
I can do. No, sorry. Now, if I told you, you will call me a liar, that Nigerians import bread from China. How does it sound to you? If I told you,
I would not call you a liar because number one, I don't know, I don't have enough information.
no, no,
Even
no, no.
if
I don't mean a derogatory matter. I'm just
yeah,
saying that because there are some kind of ridiculous thing we do in Nigeria.
uh, Chevi, they
That
told me people will order pizza from London to be
no,
delivered.
egusi soup. Pizza is still okay. Egusi soup. Egusi. Imagine you ordering egusi.
Ṣó jẹ́ kó máa báyọ̀ gbọ́rú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀.
So you will understand. Do you know the problem is that we have HSN code for all these items? I can give you the HSN code for the bread we import from China.
That is insanity.
You understand? Should we even create HSN and government? Should we even create HSN code for bread importation? Now, when I say a weaker naira should give some kind of people some kind of, because a weaker naira reduces your income. When consumer have so much income too, they tend to be extravagant. And your alternative way for encouraging consumer not to spend is to increase interest rates. When you increase interest rates, all of a sudden consumer want to see themselves as investor because the focus one now is change, right? But now, why can't, when your naira is weaker and you don't have enough, then I think that agege bread you don't want to buy, or yarapaja bread now, you can even buy now. Or even you, instead of wasting your money to even buy those things, you can create your own bakery locally and do that, right? So now, the amount we spend in studying overseas alone is crazy. For those people that want to japa, it's understandable. But some that just want to study overseas for for the sake of class, it's another thing entirely. Now, if Adenunga is sending his kid to let's say Harvard, to Oxford, maybe that there may be no problem with that. But if a regular civil servant we steal from right and left and do everything to send the children to overseas, then I have a serious problem with that. So
I
with
agree.
weaker, with a
I,
weaker naira, I think the like of Covenant University, Redeemer University, they should be expanding the capacity. Because when we talk of productivity locally, we can't focus on manufacturing alone, because manufacturing alone is not the reason we are weaker naira. Services that we can produce locally, importing soup, importing bread, importing pizza from overseas, those are the kind of things that are creating pressure on our currency. You understand?
and but let me quickly say this. I understand where you're going, and to a large extent, I agree. But you see, there is no one in my street that is importing, asking for bread from China, or calling their friend in London saying, "Okay, Shebi, you are coming tomorrow. Bring me pizza from London." So the number of people that are able to do that, they're so insignificant. Is not even what it doesn't matter. The issue to me is we need to increase the local production of everything from ewuro to egusi. I mean, people have said this egusi thing so many times on here that even when they were growing up, egusi is grown everywhere. So, but the issue is, how do we now take those products and go to the next level with them. There's so many products that we have. People focus so much on rice, 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 rice. Cassava generates about 33 different products. How do you get people to go to technical university, or businesses to work with those technical universities and expand this role? I've been told of a lady in Lagos that exports all sorts of cassava driven products, and she's making millions of dollars, I'm told, not naira, because she's focused on the export aspect. Now, how do we now help that person to expand that business so that they will employ more people? The more people they employ, the more those people will have more money in their pocket to be able to expand the overall economy. So I get it and I agree with you to a large extent. But again, if you don't expand if you expand the production, it will reduce the amount of forex that you need to send out to Cameroon or China or Indonesia to import products. Yes, some of our people have a big problem. Like Fela said, they don't release you now, but you never release yourself. Kolo mentality. People were telling me, but I can do in this sense. I must say, oh, Father, for me, they brought the thing. I tasted it. God knows I don't want it. Whatever rice they cook is more than enough for me. So if people are not focusing on it, I have to eat ofada. I don't know if they grow the ofada locally or whatever, or they import it, but something like that. There are too many people that focus on that thing that subsequently increases the price of it. So focus on the local one. I don't care if it's not as good as Uncle Ben's. And that's what China did. This is what we're gonna do. That's it. If you want to call it economic democracy, socialist democracy, whatever, Nigerians have to
You know,
have strong hands.
you see,
Strong hands.
that's why I have to agree with Babati. You understand? But it's only that when we have to do it, we have to be very careful. We have to go Donald Trump in all those commodities. You understand? When I say commodities like a food, like all those things we can produce locally, because we can't close our border totally. Otherwise, other country will respond. If we close our border against rice now,
Exactly.
I
We
mean,
can't close it totally.
I mean, to some things that we think we are capable of reducing. Like I was going to a chat on a recent show with Kulata about 50 items that we can produce in Nigeria that are locally can be made in Nigeria, but are currently being imported by manufacturing companies in Nigeria. So those things, if you make it in Nigeria, you have a guaranteed market for it because it's been used in high demand by these big companies like sorghum, all those kind of things. Even we see importing sugar with Dangote's amount, so the demand is so high. But if you increase production in those things, that way the demand for dollar comes down drastically, right? It comes down.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
that's the thing, yeah.
yes. You see one thing, that 50 items you mentioned. Today, Dangote is the largest manufacturer of cement in sub-Saharan Africa. I really come to that. You will see the acceleration in that Dangote's capacity, because people will be saying no, even despite seeing the way I criticize Buhari, and people will just think whether I don't like Northern. No, that's not it. The type of Northern I don't like, I disagree with, are the likes of Buhari, that you don't see what they've done exceptionally, other than feeding on Nigeria like a vulture. Now, the like of Dangote, then, when Nigeria didn't have this number of entrepreneurs until Obasanjo, and one of the most hated president of that country today, you understand, decided to say, okay, I'm going to make some people billionaires. And how will you do that? You give them chance to create something for us locally. And I think people miss that important items. And that Baba even brought, I think our local content he brought under our program that time, I think about 70% of thereabouts. And that one will keep increasing with time so that to make sure that we are able to grow our economy. Most loan we went for in China, we were able to get the maximum value just because the like of our machine got to that place, they turned the thing around, it means that content of that local, they meet that part of local content that's supposed to be significant. Because by now, whatever we are doing with our railway or whatever, some critical part of that technology, we should be handling that thing locally. Because you force these people to come and invest in your country and you force them to comply. You understand? So why I'm saying all this is this. The type of policy that Jonathan eventually followed through to reposition the like of Dangote. You know, today we call them, oh, they are monopolizing. Well, that is your opinion. The like of Dangote will not have been where they are today if the government is not giving them that backing. Like, so the same way, I expect them to block the type of Unilever that ran to Ghana, citing the example of what is happening in Nigeria. The Nigeria environment is not friendly. But you want to go and produce in China and supply Nigeria. What's the population of China to that of Nigeria? Ghana to Nigeria. So we should be you'll be finding such policies to make sure that you create that productivity. When you create that productivity, we are going to get excess supply, or at least the supply that will be adequate enough to serve the local thing. So what did you do to that of or Dangote then? You ban importation of cement, but not before agreeing with the like of Dangote. I think the government too can do this thing. All those countries, all those PZ, I think PZ is still existing. I think they import some of their products. They are just marketing. You call the like of Unilever back. You go to the like of Nigeria, or maybe generally, is it Manufacturer Association of Nigeria or what they call them? Man, you call them and you agree some kind of incentives. I am an advocate of, and I understand why people say, oh, we are not getting tax enough. Yeah, I agree. The taxes that you should be getting from the manufacturers, just because of our peculiarity, give them tax break. As a matter of fact, those are the people you are supposed to be subsidizing. But quarterly, you must have some kind of agreement that, okay, for you to benefit at this level of a tax holiday, you must have this number of employees. We can even
You see, part of the problem is, like everybody has said, I don't know how we're going to get there. Those things that you just mentioned are 1,000% correct. Even if those systems are in place, the current state of where we are in our brain, you will see. Look, I've had to go and do state declaration. The bribery and corruption is astounding. If I was from Guinea, they would have declared that I'm from Ogun State.
It's very easy now. Just right, people even come from other part of Africa just to get Nigerian passport.
I mean,
It's very
you see this, baba, ẹ káàbọ̀, ṣe mú chocolate wá, kò sí problem. These people didn't ask me nothing. They didn't ask me nothing. They don't know mi tí mo dúdú báyìí, bóyá Sudan ni mo ti wá o, bóyá terrorist ni o. Oh my
Look,
God.
I want you to line your point because I have mitigation against abuse of that thing I'm recommending, because I'm saying this one intentionally as part of my contribution to my country. Because you can't, if I would like to do this business myself, the type of information I'm saying here, I won't talk about it. And it is common. Now, so many people can even give a million better suggestions that I'm giving, but then they won't talk just because they are normal business person. Now, Look at it this way. Subsidy regime around petroleum is very easy because you are going to get some kind of, because it's a finished product that you can easily bribe and send out to people. You cannot really connect the type of taxation you want to get now to those industry. Now, if I said, okay, Dunlop, I'm going to give you tax holiday, but at any point in time, you must not employ less than 5,000 people. The first trigger is this. No, I won't just say that and go and sleep. No. In Service Canada now, for example, we have a site, we have Service Canada that just like integrates like both those social services and indirectly financial services together. So you have Canada Revenue too, and some of those systems that even when your employer want to give you your T4 every year, they automatically upload. So even going through the database alone, you will know those people that are fully employed with a different organization. You put a system in place because if I'm giving you the tax holiday for employing 5,000 people, I expect to be collecting taxes from
Please,
5,000.
Ejo, who is speaking? Ejo, please. Sorry, I didn't get the. Who is speaking?
Ola.
Okay, Mr. Ola. I totally agree with you 1,000,000,000%. How to get there? Like Sanusi said, oil subsidy. There's nothing wrong with subsidizing oil or any sector that the government has targeted. Sanusi said when he was at CBN, he said this in 2015. He said at CBN, higher level, not the clerks, he has seen bill of lading that they will submit that 35 ships landed in Lagos and brought oil, and somebody will sign it that they saw the ships. They have stolen, and I'm using that deliberately. Even from this oil subsidy, the tankers that we say landed, going by government policy to help people, they did not land. But you are a human being will sign the document as so this same thing, somebody will sign and say, yes, I have gone there. This company actually they said they were going to be employing 5,000 people. Then when I got there were 6,000 working there. How we get there, I agree, that's where we need to be. Give people tax subsidy, give them tax holidays. For the first 5 years or 10 years, you will even pay tax because you will employ so many people in this area where your factory and your business is. How to get to where you would not have people that will go against what we're trying to do is the problem. And I don't have an answer, honestly. Now, I don't have
Just
an answer.
it's just because we have someone that does see. Whenever you have the president that does not really understand the environment, now this is the difference. Now, for your president to understand, I'm not saying it's going to be the one to do it. There's no way you want to compare Buhari to even any of the presidents we've had since 1999.
I agree totally. It was a dance, pata
So
pata.
now, even in as much as we didn't even like Jonathan, at least some kind of his economic policies is beginning to mature now. Before Jonathan came to that place, our automobile industry in Nigeria was like totally dead. But today, Dangote at Port Pan, we have Innocent Motor, and we still have Meccano. We have some of them that are coming up. It's just a matter of time, right? That the government just say, okay, when you have sufficient, you are disciplined enough, you may even decide to say, okay, I want to close the border. Because for the fact that Dangote was even manufacturing, Dangote did not expand until given that, okay, he was part of the economic team with a Jonathan then, until they closed the border totally against the importation of cement. All those ones that they say, oh, Dangote was trying to stop other cement manufacturer. Of course, when you have the license to do things and you have your colleagues that are not doing the right thing, you want to be on them. How will I go and borrow multi-billion dollars from somewhere to establish? I'm borrowing money locally, and
The man
someone
is
is
the man is a businessman, and he has to do what is in his business best interest.
Exactly. You move to shut others down too because of I've already put my money on ground. It just to okay today now, and you know this man, he was even actually taking them to court. He was using court to even stop them. It's not as if he's doing any other thing because that you are not abiding by the social policy. That's what they're going to. So as it is, right? What we can do, government, we have to be very decisive for those things that we can produce locally. Even if everybody just shoot to the road and go and sleep on the highway, anything you can produce in Nigeria, let people try to blackmail you as the president from now to tomorrow. Stand on your feet and do the right thing. You understand? Today, rather than becoming a problem to us, Dangote is actually becoming a headache to some African countries to the point that they are looking for solution to Dangote. Today, Globalcom has become a nuisance to some neighboring African country just because of the same name, main one. You understand? It's just a matter of time before we are going to have a very big data center that will be providing cloud services. I know that some are already on ground, but what I'm talking about that we are going to have massive one. You understand?
Yes.
So we have to be decisive in whatever we want to do. But now on this, you may decide now to say, okay, even if you want to give fuel subsidy now, since we have our refinery working, right? You just look at it, Dangote, now that we have refinery working, because we want to reduce the cost of business for people in Nigeria, we are giving you this mandate to be supply subsidized gasoline to Nigeria. But you have to put a system in place to monitor. I'll give you an example. When MTN and Econet were telling us that per second billing was not possible, infrastructure, all those blah, 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 they made some of us in IT look stupid in the sense that this thing are software now. What is infrastructure? As if, they were saying this as if maybe they are going to install one big machine somewhere that will be doing all those things. This is just a software only that you don't even need big servers to do it. Just a small laptop, you can just implement it. Simple. And per billing second, you come there. They lie. Okay. Umba Glo, you are our second national carrier. Can we rely on you for this? Glo came in and it started with per second. And they tried to even block Glo at that. Remember that time, Glo, you can come up to 30 times before you can even make a connection. But today, it's history now. You understand? So you can say, Dangote, okay, we are going to support you, but is it possible to start with that? Number one, maybe you have some kind of regional reservoir. For that regional reservoir, you are going to use pipe to send your product to those regional reservoir, right? But in Lagos, can we have some kind of agreement that's okay, where pipe go to them? This is just an hypothetical situation. I'm not saying it should be like that. Or
yes, we get it.
For every trailer that goes from you are going to a particular gas station. Then we are going to install some kind of equipment that will be measuring the content in your reservoir. You understand? So if you can be getting the real time, all those stuff, you are able to do some kind of accounting when you are accountable for the subsidized products. Trust me, when you have fewer people, you understand? When you have fewer people, doing all those things. Although people will cry, oh, it's monopoly. I know Nigeria will cry monopoly, but we have monopoly in the power supply, right? We call them a good monopoly, right? That is benefit. So if you can do that, this free for all corruption that find our gasoline in the neighboring country will stop.
Yeah, I
Because
agree
already we
with
have
you. I agree with you. From your mouth to God's ears, we're not going to get there in one day, like you rightly said.
sure.
I think Tinubu, in spite of what I consider to be all of his baggages, I think is strong enough of a person to at least start the process of starting the implementation of some of these things. And Rome wasn't built in a day. These solutions are not going to come in 4 years, but at least we can get the processes started. Gentlemen, thank you all for having me. Me, I want to see you wow, so I also wow. I'm a
I'm still writing my program where I did. I'm writing my own program. I just
All
be
right,
writing.
thank you all.
Okay, oh, thanks, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't hear.
Bàbá àgbà,
Yeah, báwo ni?
bàbá àgbà kẹ́pẹ́ o, ṣàlàyé lẹ́wà.
Adúpẹ́ ṣe ti parí stream yìí ni.
Still on now, I just want to shut it down now.
Ṣé wà
Yeah.
lára?
Àlàáfíà ni mo wà, ṣàlàáfíà lẹ́wà. Àwọn àǹtí ń kọ́ àtàwọn èèyàn mi.
Well, what about that? Well, I'm getting ready for work, so more requesting stream when you calling.
Yes, yeah, we are almost shutting it down. It's 9 hours. Do you have anything for us?
No. Just to say hello to everybody, that's all.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Yes, yeah. It's been long. Ẹ ti gbàgbé àbúrò yín sí Australia.
No, Mama, no. Well, you should reach out now. My number me now. Reach out now. Reach out.
Yes. No, I don't know the time you. I don't want to decide. I know you are a very busy person. The time is my problem. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Mark later.
Yeah. Thank you so much for saying hi. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, thank you.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught. His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No? No, he didn't. No. But he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his hand-picked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
Tense. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sọ́kàn lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.